a run, Sarah, that went back to April last year, so it's a long, long time. So they've got to win, and they'll be hoping to follow that up this week. Well, you would hope so. I think one of the issues here at Sussex, or not an issue as such, is that there's an awful lot of young players in the side, and it's the way that Sussex have decided to go. And individually, they've performed, really very well. You got Alistair Orr made a big 100 against Derbyshire. Tom Clark has made 100. But as a team, they haven't collectively played particularly well. So I think to get over the line and beat Derbyshire is a big thing. So let's hope it kick-starts their season. There's still a lot of county championship cricket to be played. Another 6 games this season. I don't think they'll get anywhere near the promotion places, but no reason why they perhaps can't get another couple of victories before the end of September. Well, I think they can. I mean, Surrey are so strong. They really are having a great season. In fact, on commentary this week, we've got Ricky Clark, who's a former Surrey and England all-rounder, who will be joining us, so we can talk to Ricky about this week. But they're so strong, Surrey. Great week this week. They're up in Yorkshire at Scarborough. It's always a packed house at Scarborough, so that'll be really good up there this week. And, Surrey, they're in prime position. They're top of the table, and I think it'd be quite a surprise if they're not there at the end of the season. Hello. Yeah, so in terms of the toss here, Sussex have won the toss, and unsurprisingly, on a lovely sunny day, they're going to bat first, and we'll be underway in about just over 5 minutes' time. Okay, thank you, Sarah. Okay, so we speak to you at 11:30. Thank you. Sarah, could they just turn the feed off? Yeah, just turn the feed off. Thank you. Well, a very good morning. Hang on a second. A very good morning and welcome
I can hear you beautifully.
Can you?
If anybody else can hear us.
That's better. Yeah. So let's try that for a third time. A very good morning and welcome to Hove for the first day of this county championship match between Sussex and Leicestershire. The most important thing we have to do is to make sure that the commentary is going out around the ground. And there we are. There's Tim in the top deck of the Spenkarma Pavilion, who's waving his hat away, which means the good news is we are going broadcasting around the ground, broadcasting via the BBC website and via the Sussex Cricket Club live stream. So if you're watching in either of those particular modes, a very good morning to you from a beautiful sunny day here at Hove. Delighted to welcome, always good to see Richard Ray from BBC Radio Leicester. Great to see you, Richard, and you brought the weather.
Absolutely. Well, it's always sunny, as you know, in Leicester, so we brought some sunshine down to the south coast. No, seriously, it is glorious here today. It's very, very hot indeed, and the outfield looks absolutely perfect, rather better than it does at Grace Road, I have to say. So very much a day for winning the toss and batting first. And, Adrian, That has happened, hasn't it?
Yes, it has happened. Tom Haynes has won the toss. Unsurprisingly, Sussex are going to bat first. I'll read you the Sussex side, which is Tom Haynes, Ali Orr, Tom Clark, Tom Alsop. A return for Cheteshwar Pujara back from international duty with India. Ollie Carter will keep wicket. Delray Rawlings, James Cole's a rare county champion outing for him. And then the seam attack, Henry Crocombe, Stephen Finn and Sean Hunt. And as I say, Tom Haynes has won the toss. Sussex will bat first. In terms of Leicestershire.
Yeah, Leicestershire's 30. From their 13, they have, unsurprisingly perhaps, left out the opener Sam Evans, struggling a little bit for form at the moment, Sam. So he's been left out. The other question was which of the bowlers would miss out, and unfortunately for him it's going to be Roman Walker for this game. He must have been close because he bowled very well in the game against India, the warm-up for the test that was played at Grace Road a couple of weeks ago. So he can consider himself a little bit unfortunate, but Leicestershire's 11 then led by Callum Parkinson, Colin Ackerman, Hassan Azad, Eddie Barnes, the Yorkshireman, back in the side, Lewis Hill in form with the bat, Louis Kimber, big hitting youngster who's just come into the side, Ben Mike, the all-rounder, Vian Mulder, the South Africa international all-rounder, Rishi Patel, Harry Swindles will keep wicket, and Chris Wright.
So that's the Leicestershire side. Now we do have a couple of summarisers for the first, well, certainly for this week and a couple of days as well. So Ricky Clark, former Surrey, Warwickshire. So it's in time at Derbyshire, I think, Ricky, as well. And of course, England all-rounder is with us all week. So we're going to speak to Ricky in a few moments' time. And Ariana Dowse is going to join us as well, who's come through the ranks here at Sussex and is now playing her cricket as a cricket down at Hampshire and trying desperately to get in the Vipers side as well. So we'll bring Ariana in to speak to us after 11:30. But without further ado, Ricky Clark, welcome to BBC Radio Sussex.
Thank you for having me.
Pleasure. And we went out for the toss, Ricky. It was like an old boys reunion. There was a few fellas out there that you knew and you were attaching away to. So who were familiar faces to you?
Well, we've got Chris Wright, who's probably going to have the new ball for Leicestershire this morning, so it was good to see him. And Ian Salisbury, from my time at Surrey with him. Steve Finn, played against him a few times, so there's a few familiar faces and good to see him.
Yeah, great stuff. Now, we went out and had a look. The wicket looks a good one, Ricky. It's a lovely sunny day and no surprise, really, that Sussex have decided to bat first.
Yeah, definitely. You know, it's been alluded to, the perfect outfield. Wicket looks good, weather's nice. Hopefully Sussex will be looking to make sure they get through to lunch unscathed and really sort of cash in on a good wicket and a lovely day to bat.
So much talk around, Ricky, about this season, particularly the Duke ball and the talk being that is going softer. There's been so many times in matches where balls have been changed, etc. I just wonder how important it is for Leicestershire here. It is a lovely sunny day, you know, to pick up wickets if they can with this new ball this morning. It could be a long, hot day.
Yeah, I think it's the situation for them is just basically stay patient. It can be easy. Sort of situation where you look at trying to take wickets and you try and go for that magic ball. I think you've still got to be patient. You've got to put the ball in the right areas and make the batsman play as much as possible, particularly with the new ball. It's quite crucial that you do get those inroads early.
Well, it is going to be Chris Wright, a man you know very well. He's going to open the bowling from the C end of the ground. He's going to be bowling to Alistair Orr. Now, from our commentary position here, we are no means wicket to wicket here this week at Hove. The cut strip is probably about 10 strips away from where Ricky and I are commentating on. So we've not got the best judgment of LBWs, but we'll do our best. But it is going to be Chris Wright's going to open the bowling with 3 slips in a gully, a backward point, extra cover, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a fine leg. You can hear some chatter of some school children, which we'll talk about as we go through the morning as well. As in comes Chris Wright and bowls and Orr is forward and plays it onto the onside, and immediately a misunderstanding. Played onto the leg side and a bit of yes-knowing, perhaps a few nerves. And in the end, much ado about nothing, and the two batsmen have a bit of a natter.
Yeah, it's not ideal, that, is it? You win the toss and bat, and then there's an early scare like that. But luckily, they're unscathed and they can concentrate on batting for this next ball.
Wright turns in front of us, number 31 on the back of his shirt, and he's running away from us from the C end of the ground. Comes in and bowls to Orr. It's short, and Ali Orr looks to pull that one away onto the leg side. It's a relatively short leg side boundary, Ricky. I mean, a much longer offside boundary towards the clock tower scoreboard. And Ali with quite an attacking shot there, considering it's only the second ball of the match.
Yeah, a little bit of T20 mode there, if I'm brutally honest. It's only 2 balls in, and it's been a little bit of a frantic start. I think, when you win the toss, you got to make sure that you're making sure you're unscathed.
Chris Wright runs away from us again, in past umpire Debenham. He's in and bowls, and Orr is on his way with a nice shot through backward point, greeted by applause by the several hundred school children which are inside the ground. And Alistair Orr picks up a couple of runs, so Sussex on their way, 2 without loss, both of those to Ali Orr, who really starred in the Sussex victory here against Derbyshire a couple of weeks ago, when Sussex won their first county championship match in 20 matches. And Ali Orr very much the star of that. And he looks looking to consolidate that good form. Is Wright on his way again, bowls to Orr, and Orr is forward, plays to mid-on, and there is no run. The school children, I'm told, there's about 800 or 900 school children here today, Ricky, and they've come from various schools, primary schools and secondary schools within Sussex, and they're all sitting there in the southwest stand. Hats are mandatory, I think, today, and sunscreen. But they're making a terrific noise, and it's bringing a good atmosphere to the county ground at Hove as Wright turns and runs away from us. He's in and bowls to always get up on his toes and steers that to mid-wicket. And there is no run. This is a ground that's got happy memories for you, Ricky?
Yeah, I love playing down at Hove, just for the simple fact of what it brings. The hotel on the seafront and a nice walk to the ground. Normally the sun was out like today. A good wicket to bat on, and also help when you come down the hill as well when bowling. So it was always a place I love playing.
Right, final ball of this opening over. Sussex having won the toss and batting first. He's in and bowls, and he'll clips this one nicely to square leg. A bit of fielding though by Parkinson prevents anything more than a single. So end of the opening over, and Sussex are 3 without loss. Orr is on 3. Tom Haynes is yet to score. And Ricky, I know this is the first time you've done some broadcasting, so welcome. And just sort of explain to some of our listeners, what you've been up to since you finished at Surrey last year.
Yeah, so I'm a head of cricket at King Edward School, Whitley, just on the outskirts of Guildford. Been there for 9 months. I've done a full school year. I've got my own cricket academy, and then obviously here today with the radio. So keeping myself busy, playing a little bit of club cricket as well along the way, and done a bit of PCA England Legends as well. So I've been pretty busy since finishing. So
when you do your coaching at King Edward's, does that go through the winter as well, Ricky? I mean, is that...
Yeah, so I do an elite academy program with my own academy, which is a 12-week program going through from October through to December, which is good to keep boys and girls ticking over.
So Ian Boulder is going to open the bowling from the Cromwell Road end, running in down the hill, bowls to Alistair Orr, and it's signalled a no ball, and I think as well the ball flicked off the thigh pad, so we'll wait just to get confirmation of that, but definitely a no ball. And it's interesting, you were talking here, Ricky, about bowling down the hill. Does that bring its challenges?
Basically with that there, he's obviously bowled a no ball early doors. I think sometimes here at Hove I've always found that when you come down the hill, you've got to let it just bring yourself in, rather than sort of sprinting in and stuff like that. You can overstride. It's actually quite nice. It just brings you in down the hill, and you can just hold your action at the crease quite nicely. But already indications here that it's looking a pretty good pitch.
Well, Mulder, it's probably the first time he's played here at Hove, and often bowlers do talk about just taking a little bit of time to adjust, but he's coming into bowl to the left-handed Tom Haynes, and that's down the leg side, taken by Swindles, and there is no run. And interesting there, one straight down the leg side, Ricky, so I wonder if he's just trying to concentrate or maybe thinking a little bit about where he's landing that front foot.
I think the classic case is when you do get grounds where there is a bit of a slope and it brings you in, you get to the crease too quickly, so you always feel rushed, and he's probably not ready to bowl the ball, but because he's there already, he's having to rush through his action a little bit maybe, so it takes a lot of time to get used to if he can just guide himself in.
He's bowling with 3 slips in a gully. Here's Mulder as he's on his way, and bowls, and Tom Haynes lets that one go outside of the off stump on this occasion, taken by Swindles in front of first slip. So 3 slips in a gully. There's a point mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a fine leg. Chris Wright literally... no, it isn't Chris Wright, actually. It's Ed Barnes, who's just down below us at fine leg. As Mulder wanders away to his Bowling mark at the far end of the ground. The Sussex skipper Tom Haynes takes strike. Holders in and bowls, and Haynes is forward, looks to flick that on the onside, and again a bit of a misunderstanding between the two batsmen, Ricky. Tom Haynes, keen for a single, but sent back by Alistair Orr. And again, there is no run. So two batsmen just having a little natter to it. You still have nerves in a county chat. It's only the second over of the match.
Yeah, I think they're looking to get a good start, trying to be positive, but I don't think they need anything given to Leicester at this moment in time.
No.
A little bit of swing from Mulder as well, I think. Yeah.
Coming in over the wicket bowls, and Haynes is forward and plays that nicely to mid-off, and there is no run. So you said you enjoyed sort of coming down here to play. Have you got any particular before? Was it a lucky ground in terms of making runs or taking wickets?
It wasn't too bad, in fairness. Yeah, it was always pretty good for runs. Wickets every now and then, I suppose, but it was more the runs factor. It used to be a really good wicket to bat on, so I always used to enjoy coming down here and trying to get as many runs as possible.
Mulder turns at the far end of the ground. That's the Cromwell Road end as we're looking up the hill. He's in and bowls to Tom Haynes, and Haynes looks to play it onto the onside. I think that came off the pad. We'll wait for the umpire signal. Yes, indeed, it does come off the pad. The ball runs away into the leg side, and it's one more to the Sussex total. Tom Haynes not yet on his way, and Sussex going to 7 without loss in the second over here on BBC Radio, Sussex, BBC Radio, Leicester. Adrian Harms and Ricky Clark, your commentary team first off, and then we'll have a bit of a change around in half an hour. So if you want to send us an email, it'd be great to hear from you today. sussexcricket@bbc.co.uk, as in comes Mulder again over the wicket bowls, and Orr lets that one go outside of the off stump, taken by Harry Swindles, and there is no run. So end of the over, Sussex 7 without loss, Orr on 3, Haynes yet to score. If you want to contact us on Twitter, I'm sure Ricky won't mind. Ricky Clark 81 is Ricky's Twitter handle, or you can tweet us at BBC Sussex Sport, or at Rich Ray, who's the BBC Leicester commentator, or as I say, you can email us sussexcricket@bbc.co.uk. And Chris Wright's going to bowl the next over. Couple of overs gone, Ricky. You went out to the middle. It looks a decent track.
It looks a belting track. There was a little bit of grass on it, but I think early indications that it's a pretty true pitch, and Sussex will really be looking to capitalise here and making sure that they get to lunch unscathed and really cash in and get a big score.
So it's going to be Chris Wright who's going to carry on from the sea end of the ground, running up the hill to bowl to the left-handed Tom Haynes. Is in and bowls, and Haynes with a play and a miss outside of the off stump, and there is no run. I was interested, Ricky, that you were saying it's swinging. Even from here you could see that. Yeah,
I think you get an indication just how the ball's coming out and how the batter plays it. You can see that there was late swing definitely from Mulder. Knowing Chris Wright, he'll be looking to sort of mix it up a little bit, try and swing a couple in, and that one just went away as well. So he'll be trying to test the defences of Haynes. 3 slips in a gully waiting as in comes Wright and bowls and lets that one go. Does Tom Haynes through to keeper Swindles, and there is no run. So Chris Wright, from your Warwickshire days? Yes, yeah. Unbelievable guy. One of those teammates that do anything for anyone, very funny, hard-working, and has become, a very close mate over the years, and it's brilliant that cricket can do that, bring people together.
He strikes me as a very wholehearted cricketer, Chris Wright, running all day for his skipper as he runs away from us, comes in and bowls to Haynes, and Haynes is beaten outside the outside. Good delivery and good carry through to the keeper as well, Ricky.
Yeah, that's the thing that Chris Wright's going to do. He's just going to try and nag away at that top of off sort of line and drag the batter forward as much as he can. He's got his 3 slips in the gully, so he's going to look to try and find that edge. Someone who generally had a lot of pace when he was a little bit younger, was very, very quick. Obviously he's getting a little bit older now and he's just working on his skills.
Well, he's giving Tom Haynes 1 or 2 early concerns here, right? He's in and bowls, and Haynes, the 3rd time in this over, is beaten outside the off stump, taken by Swindles. Good over.
Great start. Yeah, it's exactly what you need. When you lose a toss and it's a good wicket, you need your bowlers to be making the batsman play as much as possible, and he's definitely done this over so far, Chris Wright.
Tom Haynes just comes down and does a little bit of gardening, the Sussex skipper. So he's the leg side field, and Chris Wright runs away from us. In and bowls, and Haynes is forward and plays that into the offside and picks up a single, does Tom Haynes. So he's on his way. How important is that as a batsman, Ricky, just to get that first run on the board? He looked very keen to take that single.
Yeah, definitely. In fairness, it was really well played. Chris Wright again put it in that sort of challenging area, and he's managed to get his bat and just knock it into the covers and get down the other end. Also crucial because you know that you can't bag them now. That was always a thing for batters. You get off that dreaded naught first innings, you can't bag them.
Right. Turns. Is on his way, coming into bowls to the other left-handed opener. That's Alistair Orr, and Orr is forward and clips that onto the leg side and picks up a single because Parkinson needs to run from mid onto field. So the end of a good over from Chris Wright, which just cost a couple of runs. Sussex are 9 without loss at the end of the third over, having won the toss and decided to bat here. Alistair Orr is on 4, Tom Haynes is on 1. You're listening to live cricket on the BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Radio Leicester. Adrian Harms and Ricky Clark, delighted to welcome Ricky to our commentary box here. So some early encouragement for Leicestershire, despite the fact it's a lovely sunny day and a good day to bat.
Yeah, I think that's how they've got to look at it. It's a situation that they're on the wrong end of the toss, unfortunately for them. But you've got to make sure that you're putting the ball in the right areas and do the best you can to try and get early wickets, just to stop that run flow from Sussex.
William Mulder is coming running in from the Cromwell Road and right up over the wicket, bowls to Orr, and Orr is forward, plays it into the offside, and there is no run. In terms of the track record, we were talking about good carry through to the keeper as well. It's a good bounce there as well. It
is definitely, as we've alluded to, coming down the hill, you can really sort of pull through in your action. I always found that it was coming down the hill, the keepers and the slips would stand quite a decent way back. Coming up the hill, you almost have to come a little bit closer as well because the ball didn't bounce as much. So Mulder should get decent carry here if he gets in a good area.
He's still bowling with those 3 slips as he comes in down the hill. Bowls and Orr clips this one down to fine leg. I think that came off the bat. Let's wait for the umpire signal. Yes, it did. Nice and fine from Ali, just straying a little bit down the leg side. Again,
a little bit of swing. He's just got a little bit too straight there, Mulder, and it's just swung down the leg side and a nice little flick off the legs, and they're the sort of balls you want early on in your innings. He's
been in good form. Alistair Orr made a very good 100 here against Derbyshire in that victory for Sussex a couple of weeks ago. And he waits again as Mulder is on his way from the Cromwell Road end down the hill, bowls to Orr, and he's picked up another boundary. Rather fortuitous boundary, Ricky.
It was, yeah. You can see there that Mulder's looked he's got a little bit too straight with the ball before swinging in. He's just tried to push that one across. And in fairness, in a good area, challenging the batter's defence, and Orr was going to leave it, and he's got a very lucky sort of off the face of the bat that just run between third slip and gully down for 4. So back-to-back boundaries.
All goes to 12 and Sussex to 19 without loss. Mulder no doubt frustrated by those 2 boundaries, on his way again, running down the hill, bowls to Orr, and that looks like it hit him somewhere very painful.
In the midriff. Again, if you see there, that was a good line and length, again trying to swing the ball in, and it's just bounced a little bit. And that's what I was saying, when you come down the hill there, you can get that bounce, and that's bounced quite nicely for him. Mulder, not too much for Orr though, getting it in the midriff.
Yeah. I don't know if it was in the painful part, but anyway.
He's taking it well.
He's not doubled up, which is, he looks like he's okay, as in comes Mulder running in and bowls, and Orr plays this down to fine leg, picks up another single, runs the first run really fast, but no chance for second run as Barnes comes in and fields. And there is one more to Alistair Orr. He goes to 13 and Sussex to 20 without loss. It always amazes me when batsmen, when they are hit in the painful parts. There seems to be no sympathy from the fielding side. Is that sort of the general rule of thumb?
I think pretty much that you'll have everyone out there bar the batsman laughing,
really,
and batsmen just double over in absolute agony.
Mulder again in the bowls, and Tom Haynes just eases that one down to a fine leg and picks up a comfortable single. Tom Haynes goes to 2 and Sussex to 21 without loss, except when it's you, and I guess that's not a lot of fun, Ricky.
No, I've had that a few times in the career, and it's not pleasant, if I'm brutally honest, but it's one of those things you just have to sort of compose yourself and just hope that the pain goes away and you can get back and concentrate on your batting.
Sussex made a confident start here this morning, 21 without loss, having won the toss, decided to bat first on a lovely sunny day as Mulder is in and bowls to Alistair Raw, lets that one go outside of the off stump. That was a better delivery to finish.
Trying to obviously push it across and get that edge.
Well, he's bowling to the Sussex skipper Tom Haines. Still those 3 slips and a gully in place as in comes Wright over the wicket bowls, and Haines drives handsomely through extra cover for 4 runs. Just over pitch from Chris Wright, and that's a very strong area for Tom Haines, particularly through that offside through extra cover and through backward point as well, and just over pitching slightly, and Haines taking full advantage.
Yeah, Chris Wright would be disappointed with that. Offered a little bit of width and a little bit too full as well, and Haines has capitalised and jumped on it very, very quickly and hit a beautiful shot through the covers for 4.
Having played a missed on a couple of occasions, Ricky, I guess nice to get one right out the middle of the bat as well from Tom Haines.
In fairness, it's good batting because he has been challenged the last over from Chris Wright, where it was a good line and length. So, he didn't sort of throw his hands at it too hard. He kept his shape and hit it nicely through the covers.
Right. On his way again, bowls, and Haines is forward, the full face of the bat, and Wright parries the ball and follows through, and there is no run. So you finished at the end of last season, Ricky. Was that the right decision? I mean, do you turn up today on the first ever championship match and think, quite fancy being out there, or?
No, I don't actually. I've had the question a few times. Do you miss it? Part of me a little bit, but not too much. I made the right decision. I feel that I needed a little change in my life, and cricket's been very, very good to me, playing days and stuff, so definitely made the right decision.
Right, on his way from us, comes in and bowls to Haines, who's beaten outside the off stump, and I think that was a beat. I think he made out that he pulled the bat inside the line, but I'm not sure he had. Yeah,
that's the delivery that Chris Wright wants, really. He's just pulled his length back a little bit straighter, and as we said, looking to try and push it across and get Haines caught in the slip area.
So there's 3 slips in place, gully, backward point, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a fine leg as Wright is on his way. From this, the C end of the ground, in and bowls to Haines, who's forward and plays that into the offside and picks up a single as Tom Haines fielded there by Ben Mike, and it's 1 more to Haines. He goes to 7 and Sussex to 26 without loss. And talking about Surrey for a moment, I mean, top of the county championship, Rick, I mean, it just seems to be this production line of young players who are coming through. Does that sort of make you think as well, yeah, some good youngsters coming through and it's time to hang up the pads and the bat and the gloves?
Yeah, I think it's a situation where, Surrey have always had a very, very good youth system and sort of produced players coming through the academy and then get good players in along the way.
Right. And bowls and all is forward, playing very straight to mid-off fielded by Mike, and there is no run. And does that come through the club system in Rick? I mean, let's say there just seems to be more and more of these players coming through the whole time. How are they picking them up, and how do they develop them at Surrey?
It's a big area, so you've got lots of clubs and schools around the area, and just producing very, very good cricketers along the way, and actually having that sort of talent pool and making sure you pick the right guys.
Here comes Right again, bowls and let go by Alistair Raw. Good lead through to Swindles. There is no run. End of the over. 26 without loss. All on 13. Haines is on 7. Chris Wright 3 overs, no maidens, no wicket for 10. And even after 5 overs, Ricky, this looks like a good toss for Sussex to win. Definitely. You've got a great start. 26 on the board already. Mulder's going to
hopefully look to try and just bash an area now. And he's going at 7 and over early doors. He's got a little bit too straight at times, so hopefully he can just sort of bash an area and create that partnership with Chris Wright and build the pressure that way.
Well, he's coming down the hill from the Cromwell Road end. He's in and bowls to Tom Haynes, and Haynes glides that one away past Gully. It was in the air for a while, but it's raced away for 4 runs. The second boundary of the morning for Tom Haynes. He goes to 11 and Sussex 30 without loss. A slightly risky shot, Ricky, or was that well controlled?
A little bit. Again, Mulder won't be happy with that. He's created a little bit of width there for Haynes to get his hands through. Haynes just looked like to guide it a little bit more than actually hit it, which gave that sort of half chance to Gully, but it went so quickly, it hit the boundary boards before Gully could really move. So again, Mulder's looking to come around the wicket now just to try and change that angle, as he's struggling a little bit coming over just to find his right line and length.
Still keeping those 3 slips in place as Mulder is in and bowls, and Haynes is forward, plays that 2 mid off, and there is no run. Mike in North London's been in touch. Sussex Cricket at bbc.co.uk, and he was talking about some of the Warwickshire players that you'd have probably played with, Ricky. So Jonathan Trott, yeah.
Yes, yeah. I saw Jonathan the other day playing for PCA England Legends together. He was in great form, so yeah, good to catch up with him.
You have to tell us about some of those legends, as in comes Mulder around the wicket bowls, and Haynes clips this to square. A good bit of fielding by Mike, actually prevents. In fact, it wasn't Mike. Who's that? Whoever it is has hurt his hip. Hassan has hurt his hip. He dived to stop the ball, and I think he's in a bit of difficulty there, actually. Just sort of seemed to fall awkwardly, Ricky, Hassan Azad.
Yeah, just on the edge of the wicket end there is it Azad? Yeah,
yes,
I think it is. Yeah, he's just
flexing,
landed on the bony part of his hip, I reckon, and give himself maybe a little bit of a dead leg, just hopefully run that off.
Sussex 31 without loss, or on 13, Haynes on 12, as in comes Mulder running in and bowls, and all looking to work that one away down to find it. And Mulder just struggling slightly with his line.
He is, yeah. Again, a little bit of shape there you can see, but again, it's just gone down the leg side. Needs to try and really tighten up his line a little bit here and create that sort of pressure. They would have been saying beforehand when they come out, Leicestershire, let's bowl in partnerships and create that pressure from both ends. And at the moment, it's only Chris Wright that's really sort of creating that pressure.
31 without loss are Sussex, as Mulder is in from the Cromwell Road end, comes in and bowls to Alistair Orr plays that to Azad, who looks to be okay now at mid-wicket, and there is no run. So that PCA Legends, was that a game, Ricky, or how did that work?
Yeah, so we went down and played at Copdock, I think it is, in Ipswich.
That sounds nice.
Yeah, it was really nice. But in fairness, one of the best wickets I played on in a very, very long time down there. So yeah, we had a decent sort of lineup for that game, and obviously a good fundraising day.
Mulder again, bowls to Orr, who drives nice. That's a lovely shot. So extra cover for 4 runs. He just leant on that, Ricky. That seemed to be all about the timing. The ball sped away for 4 runs. Alistair Orr goes to 17 and Sussex to 35 without loss.
Yeah, wonderful position there. Just let the ball come to him under his eyes, just kept his shape and hit it through the covers. A lovely shot just to finish the over.
So a good start here for Sussex, 35 without loss, all 17, Haynes on 12. So tell us some of the players that were in the side.
Well, there was 2 guys that are here today. Phil de Freitas is bowling coach for this game, and he was there and chucking out some off spinners as well, and he was really pleased with that. And Pid Such, who is the CLO, I think, for this game.
Yes, he is.
He was down there as well, and he was chucking out a few of his off spinners. We had Jonathan Trott, Nick Compton, James Treadwell, Alex Tudor, John Embry. A few good names there that were playing in the game. Mark Stoneman.
Oh, fantastic. In comes Wright, running in over the wicket, bowls to Haynes, who's forward and plays that straight back down the track. Wright fields off his own bowling, and there is no run. So is it sort of a semi-serious game, or is it played? How's it played, Ricky?
It was played in a very, very good spirit. That they had a young guy that got 95, batted incredibly well. well. So it was just a case of, just a fun day, raising money for them as a club. I think they wanted a new development to try and get a new bit of an extension, I suppose you can call it, onto their pavilion. So it was a good fundraising day with nice food and good company.
And comes Wright running away from us in bowls, and Haynes is forward and plays that straight off on a well taken single, forwarded there by Ben Mike, who's round quickly, but a well judged single by Haynes. He goes to 13, I'm sorry, and Sussex to 36 with that loss. And how many of those sort of games would there be during the season, Ricky?
I think there's scheduled for roughly 12
quite a few.
Season. Yeah, quite a few. There was one played on the 1st of July, I think, at Bexley, and then obviously at Copdock last Friday, and then there's a few more coming up. I think the next one is up in Manchester, I want to say. So they're all around the country where old players get together and play.
Comes Wright again, bowls, another good shot by Allen. Didn't quite time that as well as the earlier drive through the covers. Nevertheless, he's going to pick up a couple of runs, maybe even 3. In fact, they set on a couple because Ben Mike is back very quickly. Gets a good throw over the top of the stumps to Harry Swindles, but not before Orr's gone through for a couple more runs. He goes to 19 and Sussex to 38 without loss. And we do hear a lot about the PCA, Ricky, and it just seems they do an awful lot of good work, and particularly around cricketers who are falling out of the game as well.
Yeah, definitely. That's the PCA trust there works wonders for cricketers that have fallen on hard times sometimes, and to have that security blanket there and that support network is invaluable, really. So it's they do some fantastic work a lot of the time that people don't see, and they're always there for players past and present.
Chris Wright running away from us. Sussex 38 without loss. He's in and bowls, and Orr is forward and plays it down the onside of the track. I can't field it cleanly nonetheless. It doesn't cost a single. I can see Ben Mike is warming up. I just wonder whether there might be a change of bowler from that Cromwell end, because Sussex made a good start here, Ricky. Yeah,
I think that would be the case. Change it up a little bit. It's not quite worked for Mulder early on in his spell. So with the ball being quite new, and obviously you want to try and make as much inroads as you can with this new ball and bowling partnerships, as I said.
In comes Wright and bowls, and forward comes or plays straight back down the track. And Wright fields off of his own bowling. There is no runs. With that sort of game, would you stay over, or would you go down just for the day? Or
yeah, I went down for the day. You never realise how far Ipswich is away from home. It's just a never-ending road. But as I said, they were a brilliant club and really looked after us, and wish them all the well for the rest of the season.
Yeah. Which play, sort of 40 overs a side or something? Or?
No, just a 20. Yeah.
Really? He comes Wright and bowls, and Orr with a play and miss outside the offside. Good delivery by Chris Wright to finish the over, but Orr was fencing at that one outside the offside. The ball rattles through into the gloves of Harry Swindles. There is no run. End of the over, 38 without loss, Orr 19, Haynes on 13.
Really good delivery there from Chris Wright. You're seeing his experience where, out of the overs he's bowled so far, he's overpitched on one, but he's just bashing a line and length and just sort of challenging outside that off stump. So it's important now. Ben Mike, as we said, he's coming into the attack. It'd be important for him just to do what he does. Very talented young cricketer, got a lot of pace, hits the pitch hard, so he'll be looking to bowling partnerships with Chris Wright here and trying to create a little bit of pressure and just stop that run flow, really.
Top temperatures today.
Do you know him, Ricky? Do you know Ben Mike well, or
not that well? No.
But someone you know from around the circuit.
Yeah, played against him a couple of times. Wholehearted, runs in, bowls a lot of pace. So again, he'll be coming down the hill, trying to just hit the pitch hard and challenge the batter's defence.
Minimum temperatures falling to 30.
So we'll be giving an update to our listeners on BBC Radio Sussex in a minute, and then we'll have a bit of a change around in the commentary box. But it is going to be Ben Mike Mike, who's going to run in from the Cromwell Road end of the ground.
Top temperatures 25.
Bowling to the
28
Sussex
Celsius,
skipper, Tom Haynes.
77 to 82 degrees.
No gully in place now. 3 slips still in situ.
That it has been.
As in comes Mike, charging it all from the Cromwell Road end. He's in and bowls to Haynes. Oh, and he hit Tom Haynes. Tom Haynes seemed to turn away slightly there. I don't know where the ball hit him.
There will be
Not on the head, but it just sort of ballooned away onto the leg side, and there's no run.
Yeah, Ben Mike coming round the wicket there, and that angle straight in to Tom Haynes, just on the top of the shoulder, I think. But again, you can see already that's his loosener with a little bit of pace. That sort of rushed Tom Haynes a little bit there. So, as we said, Ben Mike's going to run in and hit the pitch hard.
The cricket. Cricket date. So, bringing us up to date with the latest, here is Adrian Harms.
Yes, thank you, Sarah. Well, a good start for Sussex here on a glorious day at Hove. They've won the toss, unsurprisingly, they're batting first, and they're 38 without loss. Alistair is on 19, skipper Tom Haynes is on 13. In fact, he goes to 14, and Sussex to 39 without loss. So, good start here for Sussex at Hove, and a good start for Surrey as well, up at Scarborough against Yorkshire. Surrey, the leaders of the county championship, and already Yorkshire are 20 for 2, a wicket apiece for Worrell and Laws, with Hill and Wharton already back in the pavilion. So I haven't got to worry about that for another hour, Ricky. That's just an hourly update that we do. I've had a message actually perhaps a message here for the club as well to say, is the live stream operating? Ian Scales has been in touch, so I'm assuming the live stream is working, but just a message we've had through from one of our listeners. As in comes Mike and bowls, short, pulled away by Orr, and that's 4 runs, and that's a lovely shot. 2 short from Ben Mike, and Ali Orr whipped that one away through square leg. Lovely shot, 4 runs.
Yeah, lovely shot. He's gone on to that very quickly there. Pivoted quite nicely and got on top of the bounce and pulled it to deep square for 4. Very good shot.
Primarily, Alistair Orr has been playing county championship cricket, Ricky, but he got into the T20 side and did really well and showed another side to his game. Young cricketer, just 21 years of age, and that was a really good shot.
I think you're seeing nowadays that the young cricketers coming through, they're very adaptable and can play all the shots in T20 and one-day cricket, but also hone their skills to be more defensive, so to speak, in four-day cricket.
Mike England bowls, and Orr is up on his toes and punches that to mid-off and goes through for a single. He goes to 24, Sussex to 46 without loss. The other advantage some of these young Sussex batsmen have as well, Ricky, is that Grant Flower's the batting coach here.
That will always help. Yeah, vastly experience there. So to learn from his knowledge is a wonderful opportunity for young batsmen.
He just wants a change in the field. He's just bringing the Sanders out at mid-wicket just a little straighter. As in comes Mike around the wicket, bowls to Tom Haynes, 2 short, pulled away by Haynes down to final leg. Barnes is round very quickly. That's a good bit of fielding actually down below. He's had to make up good grounds with his right hand side. Good sliding stop. He just keeps Tom Haynes to a single. Sussex to 47 without loss.
Yeah, great fielding there from Ed Barnes. Probably getting distracted a little bit from his medical team, I think it is, talking to him on the boundary. So he's done well to get round and keep that to 1 run.
I saw as well when you went out, Ian Salisbury, an old colleague of yours out there, he was pleased to see you, Ricky.
Yeah, he was. It's always good when people are pleased to see you. It means you've made a good impression along the way. So, no, it was really good to see Sauls, and he's doing a fantastic job here with these young guys.
47 without loss. Sussex in comes Mike, bowls to Ali Orr, lets that one go outside of the off stump, and there is no run. So, 3 slips still in place. There's now a third man, point, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket and a final. What do you think's made Ben Mike think he'll do away with the gully, Ricky?
I think it's just a little bit, he's going to look to try and hit the pitch. It's quite a small boundary on that side, as we alluded to earlier, so I think it's just a little bit of a run protection position, and he feels that if he can run in and hit the pitch hard, he can try and bring those 3 slips into play.
As in comes Mike running in, bowls to Orr, and Orr plays that to mid-on, takes a comfortable single, does Alistair Orr. It is the end of the over, and Sussex are 48 without loss. Alistair Orr is on 25, Tom Haynes is on 15. I'm going to take a little break for a while, but I'm going to leave you with Ricky, who's going to chatter away for a minute while we change over microphones, and Richard Ray will be joining us.
Yeah, good start here so far from Sussex, 48 without loss. Haynes going well with Orr, and they're just looking to see Chris Wright off, I'd imagine, and capitalise on the bowling from the experience of Chris Wright. He's just trying to bash the area as much as he can and find those edges of the batters. But a very good start so far from Sussex.
Morning, Rick. Morning, everybody. Sort of day you probably don't entirely regret having retired, is it? Especially if you lost a toss and were expected to bowl up the slope, like your former colleague Chris Wright, who is in, and that one hits or amidships. Whether it didn't quite get up as much as he thought it was going to, he looked to try and whip it away. It was slightly short. He was trying to whip it away on the leg side to the short boundary in front of the pavilion. It just didn't quite get up.
It didn't quite get up. No, just sort of died in the pitch a little bit, and Orr's tried to really sort of capitalise on it, and eyes have lit up a little bit at that short boundary, and just didn't quite get it. But again, for the second time in his innings, got hit in the midriff.
Seems unaffected, takes guard as Wright is in and bowls to him outside off stump, steps across his stumps, lifts his bat over the line of the ball as it goes through to Harry Swindles behind the stump. Still got the 3 slips in Leicestershire at the moment, but Callum Parkinson, the new Fox's 4-day captain, having taken over from Colin Ackerman, his face did slightly fall when he saw the toss going against him. Two sides a little bit more confidence in their batting than their bowling at the moment. But Chris Wright, looking to make a breakthrough, is in and bowls to Orr, who's looking to drive and not getting there. Just seemed to check the shot a little bit. A bit of a puff of dust as his bat came down. Again, maybe it didn't quite get up as much from him.
Yeah, I was about to say a big puff of dust. It's quite dry and bare at that far end. Quite full from Chris Wright. Didn't quite obviously get into a decent enough position to drive that through the covers, but trying to create a bit of pressure here. Chris Wright just building those dots as much as he can, and as I said, he's still got those 3 slips looking for the nick.
Go down, hands on knees as Wright is in 2. That one comes back in and he has to adjust. He left it outside off stump and it did come back in, taken just to his right by Harry Swindles behind the stumps. Obviously didn't do enough, but a little bit of encouragement for Chris Wright perhaps. He's nagging away there in that corridor.
I think you can see the experience from Chris Wright there. He's been pushing the ball away, and then he's just waiting and biding his time, dragging the batter across, and then he's just bowled a beautiful in-swinger. And in fairness, really well played. I'd imagine that just went just over the top of the stumps, nearly bowling him.
Turns 31 on his back, runs in and bowls straight this time, or everything behind it, defends it, blocks it out into the offside, but a good over. So far, a testing over, asking plenty of questions of these 2 Sussex openers. Vian Mulder struggled in his opening spell, 4 line and length, first time on the ground. Couldn't find any sort of real consistency. Ben Mike brought on. He's been working a lot with Alfonso Thomas, who's Leicestershire's new bowling coach, and Alfonso trying to get him to bowl a little bit faster and sort of take on something of an enforcing role, so to speak. He's probably the quickest bowler in the side. In goes Wright and bowls, or leaning forward into that one, but doesn't follow through as he blocks it out into the offside. Nice position. He was down low, almost on one knee, in position to cover drive it away, but ended up just blocking it carefully out into the offside, setting his stall out for a long innings. Sussex going nicely in their first innings, having won the toss, are 48 now without loss. How many overs have we had? Just the 9 overs, so cracking start really.
Yeah, really good start. I think it's a situation here that the bowlers at that far end, Mulder's obviously struggled. Ben Mike unfortunately gone for 10 off his first over. They really need to sort of build the dots at that far end. Chris Wright obviously coming towards the end of his spell on a hot day as well. You need to try and bowl in partnerships and create a bit of pressure. There's no point bowling one end creating the pressure and the other end going for runs.
Yeah. Mike around the wicket from the Cromwell Road end is into Haynes, who's defending out into the offside. Just the one man in the covers. Straight to him. No run. He kicks at the crease, and again, clouds of dust. Does that imply that the dryness might just turn a little bit later on in the game? I'm clutching at straws a bit.
Potentially, it's quite full with those foot marks, isn't it? Where it's quite dusty down those far end. Looking at the wicket at the start, it looked a pretty good pitch. I can't see it breaking up too much, but you never know with the heat around.
No. Mike is in and bowling, and a crashing drive through the offside square. Didn't get to the pitch of the ball, but didn't need to there, Tom Haynes. There was width. Trusted his eye and the pitch off the front foot, crashed it away at square on the offside for 4.
That's a lovely shot. He's got in a brilliant position there. Obviously a little bit of width on offer, but it's a really good position, and let the ball come under his eyes and driven it square for 4. And the fielder's just come round a little bit now to a deep point rather than a third man.
Pitch very much cut to the pavilion side of the square here at Hove. It's probably no more than about, what's the minimum? Is it 55?
50, is it? Yeah, 55.
50, something around that, but it must be fairly close to the minimum on that side of the ground. In goes Wright and bowls to Haynes, who's driving and dropped. Did it carry to first slip? The reaction of the Leicestershire players suggests it might not quite have carried to Rishi Patel at first slip. Don't know if we get a replay on the...
That's disappointing as well. It was called a no ball as well, so it wouldn't have counted, but it definitely carried just low to the right. Is it Rishi Patel in there?
It is.
First slip? Yeah, just carried, but unfortunately Ben Mike overstepped. And but that's the area he needs to bowl. Bashing away and trying to drag him forward.
That did carry, looped. It's as well, perhaps then, for Mike's state of mind, that it wasn't held. He is in and bowling, and Haynes is defending carefully back down the pitch on that one, leaning forward into the defensive push. Swindles taps his gauntlets together above his head, but that's the first sort of genuine chance, if we can call it a chance off a no ball, that's been created.
I think again that's the area you need to bowl, create the pressure. I'd be looking to maybe get a little bit more of a defensive field, try and build the dots and create the pressure that way. They're still going quite attacking here with 3 slips, but maybe get someone in the covers as well, try and block those dots up.
Mike is in and bowling. Back foot defensive shot this time from Haynes on off stump, blocking it out towards Callum Parkinson at mid-off. They've spoken a lot about that sort of new-ish aggressive attitude and always playing on the front foot, etc., etc. But you do have to occasionally adapt to conditions. You can be aggressive in defence as well by tying a side down.
Exactly about to say that. There's nothing wrong with trying to get straight fields and hit the top of the stumps and make it hard for batsmen, because fundamentally they're looking to score. A batsman's job is to score, and if you're just building the pressure and putting dots on them, then you get those opportunities from a loose shot.
Mike is in, bowling slightly short this time and on to middle and leg, and nicely timed by Tom Haynes. He went back, turned it off his legs to the long side of the boundary in front of the scoreboard. He ran away across this glorious outfield for 4, so nicely picked off by Haynes.
That's a lovely shot, just off the hip. Again, that's a good sign of how good the pitch is. He just let the ball come onto his hip, pretty much let the ball hit the bat and just guided it down to deep backward square leg for 4. But Leicestershire, struggling a little bit here. Chris Wright's doing the job at one end, going, I think he's 13 off his 5 so far, and it's leaking a little bit at that far end.
It's been an issue all season, frankly, for them, as in goes Mike and bowls. Better line, better length as well, really.
No ball, unfortunately, again.
Another no ball coming down the slope. He looks a bit despondent as he walks back and his foot on the crease. What am I doing wrong? Just maybe over that little bit of extra momentum that comes from down the pronounced slope down from the Cromwell Road end.
Definitely, it's definitely a case there where you're getting brought in by the slope, and you get there way too quickly, and you find yourself looking to bowl the ball when you're not ready, and it takes you and gets you there too soon. You just need to just sort of relax a little bit and just let the slope and the hill guide him in.
He comes staying around the wicket, back foot defensive guide out into the offside by Haynes, out towards the backward point, moves across some fields. Haynes picks up one and keeps the strike. There is a slight slope, obviously, as you know, at Grace Road as well, the Upton Steel counter ground, but not as pronounced as this, really.
Yeah, I used to love bowling at Grace Road, coming down that slope.
Down
It
the
just,
slope,
yeah,
from the
it's,
Bennett end.
it's particularly when I got older, it helped me a lot just to carry me in. That's why it's interesting to see Chris Wright obviously coming up the hill here as the senior bowler. I thought he might have been saying, "Oh, I'll take that far end," and let it sort of guide myself down the hill. But yeah, he's coming up the hill here. He's bowling fantastically well. Potentially come to the end of his spell soon, so it's important that they can try and get a wicket now, just to build that pressure, because it's been a very, very good start from Sussex.
It has. And at the other end, Ben Mike and Vian Mulder it's more than a leak, it's a torrent, isn't it, really?
Yeah.
2 overs for 23 for Ben Mike so far. Haynes, having kept the strike, faces Chris Wright, leaning forward, line and length delivery on, middle and off, pushing it out into the offside calmly, then walks away towards short leg. Chatter from the school children. Adrian said there was 900 or so, I think, coming into the ground. Lovely to see them.
I think the ice cream man will be happy later on with some decent business there.
Hope so. Long queues, I would imagine. Always a nice place to come, though. I don't know what was it good catering as well for the players as well?
Yeah, really good catering, good food. Yeah, just been nice being on the seafront.
Wright is in to Haynes again, line and length, and again Haynes has to treat the delivery with respect, leans forward, pushes it straighter back down the wicket this time, up towards mid-off. Eddie Barnes is the fielder. He'll be the next seamer off. Beg your pardon, it's Ben Mike, but Eddie Barnes will be the next seamer off the rank, so to speak, in terms of bowling, unless Parkinson decides to have an early go himself while the ball is still very hard and the seam nicely pronounced. In fact, Barnes is starting to swing his arms a bit now. At square leg or mid-wicket. Wright is in, bowls straighter this time, middle and leg, and again Haynes waiting for it, blocks it back down the wicket. But as you've been saying, when the runs are sort of flowing at the other end, they can almost play Chris out of the attack. Just wait, they know he's only probably got an over or two left.
Yeah, 100%. I think you're seeing his experience. He's just trying to bowl the same ball every time, not trying to change up too much, just hitting the pitch hard in a good line and length, challenging their defences. But unfortunately, it's just not sort of worked as a partnership in that far end.
Leans forward and he gets into his stride and bowls, and again deceives Haynes with a ball that bounces, and I think it swung back into him and has hit him hard on the hand, and he's in trouble on the wrist perhaps. He's dropped his bat, he's taken his glove off, and he's marching off with his eyes to the heavens, marching towards the boundary basically, and now he's bending over. But that one really hurt, and his reaction is such, I won't be entirely surprised. Did he hit him on the elbow or a bit lower than that?
It could be the wrist, I'm not sure, but it's hit him hard. But again, it's Chris Wright has been predominantly pushing the ball away and waited and bided his time, and just brought one back, and it sort of shocked Haynes a little bit with how much it's brought back, and it's hit him, and he looks in a lot of discomfort at this moment in time. I'll be very shocked if he's going to continue the way he's pretty much marched to third man. He's in a lot of pain here.
He really is. Physio has come out to have a look, and no doubt the spray and that will be being felt, but it could be wise even if it's only a horribly bruised. But his reaction is such that it's hard to believe he might not, at the very least, retire hurt temporarily. There's going to be a little bit of a delay, however. Sussex 12th man is out as well, with a towel for Alior and a drink or two. The two umpires having a chat, and the Leicestershire players gathering as well, and they need to have a think about their approach over the next hour or hour and 10 minutes before lunch, because they need to rein back the scoring rate. They have absolutely no control on the scoreboard at the moment.
Yeah, this is a good opportunity here for Leicestershire just to regroup and say, look, it's not been the ideal start. You can't do anything about it now, but what we can do is actually put it right and make sure that we create this pressure and try and stop the run flow, because at the moment Sussex have started very well and are going along nicely. So
just looking at the economy rates of the Leicestershire bowlers over the championship season as a whole, you see Ben Mike at fives. A lot of late 3.7s, 4s. It's a little bit high.
It is. I think that's the thing you got to look at is you've got to create pressure. Graham Welsh, who's the bowling coach at Hampshire now, he always used to say, if it takes all day, it takes all day, but you have to be patient. You have to bowl the ball in the same area, create that pressure, and just stop the run flow, because that's how you get your chances, by building the pressure. And it's just been a little bit too easy pickings, particularly from the far end. Chris Wright's bowled beautifully well, using all his experience, but he's only got probably a few more overs left in him in this sort of heat. So it's important that the Leicestershire bowlers get together and just try and bash that line and length. Be boring, set boring fields. It looks a very, very good pitch. And just maybe go a little bit more defensive on the field and just stop that run flow and just try and get a little bit of control back.
It won't be in Haynes' mind at the moment. It's just filled with pain, probably. But from Sussex's point of view, with a start like this, they'll be thinking, as and when Leicestershire sort of turn to, or Parkinson brings himself on in the hope of stemming the flow or whatever, if they can maintain the scoring rate against the spinner as well, then they'll be really sort of in the driving seat from dictating the game point of view.
That would be the case. You know, that they've won the toss, elected to bat, and they've got the ideal start. From my point of view, I think Leicestershire should potentially look at getting in a spinner early doors, just to see if it takes a bit of turn. It's obviously, we've had wonderful weather the last few days, so it could be dry. It's definitely dust at one end, so maybe an early look at Parkinson, just to see if it takes a bit of spin, and obviously can potentially stem that run flow as well, and rotate the seamers from the other end.
Presumably the umpires who have now wandered across to see how Haynes is getting on eventually start glancing at their watch. Well, yeah, immediately Ben Debenham looks at his watch as I say that. They have to, at some point, make a decision. Sussex and Haynes, it looks like he may be going to carry on.
Yeah, he just gripped the bat there and shadow shot a full defensive, and he actually looks okay. I think he might continue here. A few painkillers down him, and maybe some tight chewy grip just to compress it a little bit and see how he goes. He looks all right.
He's been watching too much football, hasn't he, clearly? Rolling around.
It was the only thing that was missing. He marched off the third man. I was waiting for a couple of rolls on the floor and brandishing a yellow card, but he proper marched off a decent walk. He looked in a lot of discomfort, but he's okay now. He's going to continue by the looks of things.
He gets a pat on the back from Ali Orr, which I'm sure will make him feel an awful lot better. But again, as you say, good bowling from Chris Wright. Brought it back quite markedly. It's just swung back nicely. Haynes had got in position to cut it away, basically, but found it coming back in towards him. But he's back with us, pleased to say. And we are going to continue the effects of the spray or whatever. Miraculous, it would appear.
Yeah, he's good to go. He's looks in good order.
He does. He's not shaking it anymore or anything, is he?
Important delivery here for Chris Wright. Has to make him play.
Right. In he goes and bowls, and does make Haynes play with a straight-ish delivery on middle and off. Leans forward. Slightly, arguably, tentatively, understandably, but solidly enough. Plays it out to Ben Mike at mid-off.
That was a good area there from Chris Wright. After you're obviously getting a knock on the wrist and stuff like that, the ball has to be in an area to make him play, and it's in that sort of challenging area again.
Right is in and bowls, brings Haynes forward this time with a fuller delivery, but he's equal to it on off stump again, pushes it out into the offside end of Chris Wright's over. His sixth, 2 maidens, none for 13 for the experienced seamer, showing the value of all that experience at the moment, but no breakthrough affected as yet by the Foxes. Sussex 61 without loss.
It's still going to be Ben Mike. Obviously, he's not had the best of starts, but his captain here will be looking for him to try and get a breakthrough. I'd personally maybe look at dropping the square leg back to deep square and maybe try and challenge the batters with a bit of short stuff. You know, he's got a bit of pace and try and get that wicket. You need a breakthrough. Maybe go a bit more aggressive at the batter. He's got the pace to do it.
He's going to go over the wicket to Orr. He's got Eddie Barnes down here in front of us at long leg. Otherwise, a fairly conventional field with the 3 slips. It does have a deep backward point on the boundary, but that's partly because of the short boundary over there as much as anything, I would think. Wide third man stroke backward point as in goes Mike and does bowl the bouncer down the leg side, and it's a no ball again. Wasn't the greatest bouncer. He did seem to lose it. His sort of follow through there a little bit, almost fell into the delivery. And 1 for the over, of course. I think he signalled no ball as well, didn't he?
I think it was. It might have been.
Was it just the 1 for the over?
It might be the 1 for the over. Or was it? No, it's no ball. Yeah,
it was a no
ball. Yeah. I'll definitely, if he's going to look to do this ploy, I'd definitely look at maybe dropping a deep square out, just to try and challenge the batter.
Runs in athletically and bowls outside off stump, 2 wide to play at, or decides and lets it go, rehearses the leave, and he's probably going to get called for running on the pitch here as the umpire steps out and examines carefully.
That was good pace, that delivery there as well. Really wholeheartedly run in, good carry to the keeper, good pace. So I think this is potentially a good ploy to go at the batters a little bit and try and unsettle them.
He's just been picked up in the 100, Ben Mike. He's got a wild card up at the Trent Rockets. In he goes and bowls. Again, quickish delivery, but over-pitched on towards Midland leg and turned away nicely down towards the deep mid-wicket boundary. And on this fast outfield, despite going up the slope, it is going to make it all the way to the deep mid-wicket boundary 4-4. Nice piece of timing by Ali Orr, who moves on to 29. The runs continue to flow from the Cromwell Road end of the ground.
Yeah, another no ball there from Ben Mike as well, unfortunately, just to add salt to the wound. And as we said, it's difficult at this moment in time because the runs are flowing from that far end, and there might have to be a change and maybe just change the pace of the game a little bit, and Parkinson bring himself into the attack and try and see if the ball turns a little bit.
Frustrating for the captain, who's standing at mid-off at the moment. Lancastrian as Mike is in and bowls outside off stump, and quite a flamboyant in a way leave from or on that occasion. Just lifted his back foot as maybe just swung back in a little bit, having passed the bat into the gloves of Harry Swindles. Took it to his right behind the stumps. Barnes doing a few gentle calisthenics in front of us at long leg. One of my memories of watching you play, Rick, was sort of seeing you at various grounds, sort of sitting on back steps of pavilions and things like that.
Yeah, used to.
As Mike bowls, and that one is pushed off his legs to mid-wicket by Orr.
It's the only thing that seemed to relax me a lot of the time. Yeah, it was always good just to
amongst all the runs and wickets, of course. Another party of school children in fluorescent bibs and hats has just arrived, heading down the steps into the new stand. Awful lot of building going on around the ground at the moment. The cricketers the pub is no more for the time being, but Adrian says it's going to reappear as part of the new development, or underneath the new development, or the gates, just by the gates as you come into the ground. Right, one of the slips is coming out now. Rishi Patel is leaving first slip and heading to mid-wicket, and they've done exactly what you advised.
It's always good when you potentially know what you're talking about, but I think that's a good position there, that he's going to have to go aggressive and try and get a full shot from Orr here. And
the deep square has gone in as in goes Mike and bowls a fuller delivery on the legs. It is clipped out to the deep square. Hassan Azad is out there. Good throw from Azad, who's looking more like a sort of professional athlete with each day that passed. Obviously he came quite late to cricket full time, relatively late, having not been picked up by Nottingham. He went to Loughborough Uni and did He's actually got a first-class honours degree in chemical engineering.
Oh, right, okay.
So he's a very bright young man.
Doesn't need cricket then.
Not necessarily,
yeah.
but he's determined to make a go. Obviously had a very good first season. Thought he had made over 1,000 runs when he came in. Not quite as good last season because players started to get to know him, opposition started to get to know him. And we are having another delay. I think Haynes may be going off, so he's decided that it's hurting a little bit too much. So maybe the spray has worn off or the adrenaline or something like that, but he's going to retire hurt. That's surprising, isn't it? On 24. Surprising just because he didn't look to be in any obvious trouble having gone back out.
No, I think, you look at it there, he's obviously still in a little bit of discomfort, but he was playing quite nicely after the injury. And I'm not sure what's happened there, but obviously Ben Mike got a little bit more pace. He's going to be looking to come in and go aggressive, so Haynes probably thought it was best to go off and get his arm looked at and sorted. So it's a great opportunity now for Leicester. Not come through the way they would have wanted to come through with an actual wicket, but they've got a new man at the crease, so it gives them an opportunity to try and create a bit of pressure on the new batter and get some wickets under their belt.
You'll have to tell us a little bit, because we've been out talking to the school children, Ricky, so you have to tell us what's happened there with Tom Haynes.
Yeah, so Chris Wright brought one back. He's hit him on the wrist. He was in a lot of discomfort, moved away and pretty much run down to third man. Looked like he wasn't going to continue, but carried on, played some nice shots after carrying on, and just there, he's not really faced the ball, and he's gone straight off. And in comes Ben Mike now down the hill.
Comes in bowls to Tom Alsop, who plays a lovely shot, first of all, just over pitch slightly, and Tom Alsop drives it beautifully through extra cover for 4 runs. Lovely looking shot for his first delivery, and Sussex to 74 without loss.
Yeah, that's not ideal really, is it, when you want to try and build that pressure on the new batter, and he comes out and hits his first ball beautifully through the covers for 4, putting the pressure back onto Ben Mike. But yeah, it was interesting to see Haynes go off the way he did. Hadn't really faced the ball in a period of time, and then got down the other end to face Ben Mike and just wandered off. So he's obviously in a little bit of discomfort.
Well, it's bad news as far as Sussex are concerned. Let's hope Tom is okay. The Sussex skipper, as in comes Mike, racing in down the hill from the Cromwell Road in bowls to Alsop, who lets that one go through. Is that another no ball?
It is, yeah.
Is there 3 in this over? So this is an over, Ricky, that's cost 2, 4, 5, 9, 11 so far, with 3 no balls.
Yeah, still a ball to go. It's we've obviously alluded to it, just that far end with Mulder and Mike have not really backed up Chris Wright with what he's been doing at this end, and it's been quite a difficult start for Leicester, particularly that far end.
So in comes Mike, 3 slips go down, he's in and bowls to Tom Alsop, and Alsop is forward and plays it down the track. Mike fields off his own bowling, looks a little frustrated. End of the over. Sussex are 76 without loss. Orr is on 30, Alsop is on 4. We'll have a little change in the commentary box. We'll hear from Ricky a little bit later on, but we're going to be joined for the first time today by Arianna Dowse, who's going to join us here at Hove, with Sussex having won the toss and having made a good start here, but Tom Haynes off the field, having been struck by a delivery by Chris Wright. So we'll see how that pans out. Let's hope that Tom is okay. Hello, Arianna.
Hello.
Lovely to see you.
Nice to be on the comms finally.
Yeah. Well, yeah, and you say finally because you were here for the game against New Zealand.
Yeah.
And it rained.
Yes, I got the rained off day, unfortunately.
You did get the rained off day, but fortunately, the contrast couldn't be more pronounced in that game against New Zealand and today, really, because it is the most glorious day. It's going to be Mulder who's going to carry on from the C end of the ground, coming into bowl to Alistair Orr, who looks to flick this one down the leg side, taken by Swindles, diving Swindles down the leg side. And there is no run. So, Ariana, just tell us a little bit about yourself and to our listeners, your involvement with cricket, etc., etc.
So I grew up through the Sussex age group playing cricket, and then I moved my county game to Hampshire, and then I've been involved in the Vipers setup since.
Right. Well, we'll talk about some of those various aspects in a few moments, and not least because there's so many school children here today talking about cricket, as in comes Mulder and bowls, and all plays slightly in the air down to fine leg, but nonetheless he picks up a single with his Alior. He goes to 31 and Sussex to 77 with that loss. So where did your love of cricket come from, and what got you into the game?
I first picked up a bat at school, actually. I went to the same school as Alior and a few of the other Sussex players at Beeds, and I just fell in love with the game from there.
So you know Ali, do you?
We were in the same school year, yeah.
Right, okay. Well, he's going on very nicely here. I made a very good 100 in the previous game against Derbyshire, as well as Mulder is in from the end of the ground. Bowls to Allsop, who's allowed appeal for LBW, but Allsop looks fairly unperturbable, rolls away into the slip cordon. There is no run. So you got involved at Beeds, and then where did it go from there, Ariana?
Then I trialled for Sussex under-11s when I was 10, didn't get in, tried again, and they asked at the trial if anyone was a keeper, and I volunteered, and that's how I got into keeping.
Right, okay. That was the first time you kept wicket?
Yeah.
Really?
Never picked up the gloves before until that point.
Away from us, comes into bowl to Tom Allsop. Bowls, and Allsop is forward, placed to mid-wicket, and there is no run. And what was it about? I mean, had you sort of played netball or things like that previously? I mean, was that something that made you think, actually, I quite fancy keeping wicket?
So I played netball. Tennis was a big one in my family.
Right, okay.
And just lots of other sports, rounders, that kind of thing. And I was naturally good at cricket, so that was one where I got into county quite quickly, and I just fell in love with the game, kind of thing.
Runs away from us, coming into bowl to Tom Allsop, and Allsop is back and across and plays defensively down the onside of the track, and there is no run. And how easy was it to progress through those ranks here at Sussex? And you were playing at school, you were playing club cricket as well. How did that work?
So I started off playing boys cricket when I was younger, getting my experience through that kind of thing, and then as you go up in the age groups, you start playing women's cricket quite early on. I think I was 13 when I played for Hastings Women's. So.
Really?
Yeah.
Mulder comes away from us, in and bowls, and Allsop struck on the pad. There's another. Well, the appeal was more from the slip cordon than from the bowler himself. Good over, though, just the one run coming from it. And Sussex are 77 without loss, or on 31. Allsop is on form. We have to say Tom Haynes has retired hurt, so we'll just have to... Did you see the incident with Tom Haynes? We were out talking to the school children down here, so I don't... Did you see it?
No, I was grabbing a coffee.
Oh, wait.
So I missed it as well, but came back in time to see him jogging away in pain.
Well, let's hope that Tom is going to be okay. So you spoke about Sussex, then you were saying you moved to Hampshire, so how and why did that come about?
At Sussex, at that point, we had Sarah Taylor keeping, Abby Freeborn, Carla Rudd, and then another keeper, and then myself.
Right.
And down at Hampshire, there was only one keeper, Naomi, so I moved across and was straight away the main keeper, which was a little bit from Bobby Park's recruitment from me.
Right, yeah, fantastic. Yeah.
He was a coach down there and also involved in the Vipers Academy setup when I joined, and he was very keen to get me across as a very good keeping coach for me. So that was the main decision.
It's going to be Ed Barnes who's coming into the attack for the first time this morning for Leicestershire from the Cromwell Road end of the ground. He's bowling around the wicket to the left-handed Alior. He's in just the two slips in place. In comes Barnes and bowls, and forward comes Orr and plays down the offside of the track. And there is no run. We've got all this glorious weather. How much cricket have you been playing this summer?
Lots.
Right.
There's lots coming up this month as well.
For the Vipers, or?
Vipers Academy and Vipers Second 11. There's obviously lots of fixtures for the Vipers main squad, but I'll be playing with those teams mainly.
And where do you play those matches?
A bit of everywhere, really.
Right.
We were up in Loughborough on Wednesday, and then next weekend we're in Oxford, so...
In comes Barnes again, bowls and all up on his toes and plays that straight down the offside of the track. Barnes fills off his bowling, and there is no run. So it's quite a lot of travelling then
Yes.
Aaron, it's not just local, and is that so? There's second 11 fixtures, but is that a league? How does that work?
They're friendly matches organised between the regions, kind of thing. So I think the Vipers played the South East Stars just Sunday gone,
Right.
up in Chelmsford, I believe. So.
In comes Barnes, running around the wicket in the bowls, and looks to pull that down to fight. Doesn't get all of that, but he's going to get a couple of runs down to Azad, who has to run round from fine leg to field. 2 more to Ali Orr, who goes to 33. Was Ali good at cricket at school?
Yes.
Was he the best in the school?
I wouldn't say the best, but he was also a keeper back then. So
Was he? Right, okay. And I'm told he was quite a good runner as well, is that right? Right, okay. How strange to be commentating on an old school friend of yours.
It's an interesting experience.
He's twiddling. Well, his dad is often a regular listener to our commentaries. So you better not say anything about his dad. 2 slips. Deep backward point. Cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket. There's always a leg side gully here as in comes Barnes and bowls, and all looks to play that one and finds the gap on the leg side, fielded by Ben Mike, who trudges back from mid-wicket. But Ali Orr picks up a single. He goes to 34 and Sussex to 80 without loss. I mean, the Vipers are such a good side, Ariane. You're in the right place, but is there a frustration in trying to break through into that first 11?
Definitely. I mean, it's a very competitive squad that's selected. Even in the finals of the Charlotte Edwards Cup, one of the centrally contracted players didn't even get selected to play. They were in the in the team squad, but didn't actually get into the playing 11. So it was that competitive, unfortunately.
In comes Barnes around the wicket, bowls, and Allsop's beat. There's a good delivery by Ed Barnes, and Allsop just beaten outside of the off stump, taken by keeper Swindles, and there is no run. But in a strange sort of way, is that a good incentive for you, the fact that there are that many players around? I guess, or is it tinged with a difficult equation to balance?
Yeah, it's difficult to balance, but it's definitely a competitive environment that we've been put in.
Right, okay. Barnes wheels round at the far end. Is coming in around the wicket to bowl to Tom Allsop, who's on 4. He bowls, and Allsop just turns that to mid-wicket, and there is no run. It is the end of the over. Sussex up 80 without loss, or on 34. Allsop is on 4. You're listening to live cricket here on BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Radio Leicester. A variety of commentators for you today. Myself, Adrian Harms, alongside Ariana Dowson. What have you made of this wicket so far, Ariana, and the way Sussex are playing?
Yeah, Sussex are looking very positive. They've been finding the runs rather easily. There's only been a few chances missing the bat, but nothing really threatening to the Sussex batsmen this morning, I'd say.
I think that's a very fair assessment. How many times have you played here?
I've only played here a couple of times.
Right, okay. What was it like?
It was a very cool experience.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Playing for who? And
one was for Vipers, and I think one was against Sussex.
right, okay. It's going to be the Emerald who's going to carry on from this, the C end of the ground. He's bowling with 2 slips. They've still got that leg gully in place. Do you think that some of they sort of identified for Ali, or maybe that little shot off of the hip?
I think it was after you said it went slightly aerial when he flicked it down to fine leg. Maybe they thought they might get a chance there.
Yeah, so 2 slips, 3 men saving, 1 on the offside as Holder is in, bowls to Orr, who's up on his toes and plays it to backward foot. Tom Allsop was slightly caught on his heels then, but nonetheless Ali Orr goes through for a single. He goes to 35 and Sussex to 81 without loss. Holder in his 5th over, figures of 0 for 25. Do you ever get to work with Sarah Taylor at all, or have you?
I did actually get to work with her when I played for Sussex Women. She was playing and I was playing, so it was actually quite the experience.
Holder comes away from us, comes in and bowls, and also edges that to first slip. It bounced in front of first slip, so it wasn't a chance, but again, Tom Allsop had been beaten outside the off stump previously, and there is no run.
The slip fielder just taking a moment to get up there.
Yeah. The ball, I wonder if he got it. In comes Mulder again bowls, and also up on his toes and plays into the offside, and there is no run. It's terrific having all these school children here today, Ariana, and I was just talking to Gary Wallace-Taylor, who's the head of, who's very much involved in getting school children down and development of cricket around schools in Sussex. And he was saying the players actually really enjoy playing in front of the crowd, which I thought was quite interesting, and it just creates a nice buzz around Hove today as Mulder turns and is running in bowls to also down the leg side. Good take by Swindles, low to his right hand side, and there is no run. So just tell us, you're a wicket keeper, tell us how good a take was that from Harry Swindles, and you know, in terms of when the bowler's coming in, you know, when do you stand up, when do you, when are you looking to move?
I think it is down to the keeper, but it's usually as the bowler comes into their delivery strides and the batsman, you know, when the batter gets ready, that's when the keeper also gets ready.
And is the art to stay down as long as possible?
Usually, but it depends.
In comes Mulder, bowls, and Allsop flicks this one away beautifully. That's a lovely shot by Tom Allsop, just erring down the leg side and clipped away by Tom Allsop through backward square leg for 4 runs. Beautifully timed, almost effortless by Tom Allsop, who goes to 8. And Sussex to 85 without loss. Yeah, so you would stay down, and you what are you watching? The trajectory of the ball, or what are you?
Yeah, you're tracking the ball. You don't really need to look at the batsman when you're keeping. You just track the ball, follow it from the hand.
And comes Mulder again, bowls, also let that one go outside the off stump, taken by Harry Swindles, and there is no run. End of the over, 85 without loss, or on 35, Allsop on 8. So I'm going to leave you, Ariana, for a few moments, and Richard Ray is going to join us for commentary. You can chatter away and describe the field placings or whatever you want to do until Richard's in.
Sure thing. Yeah, the batsmen are looking very comfortable. The runs have been coming quite easily to them this morning, with Alior on 35. Allsop just recently coming in after the injury and retirement. But with Allsop on 8 quite comfortably, I'd say.
Afternoon again, everybody. Afternoon, Ariadne. Perfect start for Sussex, basically. 85 without loss at the best part of 6.5, 7 runs and over. In comes Barnes, bowls very straight, and instinctively his right arm starts to go into the air as Hall defends on the back foot, back down the pitch on the on side. Barnes has come to Leicester via, obviously a Yorkshireman, but via Derbyshire essentially, but his job now is just to try and get some sort of control back on the scoreboard, because at the moment the Fox is in a lot of bother. Louis Kimber has gone in at the sort of leg gully position as Barnes is in, bowls on middle and off, and again back foot defensive. Solid press from Ali Orr, who remains on 35. You have played on this ground a couple of times.
Yeah, a couple of
Good
times.
pitches.
Lovely.
Yeah. Good to keep on, I guess, as well as to bat on then, from your point of view, or is it reliable bounce?
Very reliable here at Hove.
I'm told by the keepers that Grace Road isn't. It's a sort of up and down sort of ground at Leicester. In goes Barnes and bowls again. Solid defensive shot on the back foot on the off stump this time from Orr out into the offside. Bruised wrists, I think, and arms and forearms, and I'm told at Grace Road as a consequence, because the sort of you're never quite sure what the bounce is necessarily going to be. But here, good. Yeah?
Yeah,
Rare
consistent, which is good for a keeper. No surprises from the from the pitch itself.
Barnes, bowling straight, is in round the wicket. Bowls, again it is straight, slightly short of a length this time. Turns his wrists on that one on middle stump out towards Ben Mike at mid-wicket. Kimber claps at leg gully. Dot balls are good for Leicestershire at the moment. Mulder gone for 29 from his 5. Bowled 2 now from this C end of the ground. Couldn't cope with the slope at all early on. terms of line and length, or consistency thereof. Barnes looking a little bit more in rhythm as he comes in and bowls, tucks up, or to a certain extent that one may just have come back into him towards middle and leg. He's in control as he goes back and turns it out towards mid-on. Picked up by Chris Wright with a blue towel hanging out of the back of his trousers. He bowled well early on, 6 overs for 24.
Yeah. Sure, the blue towel we used to wipe some sunscreen off the hands.
Quietly onto the ball. They've been looking for any sort of advantage, Leicestershire, at the moment. They know it's looking as though it's going to be a long, hard day, but a couple of quick wickets would change things. In goes Barnes and is pulled almost off the front foot by or out to the square leg boundary. Mike puts in the dive, but the ball just beats him over the ropes. Was that an indication of the time the batter has? Because he looked like he was sort of going to go on the front foot there and realised it was short enough to pull, but almost pulled him off the front foot.
Yeah, I think just the reactions from Leor there was just quick enough to snap onto that short delivery and pull it for 4.
Yeah, just watching the replay of that. Pulled it from just outside off stump. It was the length, obviously, that appealed, but again, another ball crosses the boundary, and Barnes, having bowled a very good over up to that point, 5 dot balls, and concedes a 4 from the last delivery, and Sussex maintain their scoring rate, 89 without loss now off 16. How's your maths?
Not very good.
No, I was going to say I can't work that one out very quickly. And goes Mulder, turned off the hip, this time by Tom Alsop, down to long leg, takes the 1. Leg bite, so it was thigh pad rather than bat. I thought it didn't travel all the way. Callum Parkinson, the skipper, is now beginning to do a few sort of desultory stretches, left arm orthodox spin. Do you prefer keeping to spin or seam?
I prefer keeping to seam, to be honest, yeah.
Mulder is in, bowled, smashed high in the air over towards mid-wicket, and is it going to go all the way? It is going to go all the way, and some. It was sort of pursued by Hassan Azad, but it wasn't entirely convincing, his pursuit. But again, was it a little bit top-edgy? Because it seemed to be in the air an awful long time. I'll have a look at the replay there. Just a pick-up, basically, off the front foot, wasn't it? And
yeah.
Azad thought he was in the game for quite a long time, but although he ran
quite a
in
short
pursuit,
boundary that side, unfortunately.
Yeah. A deep mid-wicket, sort of 70 yards back, might have been in the game, but have they lost the ball? Oh, it's again a long delay.
I think with all the school children around there having difficulty trying to find it.
Or getting it back. It's gone into somebody's pocket, perhaps. So the umpires are heading for the spare balls being brought on by a lady. I don't know who's in charge of the Sussex spare balls.
That's Brenda.
Brenda, I beg her pardon.
Yeah.
Brenda.
She always brings out the spare balls.
Well, did that actually clear the... It must have bounced off the concrete, because there's a brick wall on the road behind the pavilion, isn't there? Quite a high brick wall, which would be quite hard to get over. So it may have bounced on the road and then over the brick wall into the gardens behind that side of the ground. But either way, 6 runs to Ali Orr, who moves on to 45 off just 54 deliveries, 96 without loss. Sussex, the run rate's going to be horrific. We're going to be here till about 7:30, 8 o'clock at this rate if Leicestershire maintain this. We're going to get all the overs. It is coming up to 12:30. We've had only 16.2 overs. Now, have we got a replacement ball, or is it the old one? I think it's the replacement ball, and probably Leicestershire won't be too unhappy about that, because He didn't manage to get much joy from the original, although Chris Wright managed to get it to swing a little bit. Kian Mulder is in with the replacement ball, bowls on off stump. It's yet another no ball, which won't improve the over 8 at all. How many no balls have been bowled today? I will check the scorecard, but this is not great from the Foxes.
There have been quite a few, but this is, I think, the first one from this end that's been given as a no ball. Sussex seem quite comfortable still, though, facing all of them.
Is in, bowls outside off stump, Foolish driven, square driven off the front foot and nicely driven out to the backward point boundary for 4 more. The 100 is up for Sussex, and this is becoming, from Leicestershire's point of view, extremely concerning. There's an element almost of farce to what has been going on in recent overs. Loose bowling from all sides, from both sides of the ground. The Sussex batters tucking in, or in particular, has moved on to 49 off 56 balls.
There's been no nervous 40s here for Ali, or he's just been playing his shots quite nicely and getting the runs for it.
So that was a bit of a wide half volley from Kian Mulder. 9 no balls bowled so far today by Leicestershire, and Mulder is in or is leaving outside off stump. A momentary piece of normality in County Championship cricket. So 18 runs worth of no balls. That's the time that's added on as well. Leicestershire not doing themselves any favours with the the South Africa international turns, runs away from us and bowls or smashes him over mid-wicket for another huge 6 and raises his bat to the pavilion, because that is some spectacular way to go to your half-century.
That 6 managed to clear the whole pavilion over there.
He did.
Smashing
so we're
away.
going to have another replacement delivery, and Sussex still would appear to be in T20 mode. Leicestershire, who were in good T20 mode in that they won their last 5 games in the competition, struggling to get any sort of control now. On comes Brenda again with the replacement set of balls. And this is chaos from Leicestershire's point of view.
They're not going off to the best start, Leicestershire. And with the heat, it would be hard to get back on top, I feel.
Chris Wright wanders over to see which new replacement ball is being chosen, but there's a few hands on hips out there, and the captain, Callum Parkinson, his arms behind his back at the moment, cannot be very impressed with what is going on. Do you think it's just because he's taking advantage of the short boundary, playing shots that he wouldn't normally play, or just in form? And
Possibly a bit of a mixture. Short boundary is always a positive for a batsman in form, and Ali Orr has been in form with his 100 recently. And it might be a little bit of T20 still in the system, playing that kind of shot quite cleanly as well.
Beautiful pickups, really. And he's moved on to 55 or 58 deliveries, 2 maximums in the over as well. Parkinson saying something that looked not fairly cutting, but he certainly wasn't smiling as he spoke to Mulder there, who bowls a bouncer. Perhaps that was the instruction. Bounce him and or ducks underneath that one. Mulder wanders down and is chuntering away to Orr there. There's something is being said. He's not very impressed about something, or is ignoring him, wandering down to talk to Allsop at the other end. A very loud aeroplane buzzes overhead. That looks not exactly disgruntled, certainly very far from being gruntled, as P.G. Woodhouse once said. It was a helicopter that is heading north over the downs somewhere.
Very loud through the mics, isn't it?
Round the wicket comes Barnes, who's bowled reasonably well up to this point. Bowls very straight, driven firmly down into the ground. Put a bit of weight into the defensive push there, Allsop, but it was a defensive push, and as a consequence, mid-off was able to get across and make the stop. Coming up to half-past, so I'll be going across to do an update for BBC Radio Leicester shortly. I'll just do this delivery, and then if you could pick up Ariana, we will change seats at this side. In goes Barnes and bowls. Tucked off his legs this time by Allsop. He's got it in front of Mike at mid-wicket and wide of Chris Wright at mid-on. Wright has to run across to his left to cover, and the single is taken, 109 without loss.
Slight change in the field here as Elior is back on strike with the more attacking batsman in.
So, sun shining here, Johnny Cantor alongside Ariana Dowse here at the County Ground in Hove. As commentary continues on the BBC Sport website as Barnes comes in to Orr. He's been playing very nicely, but that's a little bit uppish on the leg side. Just one square leg and they'll run through for a single. So Orr on 56, Allsop on 9, 110 without loss. But they have had a man go to the boundary, and that was Tom Haynes, the captain, who was struck on the wrist. Neither of us saw it, Ariana, did we? But we're reliably informed by Richard, who was on commentary at the time, that it looked very painful. He tried to continue, but unfortunately has retired to the pavilion. He was on 24, so frustration for him. We'll try and keep you updated on how he is and that injury as well to the captain. As Barnes comes in again, and that's pushed forward. Nice looking drive on the onside, up towards the Cromwell Road end, and it may have the pace to get there. It's quickening, and it is. 4 runs there to Allsop. 114 without loss. Of course, with this heat, Ariana, it's going to only get quicker over these 4 days, isn't it?
Definitely as the grass dries up a little bit in the very heat and the sun that shines down.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I mean, the track looks relative, not green, but I'm not sure whether it's a used pitch that they're on today. It's slightly to the left of centre, so anybody who's been here to the County Ground, we're in the C end, Cromwell Road end at the far end, but it's to the left where it's the shortish boundary, which some of the Sussex batsmen have used to their advantage so far. As Barnes comes in around the wicket, forward defensive. That's on the offside there from Allsop, who signed a 2-year contract and of course was on loan from Hampshire. So another person, Ariane, who's made that switch along the south coast and made that journey a few times, like your good self, alongside me, Ariana Dowse, the Vipers wicket-keeper batter. And Richard Ray will be joining us a little bit later. We've got Ricky Clark, who we were hearing from earlier too, as Barnes turns, coming around the wicket to the left-hander. That's just dabbed down on the onside. There'll be no run there. Yeah, we'll have an update for BBC Sussex and BBC Surrey in a short while. Keeping you posted, but as I say, every single ball of every single game in the County Championship available on the BBC Sport website. And of course, we're on the live stream as well today, which is, I guess, like another added bonus for everybody. And that little chuntering you can hear in the outfield is 700, 800 school kids who are here today from across Sussex watching, and they'll need the sunscreen as Barnes comes in again around the wicket, and that's down on the leg side, turned around the corner, down to fine leg, and it'll be a single. End of the over then, 117 without loss. One man has returned to the pavilion, but certainly you'd say a certainly good foundation area for Sussex so far.
Definitely, they'll be very happy and pleased with the start they've had on day one at Hove.
Yeah, I think, I guess it's not all about the toss, but it's very important, and it was a good toss to win, wasn't it?
Sometimes the decision at the toss does affect the result of the game, I'd say.
Yeah,
situation.
Could be some. I think Pujara will be quite fancying his chances to get out in the middle. He'll be certainly used to these kind of conditions in such good form. Returning, 3 changes made by Sussex. Pujara 1. No Rizwan. He's completed his time here at Hove. So, yeah, he'll Well, he may return next year, we shall see. He's been a relative success, playing a lot of T20. They do have lots of wicket keepers at Sussex in various different shapes and forms. But it'll be Wright to come in around the wicket, and that's smacked onto the offside in front of the man at point, and that'll race away for 4 runs. Allsop starting to get a bit between his teeth now. He goes to 18 of 22 deliveries, Sussex 121 for no wicket. Nice shot.
Beautiful back foot punch through the covers. Just racing away on this outfielder here at Hove today.
Yeah, I mean, if you get it off the square, it's looking good, isn't it?
Very.
So they kept him with a 3 slips, and a point, cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and then down at fine leg as well. Right, this is 7th over, comes in, bowls, and that's full defensive. Solid play there from the left-hander also. Yeah, made this, signed a 2-year contract. He's been in good form. It's interesting you were saying about Alior in like that T20 form. We're seeing sort of less and less of multi-format players now. But he's shown that, you know, he doesn't want to be considered as just a red ball sort of specialist, as it were. So maybe that was in his mind as he's hit a few big ones already today. He's on 56. Also on strike is on 18, and that's another forward defensive out to point. How would you class yourself as a swashbuckling batter or a solid defender? How would you describe yourself, Ariana?
I'd definitely say my batting style is suited for the longer format, 50 overs in the women's game. I can play my part in a T20 though, so there we go.
Continues to stay quite warm. It's a little bit varied in terms of there will be some further cloud throughout the week, whereas generally clear throughout this afternoon. So we've got top temperatures reaching 26 to 29 Celsius, that's 79 to 84 Fahrenheit, staying very hot, plenty of sunshine, very little cloud throughout the day. Tonight dry with largely clear skies, the odd... Coming to you in a moment, Johnny.
Thank you.
Beginning of the night, very warm as well.
2 deliveries left of his 7th over.
Celsius, 55 to 61 Fahrenheit. Tomorrow's going to be dry and cloudy, few sunny spells in places. Cloud thickening with little or no sunshine. Another hot day, maximum temperatures 25 to 28 Celsius, 77 to 82 Fahrenheit. Wednesday dry, mixture of sunny spells and thin patchy cloud lingering in places. Thursday dry and fine mix of sunshine and very good cloud. And Friday dry and fine, plenty of sunshine also is on
through to the
the way.
wicket keeper.
Right, let's bring you up to date with the latest on that cricket. So we've got Johnny Cantor has the latest for us.
Yes, Sarah, it's a promising start and a good foundation for Sussex. They're 121 without loss here in the first session on day 1 of this Division 2 County Championship game. But the 2 openers are not in. Tom Haynes, the captain, has had to retire. He took a blow on his wrist and it looked very, very painful indeed. So he has retired to the pavilion on 24. Allsop has come in. He's 18 not out or unbeaten on 56. He's hit a couple of huge blows already in the sunshine here at Hove. Good start for Surrey as well at Scarborough. They're bowling first. Yorkshire 76 for 3. But here at Hove, Sussex 121 without loss. Yeah, we mentioned the school children who are in. There are lots of yellow caps there, and you certainly need your sunscreen out there. We went briefly to speak to some of them earlier. Don't forget the cricket show coming up, available on BBC Sounds tomorrow night, 9 o'clock. Lots of features coming up. We're going to be talking about entry level, and we're actually going to be speaking to somebody from Bede School, of course, which has produced so many players, Alior included, I'm thinking. That's right, isn't it? And of course, you're an alumni from there as well. So some good features there on local cricket as well. Forward defensive there from Barnes, the Cromwell Road end. And yeah, and of course it was nice to see today. I know there's lots of campaigns, but the chance to shine, all these different things. We've seen Izzy Wong come in, and of course England are playing later on, actually, aren't they? So you know, she's been, you know, somebody who's come through that system. So it's good to see those other avenues for young players to come in, Ariana.
Yeah, there's definitely lots of routes that young kids and especially young girls can start getting involved in cricket and see the pathway that they can go up to.
Yeah, we spoke to one girl who literally never even really thought about it, but now it's her favourite sport. Turn that round the corner there nicely, or get oh, they thought about it a second and then they're sent back. Good bit of fielding there, working hard there in the field Leicestershire. You've got to try and keep a little bit. For Leicestershire, they really want to sort of try and build some pressure, I guess, in this kind of game where it's hot, there's not much in the wicket. That's the way that you maybe, something like that, a little run out, a little bit of an indecision, that's sort of the thing that the fielding side might need to do.
Definitely. The fielding side will have to work hard on this heat and keep a buzz about.
Absolutely. Ariana Dowse, Vipers wicket-keeper batter, with me, Johnny Cantor, here on BBC Sussex, BBC Surrey, and on BBC Leicestershire as well, which will now be joining us in a short while. We've got Ricky Clark, who I think has been out for a bit of a wander. He knows this ground pretty well. I'm sure he's had a few match-ups with Sussex over the years, and he'll be with us across the next few days as well. But, what do you think's going through the captain's mind in terms of Leicestershire here and how they're trying to work themselves some kind of opening, do you think, Ariana?
I think they'll be trying to find an area of the batsman that will be a weakness and try and capitalise on that, take their chances when there's one given.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it's more about somebody offering something up, isn't it?
Yeah.
So 2 slips in there for Orr, who's on strike, around the wicket. Nice forward defensive, good delivery that. Coming in at an angle there from Barnes. It's his 4th over. He's got 18 runs so far. The 2 scoreboards here at Hove, one in the Spen Karma Pavilion to our left-hand side, and the other way on our right. One on the left, narrowly been missed a couple of times with a couple of big sixes today, hasn't it?
Definitely.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, we'll get Ricky in a short while to join us as well. Rotation system here on commentary today. Another looking shot that goes on the nice looking shot there goes on the onside field there at short mid-on. Rubbing going on there with the ball. I don't know whether we see a change of ball there, because it looked like we did see, because Brenda was out, wasn't she, with the balls earlier, so I'm not quite sure whether we there was a lot of debate, and of course there's not much distance. If you go over the top of the pavilion, there's a sort of small walkway, you can get sort of about the width of 2 cars really before you end up in the residential area to our left hand side here at Hove, as Barnes comes in again around the wicket. Another more defensive there. Solid over, 123 without loss, so all on 57, Allsop on 19. Final word from you, Ariana, before we bring Ricky in. No way through at the moment for Leicestershire.
Yeah, Sussex are very comfortable with Ali on to 57, just raking in the runs at this point.
They certainly are. Okay, well, Ariana will take a short break, and of course we'll lead you all the way up to lunchtime. And can't really see too much happening before the break, but maybe Leicestershire will be quite glad for that break coming up at lunchtime. So, change in the bowling, it's going to be Wright, 7 overs, 2 maidens, 1 wicket for 17. Welcome to Ricky, to the second session of the day. Ricky, have you had a chance to wander around and take in the conditions?
I had a little sit up top.
Yeah.
It was quite nice, quite warm, and some amazing shots from Orr, really, just gone T20 mode on a couple of them. It was unbelievable.
It was
really
interesting. We were talking about that with Ariana, and because he is in good nick, and sometimes I guess as a player, and you're multi-format, we were talking about multi-format players, sometimes you've got to take that into the way you're playing, because sometimes it's very difficult to then suddenly go back to sort of more stodgy play.
Yeah, well, the 2 shots he played were fantastic, like literally dropping down on one knee with one of them and just launching it into the leg side, and incredible really.
Not always what you see in the first session of a 4-day game, but there's a forward defensive from Allsop, who's at the other end, who's looked decent. You see much of Tom Allsop? He signed a 2-year deal recently with the county after being on loan here from Hampshire.
Yeah, played against him a few times when he was at Hampshire. Very organised, good player. I think this will be a very good move for him. Just give him that opportunity just to get more game time. I think sometimes at Hampshire he was a little bit in and out, where this will give him a good opportunity to be that sort of role model and senior player really.
Yeah, he's got a very low crouch stance as he faces up to that and lets it go through. Yeah, he moves a lot in the crease, doesn't he? And a bit of a fidgeter, but I think protects his wicket pretty well. And he can, again, another player that can play in different competitions as well.
Yeah, I think that's a bit, if you can get those sort of cricketers where I think cricketers nowadays are pretty adaptable, but if you get those cricketers that come into your team that can play all formats, that really does help. Callum Parkinson warming up here as well.
Yeah, absolutely. So this one's onto the onside there, just off the legs from Allsop. Yeah, I mean, and I sort of hear, I mean, you well know, Sussex are really blooding a lot of youngsters. Some people are saying too many, but it's starting to maybe pay dividends now, because Haynes has obviously had a stand-up season last season. You've got Orr, you've got Carter, you've got Ibrahim. Someone like it's attractive, I suppose, to a young player to come to a county like this, because you will be given opportunities.
100%. I think there has to be that balance, and I think they're getting that quite well, with Allsop being slightly older as well, and Pujara.
Yes, Pujara, vastly experienced. Another forward defensive, good delivery there from Wright. No run off this over so far. Just one delivery remaining. I mean, you must have played with some wonderful overseas players. I mean, Pujara's been brilliant. Obviously, he's gone away now. He's come back again, and Rizwan's been here as well. So you just learn so much with players that have played all around the globe.
I think for all cricketers, you don't have to be a youngster to learn from the likes of those sort of players. You know, that sort of experience is brilliant for all cricketers.
It certainly is. Final ball of the over, and that's turned on the onside. Shame there for Wright, because there'll be a single. It won't be a maiden. He's been very tidy for his 8 overs, just the 18 runs coming off at Sussex, 124 without loss. Do you reckon 15 minutes towards lunch, they just want to ease their way forward? Do you think Sussex towards the break at lunchtime?
Yeah, I think that they've won the toss, and it's an ideal start really. If they can get to lunch unscathed, it really is a perfect start to what is a very good toss to win.
Did you see the injury to Haynes?
I did, yes. It just swung back a little bit. Obviously hit him on the wrist, and he looked in a lot of discomfort, but then sort of gathered himself with the physio, got himself composed, and played a couple of lovely shots defensively straight after being hit, and actually looked okay. And then it was just a very sort of weird moment where he come through for a single, and next thing you know, he was walking off. So obviously the painkillers didn't really kick in enough or work, and hopefully it's not too serious for him and Sussex.
We're going to see our first sight of spin today as Parkinson comes in, left arm over the wicket, and it's nudged into the side, the onside, and it'll be a single. So probably worth it. You can, just before lunch, maybe trying to eke out a mistake from some of the batsmen here when you haven't taken a wicket so far in the day. Yeah,
I think I've alluded to previously that Chris Wright's the only one that's really sort of bashed an area. Economy rate says that he's bowling tidily and creating a little bit of pressure, and he's just not really been helped out by his other bowlers, unfortunately. It'd be interesting to see if there's any spin though. Yeah. Give us some sort of indication back on the leg side, behind square there from Orr. Especially bearing in mind the conditions, you probably you want a bit of spin to sort of get through the overs in these kind of conditions. Parkinson, I mean, what do you make of him as a bowler? Really good. Played against him a couple of times. Very smart, very canny. Comes in now over the wicket and rocking back on the offside, forced out there by Orr. Fielded at just inside the boundary, tossed into the wicket keeper. Yeah. I think this is the opportunity here where just try and get to lunch and sort of create that pressure with the ball and come back on after lunch. Yeah, so former all-rounder Ricky Clark with us on commentary on the BBC Sport website, BBC Sussex, BBC Surrey and BBC Leicestershire as well here. So another single to the total, 127 without loss. Yeah, the only blow, that injury to Tom Haynes. They were making hay on that, especially on that short boundary towards the Spend Karma Pavilion. Because actually, way to our right as we look towards towards Brighton rather, it's quite a lengthy boundary. It's probably 20 yards in from the advertising hoardings. Not too many in the hospitality so far on day one. That's a fuller delivery and a respectful forward defensive from Ali Orr. I'm sure a few extras will come down maybe later on in the day. And that England's women in action against South Africa a little bit later on. We'll keep you updated on that one, of course. Plenty of coverage on the BBC Sport website. Another one that just held up a little bit there. Acting slightly on the top of the bat on the gloves, end of the over, and maybe a little bit of encouragement there for Parkinson with that final delivery, Ricky. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, my personal opinion, I think he's left it a little bit late to bring himself on, but he'll be quite pleased with that over. That last ball getting a little bit of bounce just trying to create a bit of pressure on the batters. And we've already seen Orr as well, just trying to be a little bit more positive. So hopefully they can exploit a bit of a mistake here from him and get that wicket hopefully before lunch. From their point of view, from Sussex point of view, just trying to do pretty much most of the same and get to lunch and can continue unscathed after lunch. So interesting sort of 10 minutes coming up now.
Yeah, certainly is. So you get pinch points in various games. Sussex on the back of a victory against Derbyshire as Wright comes in again, and that's smacked on the onside in front of the square. Got into position very early indeed on that one. Tom Alsop races away, 4 runs to him. Alsop goes to 26, 131 without loss. Good movement with the feet there as well from Alsop.
Really good shot onto it very quickly. Again, another sign that this is a fantastic pitch. The margin for error for bowlers is quite small, so I think this has sort of ripped up the game plan a little bit with Chris Wright coming back just before lunch, quite early on as well, just before lunch, because no doubt they'll be looking for him to start after lunch as well. So it looks like he might have a few overs under his belt today.
He's coming in again around the wicket. That's on again on the onside. No run on this occasion. It goes to man in front of square. There was a nice punchy little shots there from Alsop. In this position, well, saw it early, and these are perfect batting conditions, aren't they? You should be able to see the ball pretty early indeed. Not much in the track. Get yourself into position. Build that confidence, really, isn't it? Building an innings, as you say. Right, looking to find some kind of response. Comes in around the wicket that's left this time by Alsop. Goes through to the keeper. No run. I'm sure there'll be welcome a few extra spectators here today. There's plenty of white hats dotted around the Cromwell Road End, just by the indoor school and the nets. Plenty of gaps and plenty of things. I think the ice cream sellers of Sussex will be quite pleased over the next couple of days. I'm going to send this one out to everyone out there. So we had a vote this morning on what was the most popular flavour of ice cream. Okay, as Wright comes in again, crouching down, and Alsop leaves that, so 133 without loss. Now, I reckon we might have to offer this to our listeners as what they think might have been the most popular flavoured ice cream. What would you go for on an afternoon like this then, Ricky? What would be your flavour of choice?
Yeah, if you're not having a Mr. Whippy 99, that's how it's it.
Well, it could be vanilla. We'll go vanilla.
Vanilla. We'll go vanilla.
You can have vanilla, okay.
There'll be something seriously wrong. Perfect day for it.
It certainly is. I was quite surprised when I heard the results, actually, as Wright comes in again. This time it's over the wicket. Nice delivery and a forward defensive just pushed down onto the offside. Yeah, because sometimes you want to like refreshing over. If you go down onto the seafront, it's not far from here, so you can saunter down. But I shall reveal the answers just before lunch, perhaps, and might get people in the mood as we take a break. We might even partake in one once we've had a spot of lunch, perhaps, as well. As Wright comes in again, 3 dot balls in a row, and there's the 4th. It's left out. So there are quite a few no balls today, actually. I had 2 no balls in there, so I just spotted that. Right, final delivery coming up in his 9th over.
Just overstriding, I think, when he came around the wicket, so he decided to come over the wicket now and sort of push the ball across Alsop a little bit. He's still got 2 slips, so he's looking to try and find that edge, but he's got the cover in the covers to protect the single.
In again, that's left, no run. Decent response there, and good analysis there from Ricky Clark, just showing that. And I think he's probably thinking as well, he's pulled a couple to the onside. If I might just pull him into a little bit of a mistake if he doesn't quite time it right, if I go over the wicket.
Yeah, I think if from Chris's point of view, he's probably looking at saying, I'm coming around the wicket, it's got a short boundary to the leg side, it makes his margin for error a lot smaller, and just sometimes pushing the ball across a left-hander is a lot easier just to control than it is coming tighter in. Obviously he was a little bit short with the first ball over that got pulled for 4, but he just probably feels that he can control his line a little bit better and dot him up a lot more from coming over the wicket.
2 left-handers at the crease, of course, at the moment with Orr and Alsop. will be Orr to face Parkinson, who comes over the wicket. And,
That's well bowled.
Lovely little floated ball in there. Out on the offside, no run. I think they haven't quite got the measure of Parkinson just yet, these two, have they?
I think that's perfect from Parkinson. That's all he needs to do. He just has to drop the ball in that area and create the pressure.
A little bit of doubt maybe in the batsman's mind. Another slightly quicker delivery again. Dot ball. Applause from the slips. He's getting a nice little bit of sort of floating, and then maybe we have seen one that seems to just grab a little bit on the pitch. So you may be just thinking that that's maybe there for him. But this one's down the onside. It's turned behind square. A stifled shout there from Parkinson. No run. Just behind square there, or seen him out of the corner of his eye.
Important little passage here for Rory. He's looking, he's had a couple of dots and he's only 5 minutes away from lunch, so.
Could be a nervy time for a batsman. That's full of delivery and it's a nice looking shot. He'll get a singles. It goes through to Malone. Yeah, that was a bit more fluent. It's funny things that jittery as players get towards 50s and 100s, or at the end of sessions, you're just one eye on the clock, isn't it? Do you try and just take that out of your mind, perhaps? As Parkinson comes in again, just skipping down the wicket a little bit there also, there's no run.
I think you need to, yeah, but I think there comes a situation where you go, look, I've got 5 minutes before lunch, nothing silly, and you have to have that in the back of your mind. Someone a few years ago, not too far away from you, got stumped the last over of the morning session.
Oh, okay. Who was that against? End of the over.
That was actually against Warwickshire for Surrey, yeah.
Okay.
But Adam Hollyoak said, unlucky, could have got it next time. I was like, yeah, fair enough. As everyone walked off behind me.
Chuntering away.
Yeah.
Well, you got it from the skipper, so that's all right. He said it's okay, that's okay. 134 without loss here on BBC Sport. Or 59, Allsop 26. Well, it's certainly been a great first session so far. And we're going to see a little bit more spin now, actually. So spin at both ends to complete the morning session. We'll probably get a couple of overs in before we take lunch, but
Colin Ackerman, is it coming up?
I think so. Pretty sure. So they haven't actually given us any scorecards today, so they usually take a fair while to appear up here. But it is Ackerman who's going to bowl right arm around the wicket to Orr. Just floating that one in, forward defence, nice looking stroke. The defensive play has been as textbook as the bigger hits today. It's Ackerman with his sunglasses on, and then it's maybe a Graham Swan style. It's just a little bit shorter, turned on the onside. They'll get a single this time. I find it funny because so many times players have sunglasses but don't seem to actually wear them when they're fielding. I wonder whether there's something in that. But were you sunglasses on or sunglasses off, Ricky?
I didn't wear sunglasses, at all. I always found it quite difficult just to get the sort of depth of perception with the ball and catching and stuff. So, I wasn't really a sunglass wearer. No.
I guess it's very bright today, which may understand it. Ackerman has kept them on and he turns over his arm there, and there'll be a full defensive no run there. 135 without loss. Yes, I think you're right. Depth and it is very difficult sometimes with sunglasses, but then if you've got a day like today, which is we've got the screen slightly tinted here, so it is a little bit different when you go outside. Goes down the wicket there, also forward defensive. No run again, 26 to Allsop Orr on 60. It's certainly a lot brighter and a lot warmer once you get outside and get a feel of things. Ackerman around the wicket, that's down the leg side. Another single as it goes through square to the man out in the deep. So just 3 minutes before lunch here. Don't forget you can follow us on BBC Sussex Sport on Twitter. What are you, Ricky, on Twitter? You can put out your handle so we can get the listeners following you.
Ricky Clark 81.
81, there we go. Ricky Clark 81 if you want to catch Ricky on social media as well. That's shorter, and again it's a single, it's down the leg side. It's a bit of tuft of dust coming up on the final ball of the over. So 25 overs gone, 137 Sussex without loss, or on 61, also 27. Are you particularly active on social media, Ricky? I mean, do you find it,
every now and
enjoy
then?
it? Some people like it, some people don't.
Yeah. Depends what mood I'm in. Sometimes have a bit of fun rubbing people up the wrong way. Sometimes can be quite entertaining.
That can be. Yeah, so do catch us there. Of course, BBC Leicester Sport as well. Plenty of reaction on the BBC Sport website and updates, of course. Online commentary of every single game. Busy day in the County Championship. Get yourself updated as Parkinson comes in. That's pushed square on the offside this time by Orr. He'll go through for a single. And just floating it in, trying to allow it to turn Parkinson. That was worked off there, but if you can hear all those children who will be taken in and out at Hove here to try and protect them from the sun apart from anything. Down the wicket goes Allsop, forward defensive, no run. And they're all having a trip into the museum here at Hove, which has some really excellent memorabilia. If you've, I don't know if you've ever been.
I haven't, no.
It's actually some really nice, just away in the pavilion. There's another forward defensive, no run, dot ball. If you ever come down, it's just really nice. It's just free to enter. You can always just go down there. So maybe over the next 4 days you'll get an opportunity to saunter in. There's a few balls, gloves, bats and all sorts from days gone by here at Hove. Been reminiscing about that because it's 125 years. Hearing about Field of Dreams, the book that's all about the county ground. It's been released recently. Get your copy of that in local bookstores and online as well. An interview with the author talking about that famous Tony Gregg speech. It was here at Hove. As Parkinson comes in again, left eye. It's down the left side. Sort of thought about playing a shot, changed his mind again. A little bit of nerves made there from Allsop, knowing that there's only a few balls left of the morning session.
Yeah, this is play it straight down the pitch and walk off and have a nice lunch.
Hopefully that'll be available to us as well. Is a forward defensive end of the over, and that is lunch. Sussex then 138 without loss, or unbeaten on 62. Allsop not out 27, but the opener Tom Haynes, the captain, has had to retire on 24 after taking a blow on his wrist. But really, apart from that, it's been Sussex's session, Ricky.
Yeah, perfect. The perfect morning. It started winning the toss, and they'll be very, very happy with that. Not really troubled in any way. Chris Wright obviously troubled a little bit, putting the ball in the good areas, but was never really backed up by any of the other bowlers. And time for Leicestershire to regroup and think of another plan to try and get these wickets.
Do you think we'll see a lot more spin in the afternoon? I mean, mixing it up, I guess it would be one way of doing it.
I think personally, yeah, with the weather how it is as well, I think you're going to look at maybe Parkinson just toiling away at one end, and then you rotate your seamers from the other in short bursts, and obviously set quite defensive field, try and build a bit of pressure, get that run rate to come down, and try and create the chances that way.
Brilliant. Well, thanks very much, Ricky. Ricky back on commentary this afternoon with Ariana Dowse, Richard Ray. wrapped on his wrist. Elsewhere at Scarborough, it's not been a bad morning for Surrey either. Yorkshire 106 for 3 up there in the north. Commentary continues online of all the county championship games on the BBC Sport website. No problems.
Good afternoon, everybody, from lovely sunny Hove. Second session on this first day of the LV Insurance County Championship fixture between Sussex and Leicestershire. Ball-by-ball commentary brought to you by BBC Radio's Sussex and Leicester, and of course BBC Sport as well. Commentary team kicking off proceedings this afternoon. Myself, Richard Ray, BBC Radio Leicester, and the former Warwickshire and, Derbyshire and Surrey and England all-rounder, Ricky Clark. And probably fair to say, Rick, that it was definitely Sussex this morning.
Yeah, definitely. I think from the off, winning the toss, I think the only downside is that injury to their captain. Hopefully it's not too serious, but as mornings go, that's a perfect morning, unscathed, so to speak, and they'll be looking to capitalise on that wonderful start.
138 without loss, Sussex, and we only managed to squeeze in 26 overs this morning. Partly because of that injury to Tom Haynes, but also because Leicestershire contrived to bowl 11 no balls as well. Chris Wright, who was pick of the Leicestershire seamers this morning, will pick up from the CN. Bowls outside off stump, is left alone by Ali, or goes to a little low into the gloves of Harry Swindles, Leicestershire's wicket keeper. I would imagine there have been a few sort of fairly firm words spoken during the interval to the Leicestershire players, or amongst the Leicestershire players, who, I don't know, are dressing rooms their own worst critics in some respect. Teams, they know when they've had a bad morning and will acknowledge it.
Yeah, it can be, but you've Chris Wright coming into bowl here, back foot through backward point, a lovely shot.
Just that bit of width, slightly short of a length. Didn't try and hit it hard, guided it away. Picks up where he began, or where he left off at lunchtime. Ali, or moves on to 66, 142 without loss.
Yeah, I think it's a case, going back to that question, where you just have to look at it and say, look, it's not been our morning, but we can now put that right and think about plans and basically just execute your skills. I think that's the main plan you need to look at. Are you bowling well enough and creating pressure on the batters? Is it easy for them to score and stuff like that? What fields are you setting? And you can get together, regroup. You would have assessed the wicket and the conditions, and can come out firing.
Right, elbows jutting is in, outside off stump. A little stylish lift of the bat over the line of the ball by Orr. Lets it go through again to Swindles. Parkinson hopping around at mid-off. Leicestershire's skipper bowled just a couple of 3 overs before the interval, but bowled nicely. 3 overs, none for 5. Yes, the interval was approaching, but he did just manage to exert a little bit of control, and once or twice it looked like Orr, who was looking to get down the pitch to him, was slightly deceived in the flight. There was no turn for him, of course, so he was able to cover up. Wright is in, bowls, or leaves again outside off stump, lifts the bat high over the line of the ball on that occasion.
I think you're seeing here with Chris Wright, he's just bashing away that line and then just trying to create pressure, build the dots. I'd be shocked if Parkinson doesn't start the far end, and hopefully from Leicestershire's point of view, that just gives that little bit of control, stops the run flow, and you might be able to exploit a bit of a mistake from one of the batsmen just to get that opportunity of getting a wicket.
Might just sort of change the mindset a little bit, just slow the momentum down. In goes Wright and bowls outside off stump, as Rick said, just banging away at that line and length, that corridor just outside, or looking perhaps just to play himself back in. Wonderful start to his innings. Every prospect of a big score he'll be feeling here. He won't want to miss out on going on towards sort of a big 3-figure score. 6 matches played, Ali Orr this season, 11 innings, 463 runs coming into the game, averaging 42. Wright is in, bowls to him, full outside off stump, leans into the cover drive, and it accelerates across the turf. I thought for a second, the fielders might be in with a chance. They'd never had a prayer.
No, it raced away, didn't it? Just halfway across the square, and then once he got to the outfield, it gathered pace as well, and it was a lovely shot. Just a little bit over pitch from Chris Wright. He'd be disappointed with that, but he's bowled beautifully already this morning.
So even though he was trying to sort of nag away in that over, still 2 boundaries in it, 8 runs from it, 10 overs, none for 32 for Chris Wright. But those figures look pretty good in comparison with some of his teammates at the moment.
Yeah, he's not been backed up at all, really. And I think, as we said now, it's going to be Parkinson. He's going to look to just nag away at an area as well, create that bit of pressure, try and look for a mistake from the batters. It is a wonderful pitch, so it's just a case of just trying to be as boring as possible, bowling the same ball and create that pressure, and hopefully they can get a partnership together, him and Chris Wright.
Parkinson over the wicket. Down the pitch goes Tom Alsop, and then just turns it off his legs, off Midland leg, down towards the vacant mid-wicket area. Lewis Hill jogs across. He's now wearing a Leicestershire sun hat. Most of the Leicestershire players otherwise are in their green caps. You were a sun hat man, weren't you?
No, I was
you were
just a normal cap.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Suitably worn in the sun so that it takes the edge off the colour. In goes Parkinson, tosses that one up a little bit, goes back or turns it behind square on the on-side where Azad is fielding. No run.
I didn't really have the ears for a sun hat, just pushed them down a little bit too much.
Parkinson holds the ball quite high up to his chest as he runs in and bowls again. Nice length. There's a shout for a leg before. He's gone. Went for the big slog sweep. And Parkinson, having beaten it, turned to the umpire, thought long and hard about it, but you were pretty sure straight away.
Yeah, straight away you could tell that was very straight. Big heave across the line, and I think that's what's happened there. You know, Parkinson, I would have personally, I know he's captain, should have maybe brought himself on a little bit sooner with how it was going, but again, he just put the ball in a decent area and said, you know, I'm going to force a mistake, and that's stone dead there, taken out Midland off comfortably. Easy decision for the umpire, and that's the breakthrough that Leicestershire needed just after lunch. But a fine innings there from Alior, going for 70
from just 85 deliveries, so he's given his side a pretty good start, but he having missed the shot, he shifted his front leg very quickly to the right, didn't he? Here he goes again. Oh, shipwreck. But the umpire was not deceived, and his head went down. The bat, he knew this was an opportunity, really. Not exactly giving it away as such, trying to be positive, I suppose, trying to put the pressure back on Parkinson.
Yeah, he was. I think that's the, you know, sometimes you have to look at it and say that he's tried to keep the momentum of how he played before lunch, which is fine, but sometimes with that comes the risk of giving Leicestershire the opportunity, and he's made the decision for the umpire very easy there with a shot across the line. You could say Chris Wright wouldn't have very long to bowl, and someone has to bowl with Parkinson, you might be able to capitalise there, but you know, he still wanted to play the same way, and it was a fine knock.
So Leicestershire will be delighted, I'm sure, to see the arrival at the crease of Cheteshwar Pujara. Well, most of this Leicestershire side, in fact, just wondering if any of them played against India a couple of weeks ago. Pujara obviously featured it in that warm-up game. Possibly not, but obviously they played against him when Sussex came to Grace Road earlier this season, and there was a mix-up. He was run out for a handful 3, I think it was. But Leicestershire didn't have too much to do with that other than completing the fielding, so to speak. It was very much a batsman's error, but Parkinson would love to get him early. He's coming round the wicket to the right-hander, who goes back, or maybe bounces a little bit, and he gets up on his toes, steers it calmly out towards point. Louis Kimber, who's not really sweeping out there, but he's 10 yards or so deeper than he might otherwise be, comes into field, and there's no run. Pujara back after 720 runs so far this season in the county championship. Parkinson is in to him. He leans forward and head over the ball, strokes it defensively out to short extra cover where Ben Mike is there for the unlikely, you would have anticipated, lofted drive at this early stage of his innings. You never know, but Parkinson is in and bowls. Pujara bat and pad close together, a little bit inside, sort of part of the bat, guides it out into the offside again, and there is no run. I was going to say, was that a wicket maiden, but he did concede the single off the first ball. But very much the most successful over of the innings as far as Leicestershire are concerned.
Yeah, that's a perfect over. He's put the ball where he wanted to every ball, and he just, as we said, he's created that pressure. Obviously, Pujara coming to the crease now. He's a class act, and this will be a big wicket for Leicestershire. So hopefully, from their point of view, they can build that pressure on Allsop as well, and hopefully try and get a few more wickets on the ball.
8 innings for those 720 runs, 4 centuries, averaging 120.
Okay. Yeah,
that's what you want from your overseas, isn't it?
I think they're hoping for a mix-up and get a run out with those statistics.
They would love that. Tom Allsop, the left-hander, has got us down as in goes Chris Wright and bowls to him. He plays it down into the ground, then quickly looks back to see if it's bouncing towards the stumps. It kind of is, but also just wide of them. It was going backwards, so a fraction late on his forward defensive there, down into this hard pitch it went. Must have spun back a little bit. Well wide of the stumps. It was lovely to see all the kids on the ground during the interval. Probably the best part of 400 at one stage. All playing little games of quick cricket. As Wright is in and bowls, Allsop is again studiously defending that one, leaning forward. His weight go no big stride from the left-hander. Turns the bat face on it slightly, pushes it out towards mid-wicket, where Hassan Azad is the fielder.
And just start to get a little bit warmer out there now as well for the fielders. This is where you hope the umpires in an hour or so say, do you want a drinks break?
I would imagine they might need one. Yeah. Sort of Panama's notwithstanding. And Debenham and Neil Pratt, the umpires in the game, as Wright is into Allsop, outside off stump, allowed to go through on the back foot by Allsop, and there's no run. Now I walked down to see the sea during the lunch interval, and it was hot down in the sun down there. Lots of people, I say beach, but I'm never quite sure really. I come from the east coast of Yorkshire where they are beaches. There's sand, there's no sand here, but
it's just stones, yeah.
But to beach it is, Brighton Beach. Lots of people in the sea. As Wright is in and bowls, slightly short of a length on the back foot, also forces out into the offside, but doesn't quite time it. It bounces down, and running to his left, Ben Mike runs across from cover to make the stop. And looks though he's thinking hard there at mid-off. Took over from Colin Ackerman in mid-season as captain. Which isn't always easy to do, is it?
No, it's not. No, obviously it's a situation that they can't really help. I think comes Chris Wright again. Back foot from Allsop, played into the covers. Chris Wright's bowling beautifully here. He's just bashing a line of length, as we've spoken about, just trying to create that pressure. Parkinson's doing his job at the other end as well, and this is what they needed Leicestershire, just to get that little bit of control back, control the scoreboard, and try and build a bit of pressure.
Do you think sort of young seamers these days are less inclined to do that, or not necessarily less able to do it, but just because they're sort of brought up slightly more, they're played much more, I don't want to use the word aggressive cricket necessarily as they grow up, but in terms of bashing out liners and length. Wright is in, turned another no ball, turned to mid-wicket. Could have been a little bit of a confusion there because Pujara advanced down the crease. Allsop sent him back, and he did have to reach for his crease. The throw coming in from Mulder at mid-on missed anyway, but she would have loved to have seen him run out off a no ball for next to nothing.
That would have been an ideal dismissal. Going back to your question, I think it's just a case of experience. Chris Wright's got bags of experience. He would have been in a situation when he was younger chasing wickets, where now he knows he just has to bash a line length, try and build the pressure that way.
He is in, and that is just that on off stump. Also back down the pitch it goes to Chris Wright, who pushes his... It's always been fairly floppy hair back across his eyebrow. It's always been his style.
It used to be worse than that. It's been really long.
It must have got in the way a bit, you'd have thought, running in, but he's been happy with it. Takes his cap. No joy for him so far, but Yeah, like you say, when you talk to him after, whether it's been a good day or a bad day, his philosophy seems to be pretty much the same. Well, that's how it goes sometimes. Parkinson round the wicket, pulled, it dropped a little bit short. Pujara went back, and with nobody on the boundary, on the leg side, it was a pretty safe shot as well from the India international. Clobbered away to the mid-wicket boundary for 4 to get off the mark.
Yeah, just a little bit short there from Parkinson. He'll be disappointed with that, but so far he's been bowling beautifully, so concentrate on the next delivery.
He's in and bowls, and that's a better length, and Pujara treats it appropriately with respect, pushes it back down the pitch on the onside. Just looking at the replay on that pull, it was only a few inches short of a decent length, really, but that's all you need on this pitch.
Yeah, true. He didn't quite get it as well.
No.
It looked quite high on the bat and rushed him a bit.
Parkinson is in. He's rather plunging forward, getting nowhere near the pitch of the ball, but of course it doesn't turn, so he can just play it off the pitch, so to speak, back up the pitch to the Lancastrian. Callum Parkinson, who was the top English-born wicket-taker in the county championship last season, goes in and bowls outside off stump. Pujara goes back ready to cut, and then just checks the shot slightly and guides it towards backward point, whether it had just maybe been a bit of an arm ball.
Looked like it just held up a little bit.
Yeah. He was careful, playing himself in. Parkinson jogs in and bowls, gives it some air. Pujara is driving with something of a flourish, but hits it hard down into the ground, doesn't really get it, and falling to his left, Hill makes the stop at extra cover. But seeing that, Parkinson sends his sweeper, Kimber, back another 10-15 yards, almost to the boundary in front of what used to be a manual scoreboard there. Parkinson is in. Pujara is solidly forward, defensive. And there's no run. End of the over. 153 for 1, but definitely better from Leicestershire post lunch so far. They've got their 2 best bowlers essentially bowling at the moment, and it's showing to a certain extent.
Yeah, as we said, it's just giving them a little bit of control after lunch. I'd potentially be inclined to maybe drop a deep square here for Chris Wright and just try and get Alsop off strike a little bit. And so he's just got some balls at Pujara, because he's not going to have a long spell here. He's already bowled into starting his 12th over now, so you want your best bowler bowling at Pujara.
Bowls and defended by Alsop, slightly outside edgy, a little bit tinny as it runs out towards point, and there's no run. Yeah, now talk us through the over. See, you'd just be literally thinking off stump, just outside.
Yeah, from his point of view, he's got his cover deep point there. If he gets slightly forward, a little bit wide, so he's got protection there. But it just literally be a case of just bashing line and length time again, just trying to create the pressure.
Wright is in, leaning forward that time is Alsop, but again not wide enough or full enough really for him to commit to a drive, so solid defensive block out into the offside. Ben Mike is the fielder.
But there's also an opportunity as well where, as I said, Chris Wright could drop his square leg and just bowl a little ball on the hip. Sometimes we used to do that, where you bowl a little ball on the hip, goes down the fine leg, and you bowl 5 balls at the new batter.
Wright is in, bowls this time. Alsop is reaching for it and driving, controlled it, although his bat was quite a long way away from his pads when it made contact with the ball, but he was on top of the bounce, steered it out to Hill, who's at a very deep slightly backward point, and he takes a single. He hasn't got he didn't have a square leg, he had the mid wicket and sort of long leg, wide long leg really for the left-hander with that short boundary there. What was the Spen Karma Pavilion, wasn't it, for a long time? Whether it still is, sponsors change from time to time. You're never quite sure when you arrive at a ground whether they've all stayed the same. Right, Chris Wright is being asked to wait because Pujara would like. Can't be the.
I think he wants the ice cream van moved.
Does he?
Unless he wants an ice cream one.
Piccadilly ice cream. Been serving London since 1963. It says on it. Wright is in and bowls. Pujara is turning it neatly off his legs, and he's found the gap nicely. In fact, so nicely, he's going to run away to the deep backward square boundary for 4. Classy shot, strong wrists, and just sort of helped it round the corner. Wow, do you get value for money there?
Yeah, he just used the pace there of Chris Wright, and it just tucked it off his hip, and it just raced away there. It just kept on gathering pace, and fielders couldn't stop it.
So, a second boundary to Pujara. He has moved on to 8. Looks around him. Must be full of confidence at the moment. Certainly when he's wearing a Sussex shirt anyway. Still got the 2 slips in right as he is in from the C end and bowling. Pujara is on the back foot defending that one. Out towards short mid-wicket. Ben Mike picks up. He's often better in his, he says with fingers crossed, second and third spells, Ben Mike, than in his first. So I'm sure we will see him again later, but he was very expensive this morning.
Yeah, struggled a little bit down the hill. I think obviously when he does come back into the attack, I'll be shocked if he wasn't coming up the hill and Parkinson just tolls at the far end.
Wright is in, bowls a bouncer. Pujara keeps his eye on it as he bobs at the waist and leans away from it. End of Wright's over. Sussex 158 for 1. Is that not picking up that scoreboard particularly clearly at the moment at the angle we're at. Tom Alsop has 29 and Cheteshwar Pujara has 8. And Ricky will be joined for a while by Johnny Campbell.
Good afternoon, everybody. Hopefully everyone had a nice lunch and return for this second session. A few clouds coming over above just to take a little bit of the edge off the heat, which I think the Leicestershire fielders will probably be quite glad about that, Ricky. I think after the morning they've had, but they've got the breakthrough, so that's something, isn't it? Talked a little bit about that, didn't we, about trying to get some inroads as Parkinson continues from the Cromwell Road end, and that's nudged into the onside. They get a single.
Yeah, it's all about just basically building the pressure, get that control of the scoreboard and the run rate, and you build that pressure that way. And I think it showed that Parkinson started beautifully, and he enticed a full shot from Alior, who played beautifully for his 70.
Yeah, he did. I'm sure he'll be a little bit frustrated as Parkinson goes around the wicket. Good work with the feet there, and a lovely driven shot by Pujara. 4 runs straight down the ground, through long on. Lovely work with the feet. Nice timing as well. 4 runs in. He goes to 12. Sussex 163 for 1. Just how good is this Cheteshwar Pujara?
I was just about to say, as a fielder and a Leicestershire fan potentially, you're watching that and he looks very much in the mood. Great use of the feet, punch it down the ground, effortless.
He certainly made a big impact at Sussex. As this one he respectfully just dabs down with the forward defensive. Yeah, and he scored plenty of runs. You know, at a time when Sussex weren't winning games, and the last game was a victory finally after over a year in the county championship without a win. As it comes in, that's a little bit quicker. Throw a little bit more pace. Goes on to the onside, no runs. 163 for 1. BBC Sussex, BBC Leicestershire, and the BBC Sport website. A lot of the kids may well have disappeared out of the sunshine, which may have been a good thing, but more defensive there by Pujara. So we've got a right-hander and a left-hander combination now after the departure of Alior. Can make it a little bit more difficult for bowlers. So Parkinson turns, comes in again. Just left outside the off-stump. I thought that was angled in. Oohs and ahs from the fielders. Decent delivery that from Parkinson.
It was, yeah. Probably a little bit of theatre from the slip and keeper there, and it looked closer than it probably was. But yeah, good bowling from Parkinson. Obviously went for that boundary down the ground with a lovely shot, but he's just brought a little bit of control for his side and leading the way as captain.
Yeah, doing a decent job. What is that like when you've got that mix of left-hander, right-hander as a bowler? Is it more difficult, do you think, as a sort of seamer rather than a spinner, perhaps?
I think both. I think it's obviously you're changing your angles and your alignments a lot, so it is quite difficult. But I think over the years people get used to it.
As Wright continues again, still generating a decent amount of pace as that's blocked into the onside by Alsop, who's on 30. He's still working really, really hard here, right? This is his 13th over. There is a little bit of a breeze out there. You can't really see it on any of the flags because they haven't got any out today, but there is a little bit of a breeze coming down, and say a little bit of protection from the cloud, but working hard to try and find a second wicket here for Leicestershire. He comes in now, that's driven back to the bowler, who fields well off his own bowling, and just tosses it to one of his teammates just to work on the ball. Coming through at decent pace there. I think we get the speeds on the stream, but hopefully you're enjoying the live stream, perhaps either on the BBC Sport website or on the Sussex Club website. And of course it's going around the ground here at Hove as well, and so nice to see so many people watching, hopefully enjoying the commentary so far. And that's a lovely drive on the offside, quite time it right. They won't get a run there after a bit of theatrical diving there on the outer extra cover by a fielder, and timing that one there also. Turns, looks away. But yes, it is still the Spen Karma Pavilion, such an important figure in the history of Sussex cricket, where media used to be housed up by that scoreboard up there in the pavilion. But now in this more modern surroundings, it used to get quite hot up there, I tell you. Just try and hope that the window is open at the back to get a breeze coming through. But now they're going to have a look at the ball here. I think we've already had one change of the ball, haven't we, Ricky?
I think we lost a couple of balls, didn't we? They went over the thing, so then we had a change. But yeah, it's a common thing we're seeing. We saw it in the Test match recently. I think the ball got changed probably 6 or 7 times in that. So
what do you make of this? I mean, so many times there's so much talk about cricket balls and changes, Duke's ball and all sorts of things, isn't it? I mean, how important is it? I mean, do you as a bowler have to react each season when you get a new, different type of ball?
Not so much. I think that the balls at the start look pretty much the same as every year. It's just a case of do they stay hard for long enough, really. In comes Chris Wright, driven into the covers, no run scored. I think it's just a situation that as a bowler and a fielding side, you want the ball as hard as possible, you want it to shine up, and if you've got a ball that's out of shape and it's soft, it's obviously quite difficult, particularly when you're getting days like this where the wicket is flat. I know that Nasser Hussein's not a fan of it and says conditions and balls change, so
yeah, that's right. Right it again, let's turn on the onside, they go through for a single.
But you wouldn't play football if it went into an egg shape sort of thing, so it is
well, you'd be playing rugby, wouldn't you?
Exactly, yeah.
164 for 1 now, Sussex Pujara 12, Alsop at 31. Wright continuing this in his 13th over. He's got for 40 so far. Done the lion's share of the bowling today, right? Mulder's bowled 6, Mike 3, Barnes 4. The 2 spinners, Parkinson and Ackerman, have bowled 6 and 1 respectively. Wright coming in again to Pujara, who's looked in good nick, and that's just pushed back on his, rocking back onto his back foot. End of the over. 32 overs gone, 164 for 1.
Pujara had a lot of time there, didn't he, on the back foot?
Because he'll be used to that, won't he, playing in Indian conditions a lot in his career, that ability to play the ball exceptionally late.
Yeah, the way he played that, it was almost like a spinner had bowled to him, and not Chris Wright, who's got decent pace. But obviously, yeah, he's loves batting. Yeah, just under the eyes and punched it back. So, as I said, he's looking in the mood for a big score again, which will be quite daunting for Leicestershire. So they need to try and get him out.
Yeah, a key, because apart from that, it is a relatively youthful Sussex lineup. As Parkinson continues over the wicket, fuller length, that's pushed out to the other side, and they'll get a single there. Alsop goes to 32. When you think Haynes or Clark's a bit older, but Carter, then Rawlings is a bit more experienced now, and then we're into the bowlers really. So in terms of a batting lineup, of course Dan Ibrahim is available, not selected from the 13 by Ian Salisbury. As Parkinson comes in around the wicket now, and it's onto the other side from Pujara, sending his partner back to the non-striker's end. Ian Salisbury, you know someone you know very well?
Yeah, very well, yeah. Teammate at Surrey, and briefly at Warwickshire as well, so yeah, very well.
So he comes in, Pujara steps forward and drives that into the extra cover area where it's well fielded. I'm sure he would have been delighted with that win against Derbyshire, and has quite a lot to contend with in changes in the lineup, and I know it's been the same for a lot of counties with injuries, but Sussex really have been hit with a fair amount of injuries. As he rocked back onto his back foot and cuts that late, just as we were saying that, and that'll get away from the fielder down to the third man boundary. 4 runs for Pujara. He goes to 16, also 32, 169 for 1 now, Sussex here on BBC Sussex, BBC Leicester and the BBC Sport website. And that's exactly what we were talking about. He's just got that time, hasn't he, Ricky?
That's a wonderful shot. He's just basically used the pace there from Parkinson. I think that Leicestershire will be a little bit disappointed if he's managed to get back with a point. Maybe a sag can just come a little bit more, but he just used the pace and it just raced away down the hill. Lovely shot.
Yeah. Position was perfect on that occasion for Pujara. This time he steps forward, got an edge there, and it's gone to the same area, and then Sab's trying to chase after it. I'm not sure he'll get there. Will he do? Yes, it's good ground that he's made up there to deny the boundary. Good work from Azad, but that certainly wasn't quite as intended as the first one, and that'll go through Parkinson's mind there now, won't it?
I think as a bowler, you're quite happy with that, because that's definitely just held and straightened a little bit. So potentially evidence that the wicket has got a little bit of turn in it if you put it in the right area.
Yeah, well, he's got one slip in at the moment. Parkinson comes again around the wicket to the right-handed Pujara. This time he just plays it back, end of the over, 171 for 1. But yeah, I think he'll be delighted with that, and maybe play that slip slightly wider potentially as well. Has a quick chat with some the rest of the team to confer. But no, I think he'll be delighted to see that. Won't be delighted to see the runs against his name, but at the same time, he'll be delighted. Of course, he was the one that got the wicket as well, wasn't he? Yes, it was Parkinson.
It was, yeah.
LBW, or going for 70 a little bit earlier on. A reminder, Sussex won the toss and, as expected, decided to bat here at Hove on what looks like an absolute dream of a pitch to bat on in these kind of surroundings as well. We'll talk maybe about the ball here with one of the umpires by Wright, perhaps.
They're looking at the ball again to try and change.
I don't know. I mean, there's a bit of concern there.
Was it?
Or have they got a little nick that needs cutting, or perhaps?
Bit of the seam hanging off, and the umpire's got the little scissors out and just tied it up a little bit. Did you let someone else do all the work on the ball for you, or did you have to generally Mark Stoneman at Surrey was very good. He was
Okay.
You'd literally see your face in the ball.
Brilliant.
Not sure it was a good thing for me, but it used to hoot round corners.
Ricky Clark with us on commentary, the former Surrey and Warwickshire all-rounder, as that goes through to the wicket-keeper from Wright, no run. You're doing all the hard work bowling. You've got to have someone. Stoneman's got to have something to do, isn't he?
On flat pitches, it used to be a good one where you look at the ball and you just throw it back to him and say, "Work on it harder, please."
Brilliant. Different perspective from the commentary box, Ricky. Different perspective. Is it quite interesting?
Yeah.
Starting to study it in a slightly different way. Right, and that's forced off the back foot by Alsop into
another no ball.
Offside. Yes, another one. That's 12 now so far today, which is something that I think Leicester should be a bit disappointed with. We don't really need extras adding to the total when you're in this kind of position. 174 for 1. Yeah, does it give you a slightly different perspective rather than being out on the ground?
Well, I'd say first and foremost in here it's nice and cool with the aircon, and it looks quite warm out there fielding. So
it is very nice.
No, but it does. I love cricket and county cricket particularly, and seeing what they're trying to do as a bowling unit and batting unit.
Absolutely, we've been a brilliant servant to the county game. That's pushed onto the other side by Pujara, just keeping an eye on that one. Slightly playing with him. He's got the guard on his left arm, just in case, but I don't think there's too much in the pitch to really concern him. A couple that beat the bat early on in the first session from the opening bowlers, but nothing really since, and just the one wicket, as we were saying, that goes to the spinner Parkinson. That was Orr. But Tom Haynes is back in the pavilion. He's injured. It's on the onside for Pujara. Past the man at short mid wicket. Think about a second, but they'll change their mind. More sharp fielding. It's difficult in the heat sometimes to keep that urgency and that alertness sometimes, isn't it? You get into the afternoon and things start to slow and you can get a little bit phased out, can't you? I guess that's up to the captain and the wicketkeeper to keep geeing everybody up.
100%, yeah. I think the advantage that Leicestershire they've got quite a young side as well, so they should be able to keep their energy up. And it was good fielding there from Ben Mike, sliding and getting the ball in quickly. A good athlete.
Certainly did well out in the cover area there, and that's, he might be busy again there, but this time Allsop just squeezes it between the two fielders. He'll only get a single though. Something I would say, the groundwork that Leicestershire have done today has been very good actually. I think they covered the ground pretty well, not really given any mistakes away, particularly.
Yeah, fielding wise they've been brilliant. It's just obviously they'll be disappointed with the extras, particularly the no balls, and it's not just the cost of the no balls, it's the extra balls you bowl on top of that as well, and on a day like this you don't really want that as a bowler.
Certainly not. So they cleared up to 33 degrees as Wright comes in. Pujara forward defensive back to the bowler. Could get even hotter as the week goes on. I think they're talking about potentially up to 40 degrees by the end of the week. It's nice to have county cricket being played. I know there's been a lot of talk about the structure of the game and trying to fit everything in, Ricky, isn't there? But sometimes it did feel a bit like, why are we playing early April, and there was snow up at Lancashire one year, wasn't there? And you're thinking, what's going on? But now, this is it. July.
This is what you want to see, yeah. Crowds in and stuff like that, sun out, and two teams competing.
Absolutely. Pujara turns that round the corner behind square. Should get one, he'll think about a second. But again, as we say, good tight ground fielding from Leicestershire to limit it to a single. So end of the 35th over, Sussex 177 for 1. Pujara not out on 20, also put unbeaten on 34. Commentary from Johnny Cantor, Ricky Clark, and here on the BBC Sport website and on BBC Sussex and BBC Leicestershire as well. Just try and keep you updated, shall we, with what's happening elsewhere, because as I say, it's certainly busy. In Division 2, Middlesex 102 for 7 against Worcestershire, Glamorgan 137 for 3 against Nottinghamshire, Derbyshire 105 for 5 at Durham. Surrey going along quite nicely. They've got 5 wickets, your former club, against Yorkshire 129 for 5 at Scarborough, Somerset 105 for 3, that's against Lancashire. Meanwhile Kent at Kent, Northamptonshire 117 for 2, Warwickshire 97 for 5, in a bit of trouble down at the Aegeus against Hampshire, and Gloucestershire at 129 for 9 against Essex on day 1 in the County Championship in Division 1. Change of bowling. It's going to be Barnes to come in from the Cromwell Road end, my time over the wicket, and defensive shot there by Pujara, no run.
A lovely delivery, but Pujara was get past that, wasn't it?
Yeah, it just makes it look. Sometimes people say the greats make it look very easy, don't they? Sometimes, and you think, well, I can't do much more than that, can I? Is it about consistency of line, do you think, particularly for the seamers today for Leicestershire?
I think you've got to look at it and say you set your field straight and you try and bring the stumps into play as much as you can.
Absolutely. As he comes in again, that's slightly down the leg side, and Pujara just squeezes it out square on the onside to get a single. He sort of builds his pace about, at a sort of, they go at different rates, don't they? Some of them just take their time and build, and you just gradually get the momentum, and then they just go into full flow. I think he's a bit like that, Pujara.
He definitely gives himself a chance, just to assess conditions, I think. we saw that in the Test match recently. I think his strike rate was below 30, so it's definitely a case of just batting time and accumulating the runs as and when they come.
Yeah, very much so. It's back into the county set-up again. After that brief spell with India, there's a forward defensive there from Alsop. Another good delivery there. It's a reasonable over this from Barnes as he's come back into the attack. So skipper Pockets just rotating it round a bit. He's got a couple of sort of slip. It's more like a sort of second slip really than a first slip, but and out square on the offside, right out on the boundary, short extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, deep backwards square, and at fine leg, like a long leg really, square actually. But that is down the leg side, but jumping back onto his toes there, Alsop won't get a run for that one.
Be interesting here to see what Parkinson does, if he's going to swap himself and come this end, or if he's got a different plan in mind. And I can't imagine Chris Wright's got many left in him, having bowled most of the morning. I think he's 14 overs in now, is he?
Yeah.
Chris Wright, so
it's a lot, isn't it?
It's a lot on a day like this, and you'll be looking for after tea as well, and also that second new ball.
Yeah, 14 overs, no wicket for 46 from him. As Barnes comes in again, a more expansive strike there. It's a nice drive past the man at extra cover, and a lovely boundary from Tom Alsop. Kept his head nicely over that one, drove it hard, and off it goes to the boundary. 4 to him, he goes to 38. Pujara 21, 182 for 1 now, Sussex.
I think if you look at this field at this moment in time, it's not really sort of saying to me that they've got control and they know what they're doing. They've got fielders both sides of the wicket. I think sometimes you have to just bowl to a field and bowl to one side of the wicket. You've got a deep point out and a deep backward square as well. So he's either going at him with the short ball as he comes in.
Yeah, down the leg side. Yeah, clip, which is useful to have a man out there on the deep. But you say you've got one out on the offside,
exactly.
One on the long leg side. And there's always going to be runs there either way.
There's always going to be runs. You're never really going to build that pressure and stop the run flow if you're getting hit both sides of the wicket. I think that's the thing. If you've got a deep square out, it's because you're going short ball and trying to unsettle the batsman. But obviously having a deep point out as well, you can't really stop the run flow. And then when you do bowl a good ball, because you've got those guys out in the deep, it's easy to rotate and get a single as well. So you can't really build that pressure. I think they've got to be a lot smarter with what they're doing field-wise and just try and stick to bowling one side of the wicket, which makes it easier as well on bowlers because they get the dots and you get the pressure building up that way. But it is going to be Ben Mike. Parkinson's taking himself out of the attack.
It's strange that I thought he might.
Yeah.
I guess I wonder whether with the boundary coming into play, whether he would do anything from the CN today, but he's decided to take himself out. And always difficult as a captain when you're a bowler and making those decisions as well. But Mike returns the action. 3 overs, 0 for 38 so far today, so he's been quite expensive. So and goes whizzing away, maybe down to Shoreham Airport, not far along from here, down the coast. It'd be a good day to be up in a plane, wouldn't it? Up in a glider, getting a bird's eye view of the south coast on such a glorious day. And Mike it is, coming around the wicket, and also that's through the slips and away for 4. What do you want to see on your opening delivery, but forcefully off the back foot. Gets the old high five from Pujara, but a little bit streaky on that occasion, but he gets 4 runs anyway.
He does, yeah. It's not really been Ben Mike's morning or afternoon now. That's unfortunate. He's pushed it and it's just flown through the vacant sort of slip area, second slip is it, and gone down for 4. So, but again, looking at the field, you're trying to protect that offside with a deep point, and you've also got a deep backward square out. It just, there's easy singles for the good balls as well as protecting the bad ball, which is quite difficult as he comes in to get well bowled.
Yes, pass through to the wicket keeper, no run. Yeah, so easy to get despondent when your first ball goes streakily through for 4 runs between the swips, but he's managed to get that on a length and left by Alsop. Be eyeing up his half century, looking to improve on his average and become a real mainstay in the batting lineup for Sussex. I don't think there's massive pressure on him, but I do think he's going to be playing regularly. They will be asking for runs for him. And this time he's turned it off his hips nicely out square, get a single out to the man at square leg. And make a bit of a name for himself if he can. He is 44, Pujara 21 of 29. 44 from 81. It's not a bad pace to be playing at on day one of a county championship game, Ricky.
Yeah, definitely. I think, from his point of view and Sussex's point of view, you've got acres of time, and just make sure you don't give it away.
Slow, I suppose, in the sense that it's going to be difficult to bowl sides out twice in this 4-day game. But at the same time, you've got to give yourself a chance.
Yeah, exactly. I think they'll be looking at it, and when you win the toss, you're looking to bat big once.
Here's Mike again, this time to Pujara, who cuts that away behind square. He's leading back on it, and going through for a single, well fielded.
Yeah, you're looking to bat big and bat once. So it's just a case of you've got bags of time, and as I said, it's been quite easy to score at this moment in time. There's still 59 overs left after this, so and they're already on 189 for one. So I'm not sure that the bonus points will be a problem. So it's just a case of giving yourself a lot of time and hit the bad ball when it's there, and defend the good one when it's in a good area.
Absolutely. As Mike turns, comes in, relatively long run up. Again, it's down the leg side. Again, it's turned behind square by Alsop. And again, they'll get a single. 190 for one. Don't forget, you can email us today, sussexcricket@bbc.co.uk, if you want to get in touch. Maybe you got a question for Ricky or even for Ariana to pose throughout the next day or so. We'd love to hear from you, maybe where you're listening from across, maybe on your summer holidays. I know there's lots of people who tend to just sit back, relax and listen to the dulcet tones from here at the county ground across the summer, as Mike comes in again over the wicket, down the leg side. Just turn that down towards long leg there, but it's taken by the keeper. End of the over, 90 for one, Pujara 22, Alsop 45. And of course you can catch us on at BBC Sussex Sports as well, but do just fire in your questions if you want to. Maybe you've got some thoughts about the 4-day game. So who we got? Callum Mays. I've just seen Tom Haynes in the car park. His hand is in a sling. So that is not great. Thank you, Callum, for the update. We'll obviously try and get the latest from Ian Salisbury after the day's play. I'm sure he'll be whisked away for a potential scan. So yes, even though Sussex are 190 for one, a reminder, Tom Haynes had to go off after being hit on what looked like the wrist, didn't it? And there's so many bones around that area that can be a real concern. He had that breakthrough season last year. Hasn't made quite so many runs this summer, but it will certainly be a blow for him and for Sussex if it is bad.
That's quite a weak area as well there, just above the wrist there.
Unfortunately I missed it, but play continues as Barnes comes around the wicket. Played onto the offside there by the left-handed Alsop. Looks at his bat as if to say, what happened there? Update coming up in a short while on BBC Sussex, and then Richard Ray from BBC Leicestershire will be returning to the commentary here at Hove. Yeah, he's going to probably have to nip down to Sussex General or something like that to have it looked at, perhaps. Sometimes they can't scan it until if there's swelling, and they have to let the swelling go down, don't they? And before you can get a really good analysis of what's actually happened around the wicket, and that's onto the offside. They get a single there as also pushes that away.
Yeah, you
trouble
can only
with injury. I mean, you've had such a long career. You're relatively injury-free throughout your career.
Pretty much, yeah. I think I was quite fortunate. I had a bowling action that didn't really sort of, how should I say, give 110%. It was quite rhythmical, easy on the body, and when I was younger, I used to charge in and had probably more injuries then. Trying to bowl quick, but as I got older, it was quite within myself.
Barnes in for defensive and Pujara. It is difficult, isn't it? Of course, Sussex have got Ollie Robinson out at the moment, which is a real shame for him after breaking into the England scene as well. Finn Hudson-Prentice, who hasn't been able to bowl, but he can bat now. And you've got George Garton, who's had COVID. But some players like, I'm just trying to go back through the years, those really pound it in. I'm thinking like Tremblett at Hampshire, people like that, who their action was quite sort of demanding on their body, especially in the county game. Fuller length delivery, just down the leg side. Pujara had an eye on it though. Momentary bit of encouragement there for Barnes. They'll get a single.
I think they say that it's 10 times your body weight goes through your front leg as a seamer when you bowl, yeah.
Wow.
So if you're quite a big unit, say like a Chris Tremblett, who I'd imagine, how strong he is and stuff and how tall he is, it'd be probably 100 kgs. You're probably looking at a decent amount of
that is force,
weight going through your body each day, so...
Well, we hope to see the likes of Robinson back in action soon, as that's a slightly abortive run up there from Barnes on this, the 5th delivery of the over.
He was out at lunch bowling, so
who was
Robinson?
Was he?
Yeah.
Was that with Sarah Taylor?
It was. Yeah.
I came into the commentary box just I think as they were finishing up. Well, that is good news as he comes in around the wicket, and that's punched onto the onside forward straight, but it's well fielded and there'll be no run there.
Another no ball.
Oh my word. As a captain, you just must shake your head, mustn't you? Thinking, come on, boys, you're not helping yourselves here, are you?
I think as a bowling coach,
yes,
you'd be a little bit more disappointed. I think Fielder Freitas is there for this game. It's normally Alfonso Thomas, so I saw him and he said...
He doesn't mince his words, does he? I wouldn't have thought, Phil.
No, I think he'll let him know.
I'm pretty sure. A few choice words from Philip de Freitas, perhaps. There you go, another great all-rounder in his day. That's onto the onside and that'll be a single.
Was bowling some wonderful off-spin the other day in the PCA England Legends. Yeah, got a little twofer.
Oh, was that the one that you were involved in?
Yeah,
did he?
He was happy with his twofer, bowling some off-spin.
Brilliant.
Had all his tricks and stuff, pretending to move the field so the batter looks behind him and then quickly sneaks up.
Clever.
Still had all his tricks to the trade.
Very clever indeed. He was a tremendous, very exciting player to watch, wasn't he, Phil de Freitas? I really always just in that very familiar bowling style. Scored a fair few valuable runs as well for him, and shortish delivery up there at Pujara, prodded down, and 195 for 1 now. Sussex, Pujara 23, Allsop 147. We'll have an update in a short while on BBC Radio Sussex, and we'll bring Ariana in on commentary. Thanks very much to Ricky Clark. He'll be returning a little bit later on. Chance for him to stretch his legs. Richard Ray from BBC Leicestershire will be joining us in a short while as well. But I'll hang on here while we update our listeners across Sussex, Surrey and North East Hampshire. Allsop and Pujara looking to build on this. Yes, hello. At 195 for 1 currently, Sussex. It's going to be Mike to continue.
To start with, and plenty of sunshine at first,
Mike
cloudier.
bowls to Allsop.
Dry. That's your forecast.
Just out on the
Check the website for a 14-day forecast of UK/Sussex or Surrey. No run there, so looks like we're going into a song rather than have an update, so I don't know why they didn't allow us that opportunity to update the listeners, unfortunately, but it's going to be Mike to continue, and also maybe they can get rid of the music which is pounding in our ears currently, unfortunately. So I warned you about this, didn't I, Ariana, unfortunately, but no, there we go, that's better. So I think it was a single off that, was there, in the end? We were just not quite sure what we were listening to, but thanks very much indeed for that. 196 for 1 now, Pujara 23, Allsop 48. What have you made of the action so far since lunch, Ariana?
They brought it back slightly with that wicket after lunch. Obviously a bit of loss of concentration there from Alior, but definitely brought it back with the ball a bit more.
Yeah, Mike continuing from the CN, shorter delivery and just ducking underneath that Pujara, plenty of time to just see it go through to the wicket keeper. And no run. So, well, we may be surprised in another couple of minutes. We may be asked to do an update because we didn't there, but they may just pass us through and just forget about us for another hour or so. But
we shall see. We'll bring in Richard on the commentary in just a second. He's been updating our listeners on BBC Leicestershire as Mike comes in again. Full of delivery, slide down the long on the leg side, turned away behind the corner. They go for one, think about a second, but again, more excellent fielding from Leicestershire. They've been very good across the ground, haven't they? Made good ground. They've been, haven't made any real mistakes at all.
No, it's been going into the hands cleanly when it's been hit out to the boundary, and lots of diving and bodies on the line when it's in the ring. So it's been very impressive, the fielding this day.
Yes, it has. Well, we'll bring Richard in at the end of the over, but 197 now. So I was keeping you updated with what was happening elsewhere, and of course do keep your emails coming into us as well. We always like to hear from you. So as it stands at the moment, the fall of the wicket came at 147, so the 50 partnership is now up. So behind backward square, it's a nice punchy little shot that, and they'll get 4 runs for it there, Tom Alsop, and that's 50. So excellent innings from Tom Alsop, forcefully playing that, and deserved applause around the county ground, and the school children helping out as well. It's been a very, very good innings from him. A nice shot behind square there to not only get him his 50, but also the 200 up for Sussex. He's played well.
Very well, yeah.
He's not really given much away. Coming in after Haynes was injured, and as we say, we're giving thank you to Callum, who told us there that his arm is in a sling. We'll try and find out if we can get more, but we may have to wait till the end of play to find out what the latest diagnosis is for Tom Haynes, and whether he'll be able to take any further part in this game here in the county championship. So 2 balls left of the Mike over, round the wicket this time to Alsop. Plays that one, orthodox forward defensive, just scrapes along the track with his spikes on his boot. So deciding there to take his time, walk away from the stumps. A couple of pigeons coming across. Well, we're used to the seagulls here, so we see plenty of that, and we can usually hear them squawking, but we haven't seen much of them today. But the pigeon just swooping below us here in the commentary position down at the sea end as we look on heading northwards. Mike trying to generate a bit of pace with that run-up. It is full of length delivery, but decent looking drive, but fielded there at extra cover. Well fielded. There won't be any runs. So end of the 39th over. Sussex 203 for 1. Pujara on 24. Alsop on 52. Richard Rail drawing our commentary. But first the thoughts of Ariana Dowse.
Leicester's fielding has been very good today. That was a lovely diving stop from extra cover there. Diving away, body on the line. Fielder coming in from the boundary, holding his elbow, unfortunately, after attempting to stop the lovely punch that went for 4 to bring up the 50 for Alsop.
And off, another no ball. Yet another no ball. It's chaos, really, as far as the Leicestershire bowlers are concerned. Ed Barnes comes in from the Cromwell Road end, bowls to Pujara, who just nibbles it around the corner, helps it on its way down to fine leg for yet another 4. He moves on to 28 now, and that's his 5th boundary. So 24 out of 28. No, 20 out of 28 in boundaries. Told you my maths wasn't very good.
Quick recovery though.
Yeah, I had to think about it. But it's a high percentage anyway of runs for the master. Taps his bat, just slightly crouched at the crease as Barnes, the Yorkshireman, is in and bowls to him. Bat slightly in front of the front pad as he leans forward into that one. Blocking it out into the offside. Then he's waving at the pavilion. Maybe for a drink, something like that. Check on the number of no balls now, but extras into the 30s, on to 33 now, and that the majority certainly is no balls. He's bowled the most Augustus Barnes is in and bowls to Pujara, drags his length back slightly, but Pujara still leaning forward to that straight delivery. Back up the pitch it goes to Eddie Barnes. 7 no balls for Ben Mike, 3 for Vian Mulder, 3 for Chris Wright, 2 for Ed Barnes. So 15 now.
Is it possibly bowling at Hove that's got into the bowler's mind about the no balls?
Yeah, I do struggle with it. Why, whether it would make that amount of difference, I'm not sure. It shouldn't at this level. Are they really sort of testing the line that much? Ben might bowl that last one up the slope, so just striving for something extra perhaps. Barnes is in, up on his toes is Pujara, the short ball outside off stump and guiding it with complete certainty, total surety, into the gap at third slip, fourth slip, between first slip and gully, down to the third man boundary for 4. Economy of effort, isn't it? Just timing, and so much time he seems to have. Cheteshwar Pujara.
The boundary, as you say, high percentage of his runs have come from boundaries.
6 now to him in his 32. 40 deliveries. Barnes is in and bowls. He's solidly forward, back close to the front pad, to that straight delivery. Grunt of effort from Barnes as he delivered on that one. None for 37 from almost 7 for Barnes, which isn't bad compared to Ben Mike. 5 overs, none for 53. Ouch.
Slightly, yes.
School children still with us. Must be getting close to heading back home, you would have thought. In goes Barnes and bowls, turning his bat face on that one, Pujara, as it comes back in towards him from middle and off towards middle, works it out towards backward square where Vian Mulder is the fielder. Mulder's been almost as guilty as Mike in terms of leaking runs. 6 overs, none for 47 for Vian Mulder. Chris Wright, 14 overs, none for 46. His economy rate 3.28, relatively decent. And Callum Parkinson, 7 overs, 1 for 22. Why would you say he isn't bowling now, the captain?
I'm sure. I'd say they were looking for their seamers to come through and create some opportunity, but obviously that's not occurred with the batsmen taking the boundaries in their stride, I'd say.
Sometimes captains are a bit reluctant to bowl themselves, aren't they? I don't know why, though. He's not a diffident young man, Callum Parkinson, so I'd be surprised if that's why. But he should be bowling for me, even if it's only just to exert a little bit of control.
Considering he got the breakthrough as well, but now they're having a team chat.
Yeah, the brain's trust, such as it is. Callum Parkinson, Chris Wright, talking with Ben Mike doing the listening. And coming back in to have a chat is that's Lewis Hill, who's a pretty experienced cricketer now. And captains the side in the Royal London, will captain the side in the Royal London Cup. Actually, Sam Evans, so he's on his 12th man, so I don't know who's off at the moment. Didn't see anybody go off. Can't actually see Hill out there. Similarly sort of slight young men, and it may be that Lewis has gone off momentarily. But Evans is out there at mid-wicket as in goes Mike and bowls down the leg side to Pujara, who sort of looks at it and isn't really interested, is it? He sort of vaguely thinks about helping it on its way as it spears on down the leg side. Taken by Swindles behind the stumps. Just got Louis Kimber as company now. Harry Swindles, Kimber standing at second slip, more or less.
Yeah, the slips have had to come out eventually.
Yeah, it's looking like it's going to be a long old day for the Foxes. Down here in Hove, in goes Mike and bowls, slightly short, digs it in. Cheteshwar Pujara swivels, pulls, bottom edges it slightly, and it rather trickles out towards a square leg with Evans in pursuit. Pujara picks up 1. Parkinson. Plenty of instructions, maybe suggestions going on out there, because Alsop, obviously the left-hander, will now be on strike. Pujara has quietly moved, seems quietly, in that he's moved on to 34 already, but it's very threatening as far as Leicestershire are concerned when a man averaging 120 comes to the crease. He's quickly on to 34.
Yeah, you're happy that you get the breakthrough, then the batsman that's such in form comes in.
Yes, it's a mixed blessing, I suppose. But I suppose looking to try and pick up at least 2 bonus points in the innings. Round the wicket goes Ben Mike to Tom Alsop, bowls very wide, and oh my word, it's another no ball. I'm beginning to run out of things to sort of say about it, really, because it's ridiculous number now. Extras go up to 35. How many did I say? Did I say 14 no balls previously? Is that 15 now?
It's a very high amount, whichever number it is.
13, 15, yep, 16 I think it is now. As Mike is into Alsop, bowls outside off stump. Well, it dies into the gloves of Swindles, outside off stump. Allowed to go through by Tom Alsop.
A few crossed arms in the field now.
Yeah.
Trying to keep their spirits up, I hope.
It tends to be often the wicket-keeper's job, is it? Do you find that? Does the burden fall on you to try and keep everybody chipper and interested and
Definitely.
not downhearted if things aren't quite going your way? Mike kicks up his heels, is in and bowled. That's a better delivery on off stump. Also on the back foot defends with a nice high right elbow.
It shouldn't just be down to the keeper to keep the spirits up in the field, but it always tends to be led by the keeper. There's always 1 or 2 chirpy fielders out there. Which we'd hope to see out there today.
Parkinson's body language is not that of a man who's thoroughly enjoying life at the moment. In goes Mike and bowls. Again, a good delivery on off stump, and Alsop has to lean forward and defend it out into the offside. The problem for Leicestershire and Mike is that he doesn't seem to be able to produce 6 of them, essentially, at the moment in a row. It's not necessarily a personal criticism. You never quite know what he's been told to bowl as well by the captain or by the head coach during the interval. But you would imagine at this stage of the innings, with the ball over 40 overs old, as he goes in and bowls 2 Alsop onto the hip, he can work that one away, and does, out towards sort of deep mid wicket. Coming in from deep backward square, or deep square, is Vian Mulder. Gets his throw away, the single is taken. Alsop keeps the strike. 40 overs old, or about 40 overs old, because it's been changed twice, hasn't it, the ball now?
Yeah.
So
After both the 6s went over the pavilion.
yeah. And Parkinson has shown this one to the umpires, hasn't he? Well, I think it's been sort of handed back to him, though I don't think there's been another change, so...
No, not since then. But I think they have been quite keen to get the umpires to look at it again.
It's a hint of desperation about the hope there. Also just retakes his guard, checks it with umpire, I think it's umpire Debenham, who's standing at the Cromwell Road end. Slightly shorter of the 2 umpires, as Eddie Barnes is in and bowls, and on the front foot Alsop leans forward, head right over the ball, playing it off middle and leg out towards mid wicket, picked up by Evans, and there's no run. Alsop slightly less, well, I was going to say frenetic, but it wouldn't be the right word, I don't think, frenetic, for the way that Ali Orr played. He just put the bad ball away, essentially, didn't he, really? And going to 70 off 85 deliveries before being LBW to Callum Parkinson. Barnes is in, Allsop again, bat and pad pleasantly close together, all very correct as he blocks it out towards mid-off. And again, there's no run. It sometimes seems the days of scoring at 3 and over are over in all, certainly white ball cricket obviously, but even red ball cricket now, 4.5s and 5s, we've seen sides regularly score at.
Yeah, I think the batters are just getting a bit more positive nowadays, looking to take on the bowlers a bit more than they used to.
Barnes up on his toes as he runs in and bowls, clipped away nicely by Allsop down towards mid-wicket. Running in from a deep backward square boundary is Colin Ackerman. It's probably one of those days when he's quite glad he's not captain anymore. Gets his throw away and one is taken.
Yeah, it's definitely something that's being led from England and what we see on television, where their batters are being more positive, and it's filtering down through all forms of the cricket, I'd say. Especially with the introduction of shorter and quicker formats. It's definitely the way batting is going.
It's certainly much more sort of entertaining for the casual spectator to watch. In goes Barnes and bowls to Pujara, thick inside part of the bat as he closes the bat face and works the straight-ish delivery out towards mid-wicket, where Mike is the fielder. So not many options in terms of sort of golden arms or anything like that. Ackerman really should have a few more overs today, you would have thought. His off spin it used to be more than occasional, but he seems to have slipped back a bit. He has had a side injury. In goes Barnes and bowls. Pujara is working that again through mid-wicket, this time wide of Ben. Mike Mulder runs across the boundary, gets to the ball quite quickly because, as we've been saying, the boundary on that Spend Karma Pavilion side of Hove is much closer. So it is just a single to Pujara, moves on to 35. Sussex 218 for 1. Obviously, bonus point already achieved, the first of the day. Azad bowls sort of very occasional leg spin, but Kimber is decent off spinner on his day. In goes Barnes and bowls to Allsop. Will flourish there as he whips that delivery away off his legs down towards deep mid-wicket. Ackerman feels one is taken, and I'm clutching at straws here, but I suppose that they could take some comfort from the fact that the boundary flow has dried up just a little bit. It's not much compensation for the away side.
Yeah, there's been a couple more singles rather than boundaries in the most recent overs. Definitely a positive side.
It's something, isn't it? To come for Sussex, well, we don't know whether Haynes is going to be back. All we know is that his arm is in a sling, having been hit on the wrist by Chris Wright earlier. But to come, Tom Clark, Ollie Carter, Delray Rawlins, James Coles, Henry Crocombe, Stephen Finn, and Sean Hunt. Whether they will all be required is a moot point, one feels. At the moment, it might be a declaration that eventually ends the innings. Vian Mulder has been brought back on in place of Ben Mike at the CN. Bowls round the wicket and up on his toes to a delivery just slightly short of a length, playing it firmly down towards point is Allsop. Rishi Patel runs across some slightly backward point to field and one is taken.
It's difficult with the right-left hand combo, having to constantly keep the fielders moving whenever they get these singles. It's just another thing to tire them out on another hot day, on a long hot day as well. Not ideal.
Mulder is in over the wicket to the right-handed Pujara, who's waiting on the back foot, just dabbing it down towards backward point. Patel again is the fielder. Azad has gone in at short mid-wicket. When you're playing county championship cricket, is it still sort of unlimited in terms of overs, or are you playing limited?
It's 50 over one-day matches for the women, unfortunately.
I wasn't quite sure. For a while they were red ball, weren't they? But in goes Mulder and bowls. Very straight and a solid defensive press from Pujara back down the pitch on the on side.
Now it's only white ball 50 over one day matches or T20s. Unless you get to the high levels of England level, then you get a couple of test matches here and there. Obviously they've even got the shorter versions of the 100 coming out, so the women's game is definitely shorting, if anything.
So you very rarely use a red ball, essentially, if ever.
Yeah.
Mulder is in and bowling a bouncer, just bobs at the knees and lets it go past above his head, just in front of his sort of eye line. Pujara.
For the over.
Umpire Debenham, or umpire Pratt, I think it is, at this end, turns and sort of looks contemplatively at us, basically. He seemed to for a while. He raises his finger also to umpire Debenham to say he's signalled 1 for the over, gets back into position as Mulder is in, bowls to Pujara, who's up on his toes, guiding it beautifully away down towards third man, and although Patel dived across to his left, he couldn't get there, and it runs across the third man boundary for 4. Plays that shot so deftly.
Nice guided down to third man when no one's there.
Uses the pace that's been put on the ball by the bowler, and as you say, no third man. Parkinson, he won't want to go entirely on the defensive yet, but the way runs are coming, this can't be far away. The over rate is already -4 as in goes Mulder and bowls. A very loopy bouncer outside off stump and allowed to go through by Pujara. We didn't sort of raise his lip completely, but there was a sort of slight element of contempt as he leant back and watched that delivery sail through well outside off stump, end of the over. 224 for 1. Sussex thriving in the sunshine here on the south coast.
Well, it is known as sunny Sussex by the sea, so we've definitely got that today.
Did you have to learn the anthem, when you were playing for Sussex?
That was a while ago, so
Fair enough. Okay.
I think I did back then, but
not now. What's the Hampshire winning song? Is that a good one, or?
I don't think Hampshire have one. We have one definitely at Vipers, but
okay.
I think at Hampshire level it's all just rather chill. Not too many anthems required.
What's this? Is the Vipers one of something that people would know, or is it a sort of private thing, or is it based on?
I think it's been posted on social media before.
Okay.
But it's a retake on one of the classic songs that kept played at cricket, so I'm definitely sure if it were to be played, everyone would know it. Not quite our lyrics, though.
Parkinson is bringing himself back on now at the Cromwell Road end. He is in to Allsop, full outside off stump, driving thick outside edge, and it's going to run down to third man for 4. Parkinson hands on knees for a moment, and with some justification really, because that one wasn't out of the middle. It was along the ground all the way, in fairness to Allsop. He got his head over the ball, but it certainly was outside edgy. But he moves on to 60, and Sussex on to 228 for 1.
First ball of spin comes on and it's an edge straight away. Unfortunately for 4, but what's happening?
Parkinson is in again, using his feet is also, but then covering up because Parkinson saw him coming and dragged his length back a bit.
I like how all the kids flurried to the boundary where the ball was.
I think it's Ben Mike down there. In goes Parkinson and bowls. Also again using his feet, turning his wrists on it, pushing it out to mid-wicket. I think he's been signing a few autographs, so yes he is now. So that has attracted a crowd.
Encourage the kids that have come to watch a bit more.
Parkinson is in reverse swept, or an attempted reverse sweep, and it sort of comes off and goes through slip. And Parkinson not impressed. Now, whether that might just have gone through slip in the air, I'm not sure, but Kimber is in at slip and jogged back to pick it up.
Ran a speedy 3 there whilst he was jogging.
He did. He wasn't sort of sprinting after it as well. Whether he was disappointed because he didn't grab hold of it, we'll have a look at the replay, but might just have been a half chance. Did he hit that into the crowd? No, it was, judging by Parkinson's reaction, that was a dolly.
I think that was an opportunity there, missed opportunity there.
He top-edged it and it looped through Kimber round about waist-height. just to his left. He should have taken that catch. In goes Parkinson and bowls. Down the wicket goes Pujara driving, and there is no run because it goes straight to mid-off. But having seen the replay, no wonder Parkinson's hands were in his head.
The sun playing its effect there on the fielding side.
Parkinson into Pujara goes, well, waits for that one really, doesn't sort of go back, plays it from the crease with a very straight bat out towards mid-on, and again there is no run. Parkinson takes his cap from the umpire, and Louis Kimber avoids his captain's eye as he walks back past him. So Allsop on 60, making a note of that, dropped by Kimber at slip. Whether he just didn't expect to, because it was reverse, or people hit their reverse sweeps so well these days that I don't know, but it just sort of top edged and looped very gently, didn't it? And
I've been expecting it when the reverse came out.
no.
But definitely I want to avoid the captain's eye after that.
He has a very good pair of hands, in fairness, but he obviously prefers the ball coming at about 90 miles an hour as opposed to a gentle looping 30 miles an hour or whatever it was.
Sometimes it's harder to take the slower ones though.
He may have been sort of on the back foot and was completely sort of...
Yeah, well, it's quicker, it's more reactions.
Couldn't read it, essentially. Yeah. Mulder to continue from the sea end round the wicket, bowls to Allsop, short outside off stump, cut away down towards wide third man who dives and does good work down there. I think it's Rishi Patel who's down there now and gets his throw away. Allsop takes a couple, moves on to 65, 233 for one. It's the top of the hour, so I'm going to have to go and update BBC Radio Leicester, and we'll get to... Oh, no, we won't. Nobody else is sitting behind us, so you might just have to pick up the commentary around in after this delivery, if that's all right.
Sure thing.
As Mulder goes in around the wicket and bowls again, it's short and wide outside off stump, crashed away in front of square this time, but only as far as Colin Ackerman, who's sweeping on the offside boundary. Again, Allsop picks up just the one on this occasion, moves on to 65, 234 for one.
Is that the top of his mark running in?
Thanks very much to Richard. Dot ball there. Sussex 234 for one there. Pujara 39. Allsop on 66. Richard updating our listeners on BBC Leicestershire. Johnny Cantor here with Ariana Dowes and Ricky Clark. And we'll have a bit of Adrian Holmes a little bit later on throughout the afternoon as well. But Leicestershire just desperate to sort of break up this partnership, Ariana.
Yeah.
What can they do to find that? Mulder it is, who's in over the wicket, turned behind square effortlessly by Pujara, who seems to have just so much time, doesn't he, to play the shots. He's
not being rushed in any sense against the seamers.
No. It was interesting that Ricky was saying it's virtually like he's facing spinners. It's that easy. Annoying for us mortals, isn't it, when you see people like that in full flow. But he's going on at relatively decent pace. Pujara, I mean, mostly it's just been very sort of simple stuff. Singles, he's got 40 off 55, but it's Allsop on strike. Left-hander swipes at that one behind square, turns it round the corner, but there's a man down there on the boundary. He'll just have to settle for a single. I think Tom Allsop will be eyeing up a big score if he can. He's got 67 off 108. So after the departure of Tom Haynes, injured with the wrist injury, and also a man to go, Ali Orr, your former schoolmate, who made 70. Mulder digging that one in short, so that's just left by Pujara. He's having none of that. End of the over then. 45 overs gone. Sussex 236 for one. Also 67 Pujara on 40. And, we've seen a mixture of pace and spin. We're going to see Parkinson continue from the Cromwell Road end. I mean, it's difficult to know what kind of score you're looking at, really, Arian, on a pitch like this, in conditions like this. You just want to
bat, long and hard and just get that big total there to set it up if you can, don't you?
Yeah, definitely. I think Sussex will be looking for a very big score here after the start they've had on the first day here at Hove.
Yeah, of course, one wicket can change things and the flow and the pace in terms of the run rate as well. As Allsop steps forward and just lofts that one over mid-wicket. Got a bit of height, it bounces a couple of times before going out into the deep. It won't make the boundary, but they'll scamper through for 3. So a little bit of a show of intent there from Tom Allsop. That's it, his chances at that one.
Look to attack the spinner, whereas the last over they took a bit more of the back foot there. So changing up a bit this over, which is good to see.
Absolutely. So Pujara on strike. Parkinson just maybe making a few amendments. Talk about the split field in a moment as he comes around the wicket to Pujara, plays the forward defensive, no runs. He's got man deep backwards square, man deep on the boundary on the offside square as well. So as Ricky was saying earlier, never quite sure, but they slightly heavy on the offside. They've got a man just behind square. Short extra cover, and mid-off. Back on his feet there, rolling up onto his toes and plays it back there to Parkinson. So, no run there.
As a spinner, you'd have to consider the shorter boundary on one side.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, we saw the left of centre, as it were. Oh, that's a big shout there. Parkinson fancies his chances. Pujara was on the move forward. Not out, says the umpire. Not sure who that is at the far end, actually. I've lost my score sheet in front of him, which disappeared. But well, he was certainly moving down the wicket there. That would have been a massive, massive blow for Sussex and a great opportunity for Leicestershire. So poor defensive by Pujara. Good bowling.
Very good bowling. The spinners come on and small chances have started to occur, which is good for Leicestershire.
Yeah, sometimes it's a bit about encouragement, isn't it? You know what I mean? It's you're sort of toiling away in the sunshine, and there's another forward defensive there. A little bit of a shrug of the shoulders, though. I think he's a bit despondent there, Parkinson. He certainly felt. He goes back, maybe has a couple of words with the umpire. I think they do. They do go into a little bit of a conversation sometimes, don't they, Ariana?
Yeah, they always like to see. Just ask the question of, was it too high, going down the leg? Why wasn't it out? But
I guess if it's done in a respectful manner that people don't really mind, I guess, that's fair enough, isn't it?
Definitely, yeah.
Would you say that's good to have that conversation? Do you like it when umpires are saying to you why this is, explaining their decisions?
As long as they don't take offence to it, yeah. Got to keep the umpires on the friendly side.
Absolutely, keep them on side. Good decision. Absolutely. Ariana Dowes, the Vipers keeper batter with us on BBC Sussex and BBC Leicestershire. Smacked behind square on the offside by Allsop, rocking back. We'll get 2. Scampering through. Takes him up to 72. 2-4-1, 4-1. Yeah. Certainly do. Hoping that you may get favour with a decision here and there. But the story of the day really has been it's Sussex who, right from the word go, who won the toss, decided to bat the right decision on the right track, and they've certainly been enjoying themselves, apart from Tom Haynes, who had to retire injured. As Holder comes in again, and this one's just brought back on the underside there by Allsop. He'll just settle for a single on this occasion. Yeah, I think you certainly need to keep them on side, keep them relatively happy. But it was certainly a big shout from both the bowler and the wicketkeeper and those behind the stumps.
Definitely, it must have been straight enough to have that appeal from everyone on the team. So
I wonder whether he got down the pitch too far for them to maybe have a certainty.
It does tend to help sway the umpiring decision if you come down.
Give it a little bit of that. So Allsop on 73, but Pujara not out 40. Indian international on strike, right-hander. As Mulder comes in, lovely looking forward defensive. Sometimes we sort of applaud, don't we, wonderful strokes, but sometimes there's something about good solid defence can be the bedrock of an innings, can't there?
Yeah, just shows the fielding side that you're solid no matter what they throw at you.
Yeah. So no way through. I think that is the way to describe it. You ain't coming through my defence. And that's what Pujara would have been thinking. That's shorter. That's popped up and it nearly went back to the bowler. Boulder just held on me. Just maybe was just trying to turn that around the corner. Maybe played it a little bit early. Nearly a gift for Mulder. But Pujara survives. Strange one, that, isn't it?
Yeah, seemed to pop up a little bit more. Caught him by surprise almost, I'd say. Which is surprising considering everything's been in his favour this innings.
Yes, it has. It hasn't really been an issue for him. And this one again is short, and that one's kept watchfully there and played down into the ground. Mulder over this. Yeah, it did. I think it should have been it looked like it should have been a relatively simple shot behind square, but he got through it a little bit early. Sometimes the pitch can be a little bit too paced here at Sussex. So Ricky Clark, he's played here on a fair few occasions on what it's like. There is a slope for those of you that haven't been to Hove. Not quite your Lord's pitch, but in comes Mulder. That's played down on the onside, no run, sending his man back very quickly there, Pujara. So he remains on 40, Allsop 73, 2-4-2 for 1. Sussex on day one here. Don't forget to get your emails into us, sussexcricket@bbc.co.uk. If you want to get involved with the conversation. Or you can catch us on Twitter as well, at BBC Sussex Sport. And see how England would have got started now, I would have thought, England's women. So South Africa batting first, 52 for 2 after 16.1 overs. I think that's down at Taunton, maybe, I have a feeling. Staying out for 14, good all out for 5 here. Allsop just goes back, defends that one. Parkinson keeping it tight, trying to keep the pressure on.
Yeah, there was a nice few dot balls at the end of that over, so keeping that going will hopefully build some sort of pressure and force the batsman to...
Yeah, building pressure, that's what it's all about, I think, at the moment for Leicestershire, as Parkinson continues over the wicket on the onside in front of square by Allsop, settles for the single. Yeah, do join us, and a selection of feature interviews as well on the BBC Sport website. Just go to the cricket page if you want to check anything out. Sri Lanka beat Australia by an innings and 39 runs. Meanwhile, cast my eye down to what's happening elsewhere in the county championship as well. We'll start in Division 2 in a moment as Parkinson races that one through a little bit quicker to Pujara. So Middlesex 156 for 7. That's against Worcestershire. Glamorgan 182 for 5. That's against Nottinghamshire. Derbyshire 133 for 5. We'll come back from Yorkshire against Surrey as Parkinson comes again, another dot ball. Yorkshire 183 for 5 against Surrey, that's up at Scarborough. Somerset 142 for 4 against Lancashire. Northamptonshire 161 for 2, they're playing Kent. And Warwickshire 137 for 1 in all sorts of bother against Hampshire as Parkinson goes around the wicket to Pujara. 4 defensive, no run. Just the one off the over so far, and Gloucestershire have been dismissed by all out for 136 by Essex, so impressive bowling from them in Division 1. Parkinson again, skipping down the wicket there is Pujara, put it off his own bowling, stares down the batsman a little bit there, but end of the over, and a good over that for Leicestershire. Sussex 2-4-3 for 1. I think we're going to have a drinks break. Certainly needed on an afternoon like today. Well, we were throwing out earlier while they have a break, we were talking about different flavours of ice cream, and voted most popular flavour of ice cream in Sussex, as revealed on the BBC Sussex Breakfast Show this morning, was salted caramel. So what would you go for, Ariana? You haven't had your choice yet.
I'm a chocolate girl.
You're a chocolate girl,
yeah.
Okay, you like chocolate. I am a bit of I quite like salted caramel, but I have to say I'm a vanilla man as well. Pretty boring, that's what most people would say, that's for sure. Ricky Clark, I think, liking a Ben & Jerry's, was it, Ricky? Caramel Choo Choo. There you go. Caramel Choo Choo is the ice cream of choice for former Surrey all-rounder Ricky Clark. Adrian Harms, I know what his is. His is anything that anyone else will buy him. Is usually because that wallet has still got moths on when it comes out of the jacket. But here we're having a drinks break, so wait and see how long that takes. But certainly need to take on the fluids. Encourage everybody to put some sun cream on, keep the caps and hats on a day like today. And of course, having to wear the helmets as well nowadays, it gets pretty hot under the lid, doesn't it?
There'll be quite a few sweaty hats as well, I imagine.
Yes.
On the fielding side.
It can be difficult sometimes you're batting as well. If you've got sweat, isn't it? You have to constantly sort of adjust and keep that. I know technology has moved on over the years and stuff, but good opportunity this for both the batters, but also as a batter when you have a break like this and you're building innings, how difficult is that, Ariana, to then sort of refocus again when you start playing again?
Yeah, it would definitely break up the batsman's concentration. It's just one of those mental challenges with cricket, because it's a very mental sport, especially batting. Even though you're out there with a teammate, it's a very individual performance, and that does come from a lot of.
Do you have a little process you go through sometimes, whether it might be just going through all your equipment, getting everything back on, gloves, a certain order of things? Is that how it works, or
definitely?
Was that a little bit too kind of?
It would definitely be individual for each batsman kind of thing.
Sure. But do you have one? Do you go through a little?
It's more pre-ball rather than all the equipment going on in a certain order. I don't really mind about that, but some batsmen are very particular.
So what's that? Probably a 3-minute break you've probably had. I guess this is when you potentially might make a mistake or haven't quite refocused quickly enough, particularly if you're eyeing up a big score, as Allsop will be doing. He's on 74, Pujara 40, so certainly that. But also I think it's, as a fielding side, you need to see this as an opportunity. You want to take on fluids, don't you? But at the same time you want to actually say, well, look, this is a break in concentration here for the batter. Let's try and do something. Capitalise on it, absolutely.
And hopefully it will boost some energy into the fielding side, give them a little short break.
Maybe a few words from the dressing room as well, to maybe a few ideas coming through from the coaches perhaps as Mulder continues. That's behind square from Allsop. Get a little bit of information out there in terms of maybe possibilities, a few thoughts to the captain. They've tried rotating around, they've tried seam, they've tried spin, but to no avail so far, barring that one wicket, which was Orr, who was LBW off the bowling of Parkinson for 70. And he's been pretty tidy in terms of his figures today. It's really about wickets as well, because you know that they're going to score, but Parkinson 1 for 33 of his 10 overs. So that's in short, and that's hooked behind square, and that short leg got out of the way of that one. This is a man behind square deep, so they'll just get a single there. So flashy from Pujara, but only the one run. You had much of a chance to have a look at Pujara in terms of a batting style and the way he plays the game?
It all just looks very neat. The defensive shot he plays, it's just so compact, and you're not going to break through him from the looks of it, and he has the time in the world to play any shot he likes.
Yeah, he's very precise, isn't he? Disciplined. In again, and that's forced off the hips there. Neat shot by Allsop this time. Yeah, that precision with everything he does, whether it's defence or attack, it always feels that way, and as you say, comfortable seeing the ball early, good use of the feet. I think he's got a variety of different shots as well. I just like the way he plays it so late. I think that affords him the time quite often. Obviously some pitches you can't do that on. This one I think is certainly one of them though. Mulder comes in again, and that is short, but that's left by Pujara. Now we can hear a few seagulls squeaking away. Certainly one seems to enjoy them. Don't forget the cricket show tomorrow, Tuesday night, 9 p.m. on BBC Sussex, BBC Surrey and BBC Sounds. You can catch it anywhere in the world. Plenty of features in there. The focus on schools cricket as well this week, and pathways to the future, as well as, of course, the latest from Sussex and Surrey. That's wide and left, just ignored that one.
I think this might have come from that little drinks break where they've decided to go shorter at him now and bring in the short square leg with the helmet on.
Yeah.
Try and get that breakthrough wicket here that they
And
need.
maybe that has come from the dressing room, maybe from the pavilion. Someone said, maybe
Possibly.
let's go different, try it. I mean, Mulder's been generating enough pace to get it up there and around neck height, hasn't he?
Yeah.
On a couple of occasions. Wright was fairly pacey from this to the C end, but that's just guided through. They bring the man up and he just guides it down to third man for 4. Intelligent batting that from Pujara. Just a little bit too much width and not quite enough pace. And that just goes racing away. The 250 is up for Sussex, 250 for 1. Pujara goes to 45. Allsop on 76.
100 partnership too between the two batsmen.
Yeah, wonderful. They built on this quite nicely. 147 for 1 they were. Now they pushed on these two. They haven't given much away, have they, really?
No. Not been many chances for the Foxes to sneak one in
No.
and take a wicket, unfortunately.
Just looking, go back to the, what's in the terms of the tables, this is the bottom 2 sides in Division 2. Leicestershire, the only side without a victory in Division 2 this year. Sussex just with that one win against Derbyshire. All reverse sweep there from Allsop. And a throw at the stumps. Big shout, but I think he was still in his crease. While everyone was looking at the umpire at the far end, a neat bit of fielding dislodges the bails, and Allsop got away with it probably twice.
Not sure what they hit on the first field. That was very quick fielding there.
Yeah, smart work. Was it Ackerman down here who tossed that one in? I'm not sure. Does he need to reverse sweep at this stage of his innings or on this pitch? It seems I'm just not quite sure whether Allsop really needed to do that. We've seen him do it a little bit in the T20s. Parkinson continues, and it's a good delivery. Forward defensive, and there is no run.
It's one of those things about bringing in the T20 and the positive batting style from all formats into the longer.
Yeah. So having played those kind of shots, they start to creep into the county championship. Yeah. As Parkinson comes in again down the track there from Allsop. Maybe learnt his lesson. Yeah, a couple of times I've mentioned it in the commentary on the T20 when he starts to reverse it, and you just think, I'm not sure you really need it. But as you say, sometimes it's difficult to just suddenly get rid of those shots you've been playing, and that comes back to what we were talking about, the schedule. And he rocks back on his toes there and forces that onto the offside for a single. Yeah, chopping and changing, you've had the blocks. I mean, they've made the shift to the T20 to early, which seems to make sense in having it all together and bringing the finals day up into July rather than September seems to be making sense.
Yeah, definitely. It's all about that adjusting as a batsman, though, from the different formats.
Yeah, you got to do it. You've got to do it quite quickly, and you sometimes have to do it multiple times. As Pujara just turns that behind square just for a single, eyeing up his half century. He scored some big centuries this summer, Pujara, and he'll certainly want to make hay in the sunshine here. Finally, we've got some seagulls swooping over. I did say they'd come, didn't I? I was right about that. As Parkinson comes in to complete his over. So the offside off the back foot there from Allsop. Didn't time it particularly well, but he will get 2. That is the end of the over. So 50 overs gone. 254 for 1 Sussex. Pujara 46. Allsop 79. We'll have a 5 minutes, then we'll have maybe a change in the commentary box, bring someone else in. This rather hot and sweltering day. I've seen a fair few people come back in to the media centre simply to get the air conditioning. It's a difficult balance. You see, Ricky's gone shorts, you see, but he didn't realise the air conditioning was going to be on. But then he'll go somewhere else, he'll put all the full Monty on, and then that'll be sweltering. We've been out down here for the T20 sometimes, Ariana, and it can get rather hot, but you do feel a little bit closer to the action on occasion. But I have to say, on a day like today, it is perfect to have that. So Ackerman's going to come into the attack from the C end. So spin at both ends, right arm over the wicket. His sunglasses are on, and Pujara just pushes it back to him. Now, I asked Ricky about sunglasses. Are you a sunglasses on or off in the field?
Off.
Off? Yeah. You see, I don't quite understand it myself. I find it difficult. Also, if you're launching yourself as he comes in again. Oh, it's a big shout for LBW, and it's out! It's a massive wicket for Leicestershire. Pujara goes LBW to Ackerman for 46. Just the breakthrough that Leicestershire wanted. It's a big, big wicket, and it's a huge blow for Sussex, who are now 254 for 2.
That was exactly what they needed, just to change up and bring on the spinner and get that breakthrough that they really needed. And the big wicket of Pujara as well.
Yeah. Well, they changed the bowling, and, well, I think it was pretty much dead cert. Quick decision by the umpire, and it looked like the right decision as well. So Pujara goes. LBWs, that's 2 LBWs, both wickets falling. LBW this afternoon, 254 for 2 now, Sussex. And another change for them. But as we were just talking about, and making it look so easy and have so much time, you can't say over complacency, you've got to hand it to the bowler.
It was a good change up by the captain as well to bring on the spinner from the other end. Hasn't happened yet this innings, and it just brought through the wicket.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, a change in the batting and a change in the commentary box as well. I shall make way, and we'll bring in Richard to continue ball-by-ball commentary here of the County Championship on the BBC Sport website.
So, big wicket as far as Sussex are concerned. I think we're going to bring Ricky in a minute, so to have a change around in the commentary box. We'll do it at the end of the over. So, 254 for 2, and the new batsman is Tom Clark. Is he a player that you've come across during your time at Sussex, Ariana?
No, I have not. No.
Right, okay. Well, he's scored a couple of hundreds this season already, and he's another of the long line of left-handed batsmen in this Sussex batting lineup. So, changing the field, the deep cover has come up to saving one on the offside. So there are 4 men in a ring, plus a slip and a short leg. As in comes Ackerman, right arm around the wicket. He's in and bowls, and forward comes Clark. There's a stifled appeal from behind the stumps, and there is no run. Tom Alsop on 79. Always a big wicket when Cheteshwar Pujara goes. Ackerman in again, round the wicket, bowls, and Clark plays it wristily off the hip, but only as far as mid-wicket. And there is no run. We were saying about the slow over rate. Does it seem like it's been slow, Ariana?
I'd say it doesn't seem that slow. Now that they brought on the spinners, it should go a bit faster as well.
Yeah, it could be a late finish the way it's going. In comes Ackerman, bowls, and forward comes Clark, plays it down the onside of the track, and Ackerman just trots across some fields. And there is no run. 1 ball to go in this over. This is the 51st over of the day, so still another 45 to be bowled. There's Ackerman again. Around the wicket in, and Clark runs that one to backward point. Thinks about a single, but he's quite rightly sent back by Tom Alsop. There is no run. It's the end of an over and a wicket maiden for Colin Ackerman, who's bowled 2 overs. 1 maiden has taken 1 for 3. Sussex 254 for 2. Ariana's going to take a breather, going to sit in the sunshine, probably upstairs. And Ricky Clark is going to come back and join us here on BBC Radio Sussex and BBC Radio Leicester. That sort of came out the blue a little bit, Pujara getting out, because he didn't look like getting out, Ricky.
No, he looked very assured of himself when he was batting. It looked incredibly easy at some stages, and I think you've alluded to there with the over rate, it was potentially a forced change just to try and get that over rate back a little bit, and they've managed to get a big wicket.
Well, it's going to be Callum Parkinson who's coming in over the wicket from the Cromwell Road end bowls to Tom Alsop, who flicks it onto the onside and takes a single. He goes to 80. Sussex 255 for 2. I mean, the over 8 really is slow, Ricky. I mean, I know we had the injury to Tom Haynes, and we'll try and give you some details on that a little later on. But what are we, 15 minutes away for tea, and we've still got 44 overs left to be bowled in the day? I mean, the scoreboard showing -4 on the over 8. It must be all of that, I should think.
Yeah, I'd imagine they would have had their time given to them already, so that is pretty much correct there.
Does that sort of happen, Ricky, during play?
During the play, you'll get your time, so the injury there to Tom Haynes, you get a bit of time for that, and
in comes Parkinson, bowls. Clark stretches forward, runs that to backward point. There is no run.
The odd ball change and stuff like that. So you get your time, and then it all gets added on, and then it gets added on in between the breaks, and as the innings sort of goes along. So that will be -4 at this current time. So you're looking at that sort of force change for both spinners each end.
In comes Parkinson, bowls. Clark is forward and runs that one down towards fine leg. It was in the air a little while, but nonetheless Clark is on his way. Parkinson's got his hands on his head. I wonder if he was thinking about having a leg slip in there, Ricky.
Yeah, it's difficult, isn't it? Because we haven't seen a lot of turn. The odd one sort of held up a little bit. It's just a bit of a potluck position, really, if you get one there or not. So they've tried and force a mistake out of Alsop. He's already had a reverse sweep and missed one.
Comes Parkinson again. Alsop down the wicket, driving, clips it down to long on and picks up a single. One more to Tom Alsop. He goes to 81. 257 for 2. Over 8 is a real bugbear of mine, Ricky. I've got to say, I mean, the standard of cricket that I played was village cricket, so it wasn't high, but we used to bowl 20 overs in an hour. I mean, and I know that was, it's a lot different. In comes Parkinson, and Clark stretches forward, plays out into the offside, and there is no run. But I see no reason why in county cricket counties shouldn't bowl 16 overs an hour, really. Or would you vehemently disagree with that?
I'd give them a little bit more leeway on a day like this. It's a lot to say. 31 and sunny. It's difficult.
Parkinson in and bowls, and Clark works this to mid-wicket, and there is no run. Good, tight, accurate over from Callum Parkinson, just conceding the 3 singles. Sussex 257 for 2. Clark on 1. Tom Alsop on 81. I just sort of think little thing. I mean, put today to one side, because I know it's swelteringly hot, but in general terms, I just sort of think, did you play for skippers who would say, right, come on, lads, running between the overs, that sort of thing?
I think you see the sort of natural progression that when you get to a stage like this, and you still want to bowl your seamers, for example, players will get round quickly and get in position, stuff like that. Obviously, a hot day like this, and potentially you've seen that spin's going to take a massive part of the day now.
Sunshine, hot as well,
going into tea.
Tonight, dry, clear, and very warm.
Just got an update to come to our
morning. It's going to be dry, rather cloudy.
listeners on BBC Radio Sussex in a couple of moments' time.
Little sunshine tomorrow afternoon.
Ackerman is coming around the wicket to the left-handed Tom Alsop, who's on 81, is in and bowls, and Alsop is forward, plays into the offside. Yes, Anthony, we can hear you loud and clear in the studio in Brighton. There is no run. 257 for 2. Clark on 1, Alsop on 81.
Dry and fine start with plenty of sunshine at first. Cloudy later, but still
in and bowls, and Alsop uses his feet.
14-day
Plays that to mid-wicket, and there is no run.
Sussex or Surrey.
Just the one slip. Only close fielder for Tom Alsop. Looks like they've missed the update again, so hopefully we'll turn the music off as the ball is played by Alsop to backward point, and again there is no run. What have you made of Tom Alsop, Ricky?
Yeah, looked very good, very compact. Had one potential wobble where he a couple of overs ago tried a reverse sweep when there was a deep point out when he didn't really need to do that, but sort of got back into his shell again and playing very, very sensibly.
So plays a short delivery, punches that into the covers, and there is no run. I mean, sort of made his name at Hampshire. Well, I say made his name at Hampshire, but that's where he began his career. Came to Sussex on loan at the beginning of the season. That's now a permanent move. In again, bowls, and also flicks this one into mid-wicket, and there is no run. These two are doing a decent job, these two bowlers, Ackerman and Parker's, just keeping it tight because runs have been coming at a fair rate. I don't know why we keep getting those blasts of music. Really.
It's a good song now. I felt like singing along to that one in the air.
In comes Ackerman again, and also works this to back the point, and that's a maiden over from Colin Ackerman, who's bowling a nice tidy little spell here. 3 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 3. Sussex 257 for 2. Allsop on 81. Clark on just a single. Were there any skippers particularly that you, going back to the over 8 thing, was there anyone who you particularly played for who was, or did it very much depend on the situation of the match in terms of overs being got through more quickly, Ricky?
Yeah, depending on the situation of the match, pretty much. You always had loads of coaches at the start. It's more the coaches and the captains. Would be like, oh, make sure we get through that over 8, and I think a lot of the time you have to sort of focus on what you're doing to try and get people out. I understand you have to keep an eye on the over 8, but if you're rushing through your overs, you're not really focusing on putting the ball in the right area that can potentially cause problems for batters. So it was more the coaches that worried.
Callum Parkinson is coming in from the Cromwell Road in bowls to Tom Clark. Clark is forward, plays it straight back down the track. Parkinson fields and there's no run. There's a short leg in place. I guess that's worth a try with a new batsman in.
Yeah, definitely. I think they've got to look to try and bowl as many balls as they can at Clark here.
In comes Parkinson again, bowls, and Clark is forward, digs that one out, plays it straight back down the track, and Parkinson fields off his bowling is no run. So apart from the slip and the short leg, there's a point cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, a backward square leg, and a deep mid-wicket as well. I'll get Ricky's thoughts on that particular field placing in a moment as Parkinson is in bowls, and Clark is back on his stumps and steers that through mid-wicket. In fact, that fielder does come in from deep mid-wicket to field. 1 to Clark, he goes to 258 for 2.
I was just about to say I'd be inclined to the new batter to bring him up to stop that easy single, and build the pressure a little bit. You know, if he comes down or goes for a slog sweep and goes over, then you say fair play, that's a great shot. He's 2 off 11 at this moment in time. You want to sort of create the pressure and build the dots.
Parkinson and again bowls, and also looking to use his feet, and that was in the air momentarily as he played that to mid-wicket. Good bit of bowling by Parkinson, actually.
It was. I think he saw him come in there and just dragged it back a little bit, and just sort of held in the wicket a touch. But again, pretty much you look at that, you know, Allsop's on 81, Clark on 2, you've pretty much got the same field for both batters. That's where I'll be looking to put pressure on Clark.
Parkinson in again bowls.
That's well bowled.
Allsop forward placing to the offside, no run.
Yeah, just, you know, it's that sort of scenario. I think maybe to Clark, long on comes up a little bit, but I'd be inclined to put a little bit more pressure on the new batter and try and build those dots, and that just brings the run rate down and you can control it.
Parkinson in bowls, and Allsop again works this one down to long on and picks up a comfortable single. Does Tom Allsop? He goes to 82, 259 for 2. Tom Allsop on 82. Tom Clark is on tour. It's all Toms and left-handers in the Sussex side. Tom Haines, Tom Allsop, Tom Clark, and all of those left-handers. So end of the over, 259 for 2. Clark on 2, Allsop on 82. The batsman out for Sussex today, Ali Oru was LBW to Callum Parkinson for 70. And just a couple of overs ago, Cheteshwar Pujara out for 46, also LBW to on this occasion to Colin Ackerman, and Tom Haines retired her. We'll try and get some news from the Sussex dressing room as to the extent of the Tom Haines injury. He was hit earlier on this morning. As in comes Ackerman around the wicket, bowls, and using his feet, he sort of clips that nice, that's a lovely looking shot. Just used his feet down the wicket, clipped the ball through wideish mid-on, beautifully played for 4 runs.
Yeah, lovely shot, really quick on his feet, got to the pitch of the ball, didn't try and overhit it, and just timed it through the vacant sort of wide mid-on area, and lovely shot.
Also goes to 86, 263 for 2 here on BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Radio Leicester. Myself, Adrian Harms, alongside the former Surrey and Warwickshire all-rounder Ricky Clark, and England, of course. In comes Ackerman bowls, and also is working this through the covers. Picks up a single to the sweeper on the cover boundary. Might be interesting here to see, Ricky, what they decide to do with the field here.
I'd like to see him come up now.
Yeah.
It's a situation where Ackerman's gone for 5 of his first 2 balls, bowling at the in-batter. I think sometimes you've got to be smart and maybe just give the in-batter a single, say have it, and then build the pressure on the new guy. But again, he goes back on the deep boundary, so it's an easy single if he wants it.
Ackerman in ball, that's a poor delivery actually. It's pulled away by Tom Clark, and it's gone all the way for 4 runs, and he won't be very pleased with that delivery, Colin Ackerman. I mean, that was a long hot, and Tom Clark had all the time in the world just to pull that one back with a square. If I'm at short leg, I'm not too happy with the bowler.
As I say, Colin Ackerman's not happy. I don't think Rishi Patel at short leg was particularly happy with that. It was not an ideal delivery to get when you're standing at short leg, but everyone bowls it.
A loose delivery now and again, 9 off the over so far. Ackerman in bowls to Clark, who's forward and plays that straight down the ground, and there is no run. Nice delivery to get though, Ricky, early in your innings. Nice long hop down the leg side.
Yeah, I think you're always looking for that early boundary just to get you going. So it always settles the nerves.
Ackerman again in and around the wicket bowls, and Clark is forward, and a nice bit of work behind the stumps by Harry Swindles. Whips off the bails.
Might have just held a little bit and just gripped past him there. So potential signs that the pitch is turning a little bit as the day goes on.
Ackerman again waits, slipping a short legger in situ in bowls, and Clark works that to mid-wicket. I know you... end of the over actually, 260, is that 268 for 2? I can't quite see the sun shining. 60 Clark, 87 to also. But your pace, Ricky, did you have any keepers who stood up to you?
I can't remember. I think there was the odd wicket you get where it was very, very slow, very low, and you had to have the keeper up. I think I've had Ben Folkes towards the latter stages of my career. I think that was when he come up and stood up to the crease. I thought, okay, are you trying to tell me something, Folkesy? And time to hang him up. No, sometimes you get wickets that it just dependent on how slow it is.
Parkinson over the wicket bowls to Walsall, who's forward, plays it down the onside of the track, and there is no run. Richard will be back with us in 5 minutes or so with Ricky. So, interesting actually, talk about Ben Folkes. I mean, how good a keeper is in all the years that you've played, many wicket keepers that you've seen around the circuit. I wonder where Ben Folkes rates as in comes Parkinson and bowls, and also clips that through square leg and picks up a comfortable single. He goes to 88 and then total to 269 for 2.
Yeah, for me, playing wise, I played with some amazing keepers, and been very fortunate to have those sort of keepers. One standing behind the stumps for me when bowling, but also being in the slips and watching them apply their trade. But Ben Folkes, in my opinion, was the best.
Really?
Yeah, he's a fantastic keeper.
In comes Parkinson bowls, stretching forward is Clark, and that's not just from your Surrey days, that's from being around the circuit and seeing a number of keepers. I mean, there's a lot of keepers, Ricky.
For playing with, definitely Ben Folkes, but for me, the best I've sort of ever seen and played against was James Foster.
Right,
he was fantastic.
How interesting. In comes Parkinson bowls, Clark is forward, plays it down the onside of the track, and there is no run. What made him different, Ricky?
James Foster? Just, he would stand up to ridiculous pace. Everything went into his hands, like straight in the middle. He'd get it down leg side, just fantastic.
Parkinson again, cut away by Clark, nicely played. He's going to get at least a couple of runs down to third man. It may go all the way for 4 actually. It's well fielded on the boundary edge. Well done, because it's a real chase down the hill. He picks up a couple of runs. That's Tom Clark and the Leicestershire fielders applaud. That's a good effort out there by Ben Mike to prevent that going for a boundary on a hot day.
And it just runs away down that slope, doesn't it? And it just kept on gathering pace, and he got round very well after bowling a little spell not too long ago.
Parkinson again bowls, and Clark plays that through that mid-wicket gap. That's making the point, isn't it, Ricky? That it's a very easy single for. It's just a push and run for a single.
Very, very easy. For me, his face was it Clark. 19 balls now for 9. Obviously, he's hit a good boundary from a bad ball, but it's just allowing him to get in, and it's just very, very easy. There's no sort of pressure building. You have to try and build dots to create that pressure and make him do something he doesn't want to do. And also with that, you then sort of starve in Alsop, who's the in-batter, of strike a little bit, so then he might go at something when he does get the strike, if you're building the dots on Clark. So yeah, it's disappointing to see the same field for both batters, if I'm brutally honest.
Come back to our conversation of wicket keepers. I was listening on Test Match Special the other day, and I asked Sir Alistair Cook the same question. Now, he probably would say James Foster, but he did, and he said he really was a magnificent wicket keeper.
Yeah, unbelievable. I remember watching Sky games, and Graham Napier was bowling 88 miles an hour, and he was standing up to him. And
In comes Ackerman bowls to Clark, pumps that to the onside.
You have to be mad to be a keeper, don't you? I mean, to do that.
And I'd imagine a lot of his career as well, Ricky, he'd have been standing up without a helmet on as well.
I would have thought so, actually, yeah. In that older generation.
Ackerman in and bowls and played by Clark to back the point. There is no run. So apart from that at Surrey, was Alex Stewart keeping in those days?
Didn't see him a lot,
right.
But obviously a very tidy keeper. Was England's keeper, very immaculate with Stewie. Fantastic keeper.
Comes Ackerman again, and Clark again is able just to work this one through mid-wicket, picks up a single. There's a shorter boundary on that leg side, Ricky, but nonetheless there are two men out on that leg side. It's a comfortable single for Tom Clark, who goes into double figures. He's on 10, and Sussex for 273 for 2.
I think you look at the field as well. It's just, I said earlier on in commentary with the seamers that you're not really defending at either side. You know, you can't really bowl to a field here.
Ackerman in bowls to Alsop, who drives to mid-off, fielded by Parkinson. There is no run. I quite like to see. I'm a bit of a fan of seeing you mid-off or mid-on, either up or back, Ricky, as well. So I thought that's a decent positioning for Parkinson. He's at least preventing the single there.
Yep.
In comes Alsop again, using his feet, looking to get down the track after the spinners is Tom Alsop. Ackerman fields off his own bowling, and there is no run.
I just feel with that deep cover out there, just if Ackerman bowls his best ball, Alsop can just literally defend it, and he can just go square of the wicket and get an easy single. So
Ackerman in bowls, and as if to make the point, plays it off the back foot. There is this sweep on the cover boundary, but it's an easy single. In fact, the throw hits the stumps and ricochets away, but there's not an overthrow. End of the over. No, one more to come, and then I'll hand over to Richard. 274 for 2. Clark 10. Alsop on. Is that the end of the over? Yes, it is the end of the over. My apologies. So 274 for 2. Clark is on 10. Alsop is on 89. We've still got another 39 overs left in the day, and another 7 overs until tea. So I'm going to leave you with Ricky and with Richard.
Having seen the replay of that Ackerman dismissal of Pujara, there was a little bit of turn, not vast, but there was something.
Yeah.
I mean, maybe as the game goes on, that will increase. It could be that the sun will sort of bake the wicket into complete submission, basically, as well, which is sometimes the way of things at the Upton Steel County Ground in Grace Road. After Grace Road, I should say. Parkinson over the wicket from the Cromwell Road end. Alsop uses his feet, but ends up defending it back down the pitch to the Lancastrian. And there's no run. 7 overs until tea. Over 8 -4. Leicestershire not good on over 8s. There have been excuses today, but one of them isn't the fact that they bowled 15 no balls, that's for sure. In goes Parkinson, I think outside part of the bat, angled bat in fairness to Alsop, and a couple of fielders quickly to the ball, make sure there's no chance of sneaking a quick single.
Yeah, nearly three extra overs in no balls doesn't help with it for the over 8, I suppose, yeah.
Parkinson in, forward goes Alsop, head right over the ball, getting to the pitch of it, blocking it out towards Hassan Azad, who's there at short extra. It becomes a long old day for you if you're in the field. I guess you'll have had a few of those in your time, I guess.
Many.
Yeah. Parkinson is in, Alsop's down the wicket, whipping it away, very straight through mid-on, down towards long on. Looks like Mulder who's out there at the moment. No, it's Barnes who's out there at long on, beg his pardon.
This is where I'd like to see the deep square man come up and just trying to create a bit of pressure,
sure.
You know. Stop that easy single.
Parkinson is in. There's a shout for leg before, might have been outside the line, but it's turned down anyway by the umpire. We'll have a look at that when the feed sort of catches up with where we're at.
Again, just looked like it gripped a little bit and just held, and not sure if there was a shot being played or not.
I was about to I wonder if that was the reason for the appeal, because if it did hit him outside the line, irrelevant if he wasn't playing a shot. Parkinson is in, and that one is defended. He could just about argue he was turning the bat face on it, wasn't he? Trying to. Did look as though it just came back in a fraction.
Just held a little bit, yeah. So
worth a shout.
Be encouraged by that, I suppose, for after tea.
Batter would have been disappointed to have seen the finger raised for that one, but
yeah, I think he might have been in the umpire's room if he got given out for that one. With a little bit of dissent, potentially.
1 for 14 for Ackerman, 1 for 41 for Parkinson. But at least the huge flow of runs from the seamers has been stemmed a little bit. Using his feet again is also thick inside edge, and it runs out towards deep backward square. He takes one. Ackerman gives it a tweak, but I'm never entirely convinced that he is totally confident in his own bowling, if that doesn't sound odd. Do you know whether he's always slightly nervous about getting hit? He's in and bowls, drops that one a little bit short, so Clark can go back and turn it comfortably out to deep square and take one.
Had a bit of success in one-day cricket, is that safe to say? So sometimes maybe bowls a little bit too flat, maybe in the 4-day game?
I think that, yeah, I mean, he's had a slight side strain as well, which prevented him bowling for sort of most of the first 3 months of the season. Slight side, if there is such a thing, it's a horrible injury, isn't it, for a bowler, because they take a long time to. Did you ever have a side strain sort of thing?
I needed a side 2 strain, I think. When I think I was okay on that front.
And he's in off stump and solidly forward is Tom Alsop defending it out into the offside. Closing in on a century. 91 off 144 balls at the moment. Having spoken to a few other people around the ground as down the wicket he goes, but then blocks the delivery from Ackerman, bowling in his shades out into the offside. The consensus was that it was a very clear chance on 60. That the slip just didn't seem to read Louis Kimber, attempting the reverse sweep at Parkinson, just looped gently to slip. And Kimber, whether he was completely wrong-footed, just didn't get anything on it, and it went through him. Turned that one out to square leg from Ackerman, but straight more or less to Rishi Patel.
I like that move from Ackerman. He's a couple of balls ago just brought up Rishi Patel there from deep backward square, just to create a bit of pressure and stop those easy singles, force a shot.
Almost steps to the wicket and bowls flatter, quicker, outside off stump, cut away, and he's got that one through just enough width, and Barnes flung himself to his right at backward point, couldn't get there, and it runs out to the wide third man boundary for 4, last ball of the over, and there'll be a few gritted teeth out there among the Leicestershire fielders. A reasonable over up to that point.
Yeah, he just pushed it through a little bit quicker. I'm not sure he needed to at that stage. He bowled a nice tidy over. Great saying, if it isn't broke, don't fix it. And he's pushed one through and just given a little bit of whip. And Alsop has pounced on it and used the pace and got it away for another 4 and moves on to 95. Tom Alsop looked like a guy who gets nervous in the 90s, or?
Well, obviously, we only see when we play Sussex. I think he got some runs at Grace Road earlier this season. I'll check. Watching at the moment, there's the taller Tom Clark, yet another Sussex lefty, faces Callum Parkinson, who bowls just outside off stump. Clark goes back and dabs it calmly out towards backward point, and coming off the boundary, Ben Mike picks up, doesn't bother hurling the ball into Harry Swindles, gives it a perfunctory polish before lobbing it to Hassan Azad, but extra cover. Parkinson is in and bowls. Alsop is carefully forward.
Mid-on stayed up a little bit here as well. I always find this interesting passage of play when someone gets close to their 100. The fielding side always part on the pressure rather than the 90 runs that they got.
Parkinson is in. Alsop's using his feet, but big puff of dust as he has to cover up, and Parkinson has his chin in his hand momentarily. You could argue he beat him in the flight there. managed to block it out comfortably enough into the offside, but even the most experienced as they approach three figures seem to get a little bit nervous. In goes Parkinson and Bowles. Allsop's turning that towards mid-wicket, who has a few yards to run to his left hill. So comfortable single take and moves on to 96. Were you a nervous 90s man? Or?
I didn't get there enough to get nervous.
You got there.
No, I was normally pretty good, in fairness. Been out a few times in the 90s and stuff, but I was normally pretty good.
Parkinson is in. It's lobs up in the air, and he's inquiring of the possibility of a catch. It seemed to come off the pad, and Ackerman moved swiftly to it and got his hands underneath the ball. Parkinson, he was sort of turned to the umpire with his raised right arm and started to call, but I think it's umpire Pratt at that end. I'm not quite sure. They both look very similar.
Yeah, it is.
As in goes Parkinson, Bowles, and forward goes Tom Clark, blocking it out into the offside. I don't think it was inside edge onto pad.
Travelled a good distance there, didn't they?
Did.
Got good pads.
They sometimes sound quite wooden as well, which always surprises me. You'd think that they'd be designed to not sound wooden, so to speak, but I suppose protection is their first objective. End of the over anyway. 200 and what is it now? 58 for 2.
Yeah, 60 overs gone. They'll be looking to try and build a bit more pressure just for tea, try and get more dots. Only 4 maidens so far in this innings. They'll be looking to try and improve on that if they can and try and build that pressure.
Continues around the wicket to Allsop, who goes back and cuts the shorter ball out to the sweeper on the offside boundary, who is Mulder, who throws on the bounce to Swindles, and it is a easy exit, isn't it, for the batter with that gap there, if the ball is at all short.
I'd like to see that deep cover come up now, though. It's a situation where Allsop is obviously the guy in, he's been playing some nice shots.
Yeah.
And here he comes.
He's coming up for Clark, who's on 12.
Yeah, I like that move.
Yeah.
Try and build the pressure on Clark a lot more. If he's up, though, he's got to still be on 1. There's no point in the ball getting hit to him. They still get a single.
Ackerman gives it a little bit of air and leans forward. Clark, getting to the pitch of it, blocks it out into the offside. And there's no run. 283 for 2 off 60. We should be able to work out the run rate on that basis, shouldn't we, really? 18, 24. Not far off 5s. In goes Ackerman and Bowles. That one is drifting towards middle and leg. Clark is turning it, but only as far as backwards square. Rishi Patel comes in and meets it. 5 and getting on for 5 and over in the championship, even in the modern championship, is plenty, isn't it? You would think. In goes Ackerman. Bowles goes past the outside edge. He takes off the bails, but his back foot was in, and it didn't take the edge. But again,
up the side, it is straight and a little bit of turn and bounce. I think there. Again, it's just creating that pressure. Clark will start to fret a little bit here and feel that he needs to get Allsop back on strike or needs to score himself, and that's when you can get the opportunities and get the wickets and the chances. So. It looked like it did just grip a little bit.
Ackerman in, Bowles forward, carefully, slightly suspiciously.
Now the deep cover should go out with 1 ball to go.
And
there he goes.
And
that's good captaincy.
Played this game before?
Yeah, no, it's good captaincy. From my point of view, there is, if you get 1, brilliant. We could keep Allsop away and build the pressure on Clark.
Ackerman is in. Allsop goes back. There's a peel for leg before he's gone. He went back and he looks less than happy about being given out. But as we've been saying, it has been straightening a little bit for Ackerman around the wicket, and all that had to do was straighten a fraction, and it did. It said the umpire.
From my point of view, that's really good from Leicestershire. They built the pressure. They stopped the easy singles. They piled the pressure onto Clark, and in my opinion, he's got at something that wasn't quite there and gone across the line, and I think that's pretty straight in front for LBW. He's gone right across his stumps, tried to work it to the leg side, work it square into that vacant gap, and unfortunately he's been done by a very good bit of bowling, but also a very good bit of captaincy from Callum Parkinson that created that pressure that allows you to get that opportunity to get a wicket. So well done to Leicestershire for that.
Second wicket for Colin Ackerman. Clark's 12 came off 32 balls, included just the one boundary. Leicestershire will go in for tea feeling, well, if they can pick up one more, certainly before tea, but even so they'll go in for this interval rather happier than they will have gone in for the lunch. A long way from being sort of back in the game. The damage to a large extent has already been done, but Sussex will still have ambitions just to bat once in the game at 280 odd for 3 if they can get up to 5,500.
Yeah, I think it's a crucial point here. If 3 overs left, is it, before tea? So a big sort of 18 balls.
61 gone, yep, so 3.
Yeah, so a big 18 balls here where fundamentally you want to bowl as many as you can at the new batter Carter. And put the pressure on him and try and keep Alsop well away from the strike. And if he is still there at tea, goes into tea, and he's not got his 3 figures, and
he's thinking about it.
He's thinking about it over tea.
Parkinson in from the Cromwell Road end, bowls. Forward goes Tom Alsop, playing the ball back up the pitch to Parkinson. Chatter around the ground has lowered slightly in terms of the octave levels. The school children have mostly left now. A few red faces among them, bless them. Been a hot day for them. Parkinson is in. Alsop is forward and pushing it out square-ish on the offside. Swindles and Azad race to it. No run. Parkinson in, bowls, Alsop forward again, thick inside part of the bat. This time Swindles runs out towards square leg and gets there before Ackerman.
Really good over this so far from Parkinson.
It is, yeah. Squeezing.
Exactly.
Jogs in and bowls. Down the wicket goes Alsop, but he can't get it away. He can only just close the bat face on it and push it off his legs out to Ackerman at square leg.
Interesting if he brings up his mid-on now, long on. Try and keep him off strike, or maybe his deep mid wicket. But
4 balls have gone in the overs so far. He is in. Alsop is forward to a good line and length delivery. Back up the pitch to Parkinson. No changes to the field, although Swindles is suggesting there might be. Bringing in Ben Mike from deep backward point to a run-saving point.
I'd be inclined just to move everyone a bit straighter as well on the onside.
Parkinson is in. Alsop is forward, playing it with a closed face of the bat out into the onside. A maiden over from Callum Parkinson. And Tom Alsop is human. He is thinking both about tea, I suspect, but primarily about his 3 figures. But they've scored so quickly. He shouldn't be feeling under pressure in that respect.
No, he shouldn't be. But a personal milestone, I think. He's waiting for a bad ball, and Callum Parkinson's been brilliant there, not giving him anything to hit. So a very good over. As Ackerman continues from the C end, 2 overs to go until tea. Leicestershire will be hoping to get one more little breakthrough and pile the pressure on the new batter Carter at this moment in time.
Made a big 100 down at Cardiff a couple of weeks ago, did Ollie Carter. As in comes Ackerman bowls. Carter is forward, plays it down the track. There is no run. Wicket-keeper batsman, although the game down at Cardiff when he made 182, I have to check my records actually, Ricky. He didn't keep wicket in that game, so
legs were fresh.
In comes Ackerman, slipping a short legger in situ. Ackerman in and bowls, and Carter is forward, plays to end a wicket, and there's been a nice little spell this for Leicestershire. They've sort of fought their way back in with those couple of wickets, Pujara and Clark, and the over rate has increased. I mean, it's still showing as -4, but it's better than it was.
That will come down,
Ackerman in bowls, and forward comes Carter plays with soft hands into the offside. We talk a lot in the commentary box about playing for tea. I mean, is there such a thing, Ricky?
I think they are here, yeah. I think they're going to look to try and get to tea only 3 down. There's nothing to really sort of gain in this next sort of 2 overs. For Leicestershire, they'll be trying to get a wicket there, just bounced a bit.
It bounced a little bit, and the short leg's got his hands up. Slipping a short leg. Ackerman now making a change. I'm quite surprised he's got his sweeper out on the cover boundary still, Ricky. I mean, they should maybe be up on the 1.
Yeah, I would have had him up for the first 4 balls and then maybe sort of push them back.
In comes Ackerman bowls, and Carter places defensively onto the onside, and again there is no run. He's going to perhaps give Ollie Carter the option of the single here.
A couple of seagulls doing a lap there around the boundary. Look like they've just been to the gym, the size of it.
Too much fish and chips, I think. In comes Ackerman bowls, and Carter does pick up a single, so maybe it's decent captaincy. They've taken 1. They want to prevent the second. They were thinking about 2, but in the end didn't go so, and it is the end of the over. So Tom Alsop remains on 97, and he will not be on strike with 1 over to go until tea. 285 for 3 with Carter on 1, Alsop on 97. Did you, or during your long career, you must have gone to sort of tea and lunch and that sort of thing, just 2 or 3 short of a century or a half century? Or...
Yeah, a couple of times. I think you just stay very relaxed, and it's just a case of, it is what it is, and fundamentally, if you watch the ball hard enough, you score your runs. I didn't really tend to dwell on things too much, particularly in the latter stage of my career. It's always a case of seen it, done it, bought the t-shirt type thing, got out before tea, got out before lunch, not got out, and so
did you let it bother you too much?
I've seen it all. Used to be the left pad first and left foot onto field first. I thought, why am I bothering? I've got 0 doing it and 100 doing it, so it doesn't make any difference.
So you're not superstitious?
No, not anymore.
In comes Parkinson, last over before tea, bowls to Ollie Carter, who glides that to backward square, fielded by Ben Mike, and there is no run.
Good field this, I know it's the last over 4 tea, but just creating that pressure, making it hard for the new batter to score, and making him hit a good shot to get his runs.
Parkinson again, round the wicket bowls, and Carter defends and plays that, and just dribbles away on the leg side. There is no run. Slip and a short leg. I know I don't know how many catches you took in first class cricket, Ricky, but it would have been hundreds. Do you know exactly?
Is it bad if I turn around and say 396?
He comes Parkinson bowls and penalty onside by Ollie Carter. I guessed you might know.
I think it's something like that, yeah. I'm not actually 100% sure.
And I reckon 395 of them were taken at second slip. Would that be fair?
Large amounts of them, yeah. Towards the latter stages, moved into first slip a little bit.
Here comes Parkinson bowls, and Carter's forward plays that into the offside, and there is no run. Well, we can have a chat after tea about how you come to be such a good slipper and what you have to do to be in there, and not to what do you watch the edge of the bat or what you do. But we'll have a natter about that later on. 285 for 3, 2 balls to go before tea. In comes Parkinson round the wicket bowls. Carter again defends. It's the offside, and there is no run. Just what the doctor ordered here for Leicestershire, I think, just before tea, Ricky.
Yeah, it was. I think they've done well. They've just got a little bit more control. I think they got their field right, built the pressure on the right batters.
In comes Parkinson again, bowls, and Carter is solidly forward, plays it down the offside. So Sussex will be pleased as well, going to tea 285 for 3 in a good position. Tom Alsop has batted beautifully. He's on 97. Ollie Carter is the one. What's impressed you about Tom Alsop today, Ricky?
I think he's just been very calm at the crease. He's waited for the bad ball. He's used his feet particularly well to spin. Had one slight
Well, a very good afternoon and welcome back to Hove for the evening session of this first day of the County Championship match between Sussex and Leicestershire, with Tom Alsop on the verge of a century. He's on 97. Ollie Carter on 1. Sussex having won the toss. They lost 3 wickets today. Alistair Raw for 70. Let's get the rest of my scorecard up in front of me. Cheteshwar Pujara for 46, Tom Clark for 12. Unfortunately, Tom Haynes struck on the wrist much earlier on today. We understand that he'd left the ground and had gone to hospital, so we'll have to wait an update on Tom Haynes and keeping everything crossed that Tom is okay. But another Tom Alsop, is on the verge of a century. I wonder what it's like, Ariana Dowd, who's sitting next to me, to go to tea needing 3 for 100. I mean, Ricky Clark was saying he never used to let it bother him. I think it would bother me, though.
Yeah, I think before he would have been quite keen to have got that 100 before tea, but the situation didn't allow it, and now he's got to concentrate and get that 100. I'm sure he'll be very determined right now, though.
I'm sure he will. So he's facing Colin Ackerman with a slip, is the only close fielder, as in comes Ackerman, bowls and also drives through the covers, picks up at least 1. They're thinking about 2, but he ran that first one very quickly, did Tom Alsop. He goes to 98, 286 for 3, which brings the right-handed Ollie Carter on to strike. Now, you were saying you're not with us tomorrow, but you're away playing cricket. So in between balls, you can tell us a little bit about tomorrow's game and where you're going and who you're playing against. Ackerman is just sorting out his field. He's got a slip and a short leg in place. 3 men saving 1 on the offside and 3 on the leg, as in comes Ackerman and bowls. Carter just stretches forward, plays it down the track, and there is no run.
So yeah, the Vipers Academy are going up to Oxford, which is a home game for us, and we're playing Central Sparks, I believe, in 2 T20s. So
you play 2 games in a day?
Yes.
Wow. In comes Ackerman and bowls, and Carter drives handsomely through the offside, picks up a single to mid-off. Good bit of field here. That mid-off presents anything more than a single. Carter goes to 287 for 3. With what sort of gap in between, Ariana?
Enough time for lunch, usually. It would be...
It's a hard life.
Yeah. Usually a bit longer than a half-hour break in between the 2 T20s, so yeah.
Ackerman around the wicket, bowls to Alsop, who turns it onto the leg side, picks up another single, just Tom Alsop. He goes to 99, 287 for 3. Have you ever scored 100?
Yes, I have.
How many?
Just the one.
Right.
100, yeah.
Okay.
More to come, I'm sure.
Yeah. And were you on 99 at one stage, or you...
It was a while ago, actually, so I don't actually remember it.
I'd remember. In comes Ackerman, bowls to Carter, who stretches forward, play down the onside of the track, and there is no run.
It's been a few seasons since that 100, unfortunately.
Right.
But
Must have been a great feeling, though.
it was amazing. That was the first 100 ever, and it's a very special one, obviously.
In comes Ackerman over the wicket, bowls, and Carter defensively plays it onto the onside. There is no run. End of the over, 288 for 3, with Alsop on 99 and Ollie Carter is on 2. So that's... so will you open the batting and keep in both games, Ariana, or...?
We have 2 keepers in the academy, so I'll keep one, she'll keep the other, and T20 will mix up the order, give some of the girls in the academy a chance to go out and show their skills and show the shots that they've been working on throughout the winter.
And would you play both games?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm one of the more senior
Are you?
Vipers Academy.
Oh, we're impressed.
On the little bit of the older side for the academy, so I think I'll be involved in both games.
They'll be looking for you to score the runs tomorrow. Well, it'll be a beautiful day to play cricket, so I think it's meant to be slightly cooler, so that's good news. In comes Parkinson to bowl to Tom Alsop, and Alsop is back and plays that through the covers. It's 100 for Tom Alsop as he takes that single. It's his 2nd century in Sussex colours. It's the 6th first-class century of his career. Tom Alsop takes off his helmet, acknowledges the applause of his teammates on the balcony and those standing in the Spenkarma Pavilion, gets an embrace from Ollie Carter. Well batted Tom Alsop, 100 and 160 balls. It's been a terrific innings. having signed from Hampshire earlier on this season, and it's been a really fine knock, full of good shots, Ariana.
Very classic, very conventional shots from Allsop, just scoring runs freely here at Hove.
In comes Parkinson around the wicket bowls, and Ollie Carter is going to get runs. In fact, he's going to get 4 runs because the ball rather drifts down the leg side, and Ollie Carter just had to step back and sort of help it on its way, really, and the ball rolled away down the hill. And there's not a great bit of bowling by Callum Parkinson.
No, but now Ollie Carter, I'm sure, can start looking to score a bit more now that his partner's definitely got his 100.
Yes. Was Ollie Carter another one of the young Sussex players that you knew coming through the club, or?
Yeah, he was the year below me at school as well.
Right, okay.
So there's a few faces that I remember. Same age as my sister.
In comes Parkinson again bowled, and more runs here for Carter, who clips that one to deep backward square. Picks up a single fielded by Ben Mike. Carter goes to 7. Did he always, was his hair always like that?
No.
Right, okay, 'cause he's got, they call it a mullet, I think, don't they?
Yeah, the mullet look is coming back in fashion.
Yeah, it is.
Somehow.
It is. I was listening to the radio yesterday. They had a barber. In comes Parkinson bowls to Allsop, who drives down the ground. But you need to be quick. In fact, I thought for a moment that he wasn't going to go through for that single, but in the end it was well judged by Tom Allsop. So no alarms. Allsop goes to 101 and Sussex to 295 for 3. Yeah, and this hairdresser was saying how much mullets are back in fashion and more people are having them. So there you go. It's very fashionable. It's Ollie Carter. In comes Parkinson bowls to Carter, who plays that away onto the offside with soft hands, and there is no run.
Yeah, some would say it's following the trends nowadays, isn't it?
Yeah, yeah. Well, I think it was trendy back in the sort of 70s and 80s, but they say if you hang around long enough, the fashion comes back. As in comes Parkinson bowls, and Carter works this to backward point, and there is no run. So, end of the over 295. Is that 295, Ariana? The sun's shining on the scoreboard, and I need to get my glasses.
Yep. 295 for 3.
Thank you. Ollie Carter is on 7. Tom Allsop is on 101. What sort of impressed you about Tom Allsop today?
It's just the calmness that he's taken his innings in. Like, he's never really struggled to score runs or been faced by any of the bowls, to be honest, except for one reverse sweep that might not have come off too cleanly. But other than that, he's just looked very solid and very calm in his innings.
Well, it's going to be Colin Ackerman who's going to bowl the next over from this. The end of the ground comes in and bowls to Allsop, who's 4, plays down the onside of the track, and there is no run. I hadn't noticed a result in the Test match over in Sri Lanka. Australia bowled out for 151 in their second innings, losing by an innings and 39 runs. Sri Lanka. I know Travis Head was playing in that game. He was out for 5 in the Australian second innings. So a good win for Sri Lanka in the Test match. In the Women's International, which is being played at Northampton, South Africa are 165. Hang on a minute. In comes Ackerman bowls to Allsop, clips that to mid wicket, no run. 167 for 5. Wicket shared around. Comes Ackerman again, and also drives beautifully. That's a lovely looking shot by Tom Allsop, using his feet, getting down the pitch and driving through extra cover. He picks up a couple of runs and goes to 103, and Sussex to 297 for 3. Catherine Brunt with a couple of wickets. 169 for 5 in the 40th over. In comes Ackerman bowls to Allsop, who works as well on the offside, and there is no run. Would you know any of that current England side, Ariana? Who do you know who's playing today?
Charlie Dean. She's a fellow Southern Vipers player.
Yeah.
Fellow Hampshire player as well.
In comes Ackerman bowls and played by Allsop just down the onside of the pitch. And there is no run. And you get to speak to these players. I mean, are they quite sort of generous with their time, Ariana? And
definitely, yeah. I'd say in the women's game, there's a lot of you play with and play against quite a few of the England players.
Brilliant.
So.
Really good. In comes Ackerman again, bowls. That catches low and Allsop sort of shovels it out to mid wicket. And there is no run. End of the over 297 for 3. Allsop is at 103. Ollie Carter is on 7. Elsewhere, very quickly sort of zipping around the county championship. We'll start in Division 2 because that's what we're really interested in. Derbyshire, who are having a good season apart from losing here to Sussex in the last round of matches. They're 181 for 5 at Durham. Glamorgan 225 for 7 home to Nottinghamshire. Middlesex rather bundled out for 188. I wonder if that game, I don't think that game's being played at Lord's actually. I'll just check that in a moment. As in comes Callum Parkinson. Bowls to Carter, who's beaten outside the off stump. Good bit of keeping by Swindles, whipped off the bails.
Quick, strong hands, that's very impressive keeping.
Yeah. You sort of taught the art when you're a stumping and just sort of whipping off the bail, or not, you know, I mean, you don't want to keep who demolishes the stumps, do you?
No, that's a hassle to tidy up after yourself.
I always think it looks a bit ugly as well. That Middlesex game is being played at Merchant Taylor's School, as in comes Parkinson, bowls to Carter, who defends down the offside of the track. There is no run. In reply, Worcestershire are 24 for 1. So they're all the games in the second division. In the first division, Parkinson in again, bowls. Carter drives, not quite where he intended. He was looking to play that through extra cover because he had a couple of runs through backward point. He picks up a couple of runs, Ollie Carter. He goes to 9. And Sussex to 299 for 3. So Chelmsford, Gloucestershire bowled out for 136. Essex 47 for 1 in reply. Warwickshire 198 for 8 at the Aegeus Bowl against Hampshire. In comes Parkinson again, bowls, and Carter just dabs that one back to the square on the leg side, picks up a comfortable single as Ollie Carter. He goes into double figures, he's on 10, and the 300 up for Sussex, 300 for 3, and a third batting bonus point for Sussex, and runs come out a decent lick all day. This is the 68th over. In comes Parkinson again, bowls, and Allsop picks up a comfortable single to mid-wicket. Ricky was talking a little bit earlier on about how comfortably they can picking up these singles, and again the mid-wicket there is not really cutting off the single. And sorry,
they seem to be just sitting on their heels a little bit there.
Yeah. Parkinson in again, bowls, and Carter defends down the offside of the track. There is no run. 301 for 3. Allsop on 104. Ollie Carter is on 10. I'll do one more over and hand over to Richard Ray. So say Warwickshire 198 for 8 against Hampshire in the county championship. Northamptonshire 222 for 4 at Canterbury against Kent. Somerset 215 for 4 against Lancashire at Old Trafford. And Yorkshire 260 for 5 against Surrey. That is something of a recovery, because at one stage at Scarborough, Yorkshire were 106 for 4. A century there for Adam Lyth. He's on 108. So it's going to be Colin Ackerman who's going to carry on from the C end of the ground. 10 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 27. He's bowling with a slip as the only close fielder. Comes in and bowls to Allsop, who's rocking back and cracks that through the offside. Picks up a single to the sweeper on the cover boundary. He goes to 105. Sussex to 302 for 3. Brings the right-handed Carter on to start. Interesting, Ariana. They're going, on the attack here with the short leg going in.
I think that's the right move. There seems to be not a lot of pressure on the new batsman so far.
As in comes Ackerman and bowls, and Carter just plays that deftly through square leg and picks up another single. Runs coming a decent pace since tea. Carter goes to 11. Sussex 302 for 3 here on BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Radio Leicester. Adrian Harms, Ariana Dowse, Ricky Clark and Richard Ray with you for the rest of the day. We've got a lot of cricket to be played, another 27 overs after this, as in comes Ackerman and bowls, and also he's driving down the ground, but only as far as Parkinson, who's at mid-off, who prevents a single, and there is no run. Ackerman in bowls, and Allsop defends down the onside of the track, and there is no run. That's the only close fielder for Allsop, who's gone through to his second 100 of the season today here for Sussex. He faces and again is forward. Straight back down the track, there is no run. So the batsman out for Sussex today. He won the toss and decided to bat first. Ackerman in bowls, and also plays that wristily through the onside and picks up a single to mid-wicket. That is going to be the end of Colin Ackerman's over. Allsop is at 106. Carter is on 11, 304 for 3. The batsman out for Sussex today, Ali Orr, who was LBW to Callum Parkinson for 70. Cheteshwar Pujara, who was LBW to Colin Ackerman for 45. And Tom Clark with a similar fate, he was out for 12. Tom Haynes hit on the wrist earlier on today, looked to be in a good deal of discomfort. We're waiting to hear what the diagnosis is for Tom. We hope to have some news later on today, but we wish him well. And I'm going to leave you with Ariana and with Richard.
First delivery of the new over from Parkinson is turned back up the wicket to him by Tom Allsop. So looks considerably more relaxed now he's gone to his 100 than he did in the overs before tea. Parkinson is in, uses his feet nicely, works it away through the gap at mid-wicket out to the sweeper. And Mulder is out there on the mid-wicket boundary, or in the mid-wicket boundary area. Another single is taken. Also onto 107. Parkinson round the wicket to the right-handed Carter, who is forward, driving, getting to the pitch bit, pushing it straight to mid-off. Barnes throws at the striker's end, and not a bad throw. Bounces just next to the wicket. Swindles takes it, takes off the bails, but he'd responded well. Allsop, or any hesitation, he'd have been in trouble, but put his head down and got to the other end just in time.
Quick running by both the batsmen there.
It was good, wasn't it? That would have been a run out in many a club game, I can imagine. I can that I've played in actually. It goes Parkinson and bowls short outside the off stump and cut away for 4. Not too short, but short enough, and that was the only invitation that Tom Allsop needed. He rocked back and he looks to be a strong cutter. Certainly thumped that one away, very square on the offside to the short boundary for a boundary for 4. Moves onto 111 though now. It goes back and cuts again, and it goes between the wicketkeeper and the slip, and Parkinson is down on his knees in despair because that could easily, well, it could have gone anywhere really, onto the stumps, straight to the slip. He cut hard, in fairness, but horrible edge, and got away with it, more than got away with it, picked up another boundary.
Sometimes you need a little luck in cricket to get those high scoring runs. You just need a little bit of luck on your side.
Parkinson is in again. Also gets one that bounces a little bit. There's something there for the spinners. And again, Parkinson has his chin in his hand because he took his bottom hand off the bat and sort of fended it away into the leg side. Again, it could have popped up, but Parkinson getting some revs on the ball. I went out during the tea interval, had a really good close look at the wicket, and it is really dry, and there are a few cracks around the, as you'd expect, sort of around the crease area, but it is very dry, so it might just crack a little bit in the heat.
Positive news for the spinners that are on right now then.
Parkinson enjoying no real fortune at the moment. And the old double teapot at mid-on as he looks around him. Short leg still in for Ackerman bowling to Carter and a slip. Jogs in and bowls. Carter is starting to go forward, ends up going back and rather poking at the delivery just outside off stump, out towards point it goes. Not entirely convincing, but Ackers is never over willing to toss it up, give it a chance. He likes to fire it in a bit. He did so on that occasion. He is in, and back goes Carter and cuts between the wicketkeeper and slip again, and Leicestershire can't believe it. Parkinson turns despairingly. Ackerman has his hands on his knees. Carter picks up 4. Sussex are getting the breaks at the moment.
Definitely. Luck on both the sides of the batsman there.
Not sure that you can do really about that. I mean, he is fairly at a fairly conventional first slip kimber. you'd almost be sort of almost standing behind the wicket-keeper, really, to have any chance of getting to that. Or maybe Ricky will disabuse us of that notion when he comes on. But Carter waits with bat raised, having gone on to 16, slightly short, goes onto the back foot, looks to force it into the offside, doesn't really time it and plays it as well as he would have liked. Ben Mike fields at point. A bit of cloud around now. Still very, very pleasant conditions indeed, but it might just take a bit of the edge off the temperatures. Just building up away to the west. There forward goes Carter and defends the delivery on off stump back down the pitch towards Ackerman on the offside. Ben Mike is starting to warm up, but you would imagine, you would think these two might go through towards somewhere close to the new ball. A bit of work to do to get to that stage. 70 overs, 70.4 overs as forward. Getting to the pitch of it is Carter, defending again into the offside. 16 off 32 for Carter. 115 off 178 for Tom Alsop. Ackerman is in, gives it a bit more air on that occasion. Forward again, though, goes Alsop. No, I beg your pardon, forward again goes Carter. Again, no real turn for Ackerman and blocked out into the offside. Chris Wright is in discussions with Ben Debenham at the moment. Possibly about what he and Ricky Clark can have for tea tonight. Where to go in. Well, plenty of options in Brighton, aren't there? I would imagine. I know you're Eastbourne, but Brighton, do you know it well? Or?
Fairly well, yeah.
Fairly well.
My family are mostly vegans, so there's lots of options for them in Brighton.
There are. Some really good ones. I seem to remember from last time, there was a vegan restaurant that you paid what you felt it was worth, sort of thing. Mm-hmm. And it was pretty good, and I think they did okay. Parkinson is in, and then down the wicket is Alsop, trying to clip it away into the leg side, hits it hard down into the ground and fielded by Rishi Patel, who's at a shortish, straightish mid-wicket. Parkinson is in. This time he's not dancing down Alsop, he's just leaning forward and blocking it back to Callum Parkinson. Head fairly closely shaved at the moment, Callum. I think he's basically given up, really, in that respect. Matt, his twin, is still fairly hirsute, which must make him curse his fate. In he goes and bowls, using his feet again. Alsop working it to conventional mid-wicket, who is Mulder. There's no run. Jogs in and bowls, brings Alsop forward studiously, pushing it out to Azad, who almost walks in from cover to field. Getting through their overs a bit now, these two, which will hopefully improve the... Well, actually, the over rate has gone to level, so I have no idea how it's gone from -4 to level so quickly, but in goes Parkinson and turns the bat face on that one also. But, yeah, when Ricky comes on, he will explain over rates and how they work, and because sometimes it's a really closed book to us. That the scorers are very good at fiddling it one way or the other. In goes Parkinson, bowls, and using his feet is also getting to the pitch of it and clipping it away very straight through, straight mid on, out to long on for a single and keeping the strike. End of decent over from Parkinson, and he has now taken 1 for 71 from 22 overs. He probably wouldn't have expected to bowl 22 overs on the first day, and will perhaps bowl a few more as well, but a reflection both of the pitch but also of the profligacy of the Leicestershire seam bowling, I'm afraid.
Sussex seem quite happy just to be taking over here, not too worried if they're blocking up.
Well, they're in such a strong position, 319 for 3, that very fast scoring rate early on, or from most of the first two sessions, has really given the captain and the batters all the options. They can be very patient. And around round the wicket to Alsop, who is back. Straight delivery, but still looking to work it off the back foot into the offside, and just wide enough of Mulder to pick up the one. Hill is sweeping on the offside boundary, and I suppose now that there's a reasonable justification for that, but it is a bit of an out. It does mean there is that gap in the offside. Carter, the right-hander, Ackerman over the wicket to him. He's almost going forward before the ball is bowled there, pushing it out off middle and off into the covers. The gulls have started to arrive, chasing off a few of the pigeons. As Ackerman is in, uses his feet, Carter clips it out towards mid-on. In goes the throw from Parkinson. It missed, and anyway, Carter had made his ground. Good running.
Set off with Masson early there, no hesitation. Could have been close if there was one though.
May have picked the fielder a bit. Callum has made himself into a pretty decent fielder, but he hasn't got quite the quickest arm on the side, or the quickest mover. He's worked hard on his running though, that's for sure. In goes Ackerman round the wicket and drops short, and it's pulled out towards mid-wicket where Ben Mike, did he get a horrible bounce then, or did he trip? But he managed to stop it one way or another, and one was taken. But not a clean piece of fielding, which is a rare thing for Ben Mike.
It's late in the day after a long hot day, I'm sure the fielding will drop a little bit, but I'm sure they can bring it back up after that.
Ackerman is in, back goes Carter, cutting but not cleanly out to Ben Mike at point, and there's no run. Right, bit of news from Sussex's point of view, and it's not good news, I'm afraid, about the skipper Tom Haynes. He has now had an x-ray and unfortunately has a broken bone in his hand and will play no further part in this game or in any cricket for at least a month. 4 to 6 weeks is the diagnosis as Ackerman bowls, and it's defended with a slight turn of the wrists out into the onside end of the over. 322 now for 3. Not good news for Sussex. Obviously they can have a substitute fielder, but not a replacement batter, the injury having been incurred in the game and not being concussion, which is the other reason for when you can have a like-for-like replacement. There's no real silver lining in that respect, except that the fact that they are 322 for 3, and it may be that Sussex would only have to bat once in the game anyway. Tom Haynes will play no further part. How many overs have now been bowled? 73, so 7 until the new ball. Comes over the wicket and bowls to Alsop, who's forward, beats him on the outside edge, and instinctively Swindles whips off the bails, but no edge and no foot movement, so no wicket. The shout of triumph choked off by Callum Parkinson.
Usually in cricket, broken fingers from the field though, rather than the batting.
I don't know if it's a finger. It says broken bone in the hand. In he goes, Parkinson, using his feet. Also working it towards square legs. Going to have to hurry this time, Carter. There was hesitation. The throw from Ackerman was slightly wide. Swindles did a good job of reaching for it and whipping off the bails, but he did have to reach for it, and by the time he got his hand back onto the stumps, Carter had made his ground. So it might be, whether it was what was he doing? He was trying to cut, wasn't he? So it might have been on the top of the hand, knuckle area, something like that. Parkinson is in, Carter goes back, stayed a fraction low, hit the bottom part of the bat. Parkinson's hands started to go into the air, as did Kimber's at slip. Kimber perhaps still thinking about that miss of Alsop on 60. It has proven an expensive miss. Parkinson is in, Carter is forward, looking to drive, doesn't time it at all, thick inside part of the bat, squirts the ball out towards mid-on. Leicestershire fairly whipping through their overs now, as Parkinson jogs in and bowls. Carter is back. There's an appeal for a leg before. Was it going on to miss the leg stump? Looks that way. Either whatever. The appeal has been turned down, much to Parkinson's disbelief or dismay. Hard to tell what his reaction is, but he's giving Carter a long, considered look. They have to be careful, Leicestershire. The descent has cost them very, very dear this season already. There would be possibly T20 finals were it not for descent. In goes Parkinson, bowls. Carter goes back and turns it, again a little uncertainly, out towards mid-wicket, and there's no run. Swindle's just indicated, just seeing the replay of that leg before shout, that it might just have been sneaking down leg, so didn't quite straighten enough. I'll do one more over. And, we'll get Adrian and Ricky back, and I'll go and update BBC Radio Leicester thereafter. But Sussex, I will be pretty chuffed with the position.
Definitely happy with being 323 for 3 in the 74th over.
There are 22 overs to go today, so they could be sort of somewhere around about 400, even 420 as Ackerman goes in, uses his feet, also up drives, but not with any real force out to Parkinson, and that gave him plenty of time to complete the single. It bounced rather than rolled quickly to Leicestershire skipper at mid-off. Alsop takes one, moves on to 120.
Again, good use of the feet from Alsop. Just whenever spin comes on, he's great with using his feet to get to the pitch of it, creating that single.
Ackerman into his 14th over now. Bowls to Carter, who goes back, blocks the delivery off stump out. Back down the pitch on the offside. Ackerman is in and bowling, slightly short, drifting on towards middle and leg, goes back, Carter, and turns it neatly down towards fine leg. Barnes is going to drag it back about a foot inside the ropes, does so on the slide, but it was a long old chase up to the fine leg boundary for Ed Barnes, and by the time he'd completed it and got in his throat, 3 runs had been taken.
The ball seemed to race away there. I thought it was going for 4.
It's a lightning outfield. It's lovely and lush. You'd think it would be a little bit slower. The outfield at the Grace Road is very hard and very dry. It's like concrete, but this isn't. In goes Ackerman and bowls, uses his feet, Alsop, but Ackerman drags his length back and he ends up defending it to mid-wicket. But it's still very, very fast. Great work. Ackerman round the wicket, Alsop waits, goes forward calmly and forward defensive back down the pitch to Leicestershire's South Africa-born Dutch international or Netherlands international. In bowls, gives it a fraction more air again. Alsop is forward, this time out into the onside end of the over. 327 for 3. Leave you with Ariana, and then we'll swap around.
Thank you, Richard. We'll bring Ricky back in at the end of this over as we come up to 4 o'clock. Richard's nipped off to do his update. So, is that 327, Ariana?
Yep.
Yeah, Carter on 20, Alsop on 100. And I think these two are largely untroubled. I was just watching next door. There was a shot from the Tom Alsop that flew between the keeper and the slips. The ball not quite going to hand for Leicestershire at the moment, as here comes Parkinson around the wicket. He's in and bowls to Carter, who's driving through the covers, picks up a single. Into the covers, he goes to 21. Sussex to 328 for 3. A bit more cloud around now. I haven't seen too much cloud in Sussex over the last few days, but a bit of cloud just drifting in over the North Downs. Southdale at the north end of the ground. In comes Parkinson, bowls, all sort of stretches forward, plays it defensively out into the offside, and there is no run. But still a very hot afternoon here down on the south coast, and I think that's going to carry on. Might not be too bad in Oxford tomorrow, Ariana.
Fingers crossed, a bit more northern.
Looking forward to the game?
Very much looking forward to both games.
In comes Parkinson, bowls, also down the wicket driving and clips that nicely through wideish mid on. They picked up one, they'll come back for a second. Carter needs to get a bit of a move on here, but he gets comfortably home. Good running by Ollie Carter. It was always running to the danger end. Is that something that you would talk about a lot, particularly your games tomorrow, a T20, running quickly between the wickets, etc.?
Definitely, it's something that the academy girls have been working on, and we communicate whilst we're running. Hang on a second.
Parkinson in bowls, and Allsop plays to mid on, and there is no run.
Yeah, there'll be communication between the batters as we're running. We'll say 2-2-2, push hard, looking kind of thing. Just that communication helps, especially when it's a quick two like that one from Ollie.
Yeah. Well, he came out very smartly for the second run. In comes Parkinson again. Bowles also down the wicket driving, and it's a very, very good bit of fielding in there. Mid on, that was terrific. It was driven very firmly by Tom Allsop. A good bit of fielding at a straightish mid on, very close in as well, prevented any runs. Parkinson in again, bowls, and Allsop is defensively playing out into the offside. There is no run. It is the end of the over. 330 for 3. Carter is on 21. Allsop is on 122. Ricky Clark's going to come back and join us for the next half hour or so. And Ariana will be back with us a little later. Just 20 overs remaining in the day, and Leicestershire's over 8, which was -4, is now level. So they've done very well to get those overs back. Interesting, Ricky, because the new ball will be available in 4 overs. I see no reason why Leicestershire wouldn't take it, or...
Yeah, I think they've got to take it. I'm pretty sure you'll see Chris Wright getting loose very, very soon. It's just a question of who's going to take it with him at the other end.
Well, it's going to be Colin Ackerman who comes in and bowls to Ollie Carter, right of defensively playing onto the onside. And there is no run. Sussex in a really strong position here. 330 for 3. Plenty of overs to secure those 5 batting bonus points as well. Skipping a short leg in place as in comes Ackerman bowls, and Carter with a flick of the wrist plays that through mid-wicket, picks up a comfortable single, does Ollie Carter. We were talking before tea, Ricky, about the field placing and maybe there being 1 or 2 sort of easy singles for Sussex. Do you think that's still the case?
A little bit, yeah. In fairness, Carter's come out and he's been quite proactive with the way he's played. He's run really well. Little chips to sort of mid-on and running straight away and getting down the other end. So he's been very proactive. But at the same point, I'm a big believer that you have to put the pressure on the batters. We've not seen really many big shots today. So it's just an indication that there's been bad balls on offer, but also when the good balls are going for runs as well, you can't build any pressure. I think the only sort of big shots that we've seen was early on from Alior, who hit a couple over the pavilion over there.
In comes Ackerman bowls, Allsop is forward, played into the offside, and there is no run. Some of the Leicestershire backroom staff going for a little wander around the outfield. Down below us.
Trying to top up a vest tan there, isn't he?
Looks like it, yeah.
He's got his guns out.
He comes. Allsop bowl, Ackerman bowls, and Allsop eases that to mid-wicket, fielded by Mike, and there is no run. Total remains on 331 for 3. The cloud is just sort of sneaking in from the north of the ground. No sign, not going to get any rain or anything like that, but it may just cool things down a little as Ackerman is in bowls, and Allsop plays it straight down the ground, probably by Azad. There is no run. End of the over. 331 for 3. Allsop on 122. Carter on 22. I mean, what are the tactics here for Sussex, Ricky?
Personally, I think they're just going to tick along and get to that 80 over stage to make sure that these 2 batters that are setting in are there for the new ball. It's a question, will Leicestershire take it? I'd be very shocked if they didn't. So the 2 batters will be thinking that let's get to that new ball, second new ball, and make sure we're here from Leicester's point of view. If they can nip one out now, that would be good to get someone in for that new ball. But it's just a case of, realistically, I don't know if Leicestershire know, but with the Sussex captain being out,
In comes Parkinson, bowls to Carter forward, plays it to mid-off, there is no run.
With the Sussex captain being out, unfortunately, with that injury, effectively they've gotten 4 down. So it's a big sort of situation in the game now if they can nip a couple out.
Parkinson in bowls, forward as Carter plays into the offside. Really bad luck for Tom Haynes, who'd just been given the news by the club that he's going to be out to 5 or 6 weeks with a broken bone in his hand. In any stage of the season, getting injuries disappointing. But it's a busy spell now with 3 championship matches. Parkinson in bowls to Carter, who works onto the leg side, picks up a single. Does Ollie Carter? He goes to 23. And strange as well, because I was saying it was on his left hand.
Left hand,
unusual for a left-handed batsman.
Yeah, definitely. Trying to obviously need to see a replay, but trying to work out how it's hit his left hand. But obviously, he was in a lot of discomfort.
Yeah. Well, we wish him well as in comes Parkinson bowls to Allsop. Kept it low, that Tom Allsop. He managed to dig that one out, fielded in the slips. We were talking about the slips a little earlier on, Ricky, and you were telling us about your 396 catches, was it?
I think so, I don't know.
He was worth class cricket.
I think it's about that.
Yeah. As in comes Parkinson bowls. Also using his feet, as he's done several times today, drills the ball straight down the ground too long on and picks up a single. He goes to 123. How did you come about fielding at slip, Ricky? How did that come about?
It basically sort of stemmed from early stages in my youth career. Was Surrey under 9s.
Here comes Parkinson bowls and Carter works onto the onside. There is no run. End of the over. 333 for 3. Also 122. Carter on 23.
Yeah, from Surrey under 9s, and was all sort of in the slips going up through the youth system. And then when I signed professional, was more of a sort of backward point. And I think there was a couple of injuries, and they said, "Oh, do you want to go in?" And I sort of went in and took a couple of good ones, and then in practice was taking a few, and they were like, "Right, okay, you're staying now." I was like, "Okay, fair enough. Yeah, if that's what you want." And it just sort of stemmed from there, really. But from an early age, I was always up a cricket field, and I was always getting people to hit me catches and stuff, and just really enjoyed fielding.
Colin Ackerman is coming in from the end of the ground, bowls to Tom Allsop, who thrashes that one away through the onside. He didn't hang around there, Tom Allsop, who was short from Colin Ackerman, and Tom Allsop absolutely belted that 3-mid wicket. Lovely shot. He goes to 127.
I think the pleasing point from that shot there is how quick he was on his feet. He's been brilliant coming down the wicket and using his feet, but there he's got into a great position onto the back foot and pulled it hard for 4.
Ackerman again bowls, and again he's using his feet. It's been a feature of this innings, Ricky.
Yeah, I think the good thing with it is when he's come down the wicket, he's not always looked like he's going to go big or try and hit the big shot. He's just come down and get the bowler off his line and length, and then that's why the previous ball he probably got the pull shot away, because he's constantly coming down the wicket.
Ackerman in bowls, and also there's some cuts through backward point, and this is going to race away probably for 4 more. It's a chase around the boundary. That is a brilliant piece of fielding. Out on the cover boundary, he was round really good. That's a terrific. I mean, I thought they'd gone for 4 runs.
Yeah, he's done well there, Mulder. I think he's obviously bowled a few overs. Been a long old day, but uphill as well. He managed to get there and dive on it. So he saved a couple of runs. So very important at this stage of the innings.
Also goes to 129. Ackerman in bowls, and also his forward head right over the ball, plays it down the offside of the track. There is no run.
That's better from Ackerman as well. Just giving it a little bit more flight. Just try and get a little bit of purchase out of the wicket. Sometimes he's gone a little bit too flat and quick, and he's been punished.
On with the one slip, Ackerman in again, bowls, and also his forward plays it down the track, and Ackerman fields off his own bowling. He's in his 16th over. Is Colin Ackerman. Respectable figures, 2 for 48, including a couple of maidens. Then again, bowls, Allsop again, stout in defence, plays it onto the onside. There is no run. So 6 runs coming off the over. Sussex 339 for 3. Allsop 129. Carter is on 23. We've got 1 more over to go until the new ball is available, and Ricky and I were thinking that almost certainly Leicestershire will take that. Was there a particular bowler, Ricky, when you were fielding at second slip, you thought, there's a good chance I'm going to get a nick when was there particular bowlers who you were more likely to? Or?
Yeah, there was a few, in fairness. During the 2012 championship win with Warwickshire, Keith Barker, Chris Wokes and Chris Wright. You were getting lots of catches. Yeah, they were on fire during that year, so you were always sort of waiting. Keith Parker to left-handers, you were always getting your hands ready.
In comes Parkinson bowls. Carter Ford plays onto the onside. There's no run. I'm always interested as well, Ricky, when a chance goes down in the slips. I mean, what do you do? I mean, you didn't drop many, so it didn't happen to you too often. But if you did, I mean, what do you do? Do you apologise to the bowler? Or
I think you always apologise, but a lot of the time you don't mean it.
No, absolutely. In comes Parkinson bowls. Carter drives handsomely, well stopped at short extra cover, and there is no run.
So it's always a case of, I can't remember who the bowler was. It was like, why are you apologising? Did you mean it? It's like, well, no. I said, well, don't apologise. Like, fair enough.
I think that's a fair comment.
Yeah.
Parkinson again bowls, and Carter just plays onto the onside. There is no run. I mean, I don't expect you to name him, but there must have been the odd stroppy bowler who would take offence if you put one down.
Yeah, it was normally me when I was bowling. No, in fairness, I think when you practice.
Parkinson in and Carter. So it's a loud appeal. Ollie Carter was forward. I mean, I don't know whether he just sort of looked at his bat then. I don't know whether that was just to try and convince the umpire he got a little nick on that. It was a slightly stifled appeal, I thought, from Callum Parkinson.
Must have been an inside edge, I think.
Yeah.
It was.
Just trying to see if I can see him. I can see Mulderry's warming up, so possibly I haven't seen Chris Wright warm up yet. As in comes Parkinson driving his Carter. Parkinson fields off his own bowling, and there is no run.
Just in the replay there, the LBW going a long way down leg.
I imagine they come a bit sharpish in the slips off the likes of Keith Barker and Chris Wokes, don't they?
Yeah, well, I think there was a time with Mornay Morkel.
In comes Parkinson bowls, Carter plays out into the offside. There is no run. Ended as 80 overs gone, 339 for 3. Maiden over from Parkinson, 16 overs. No, he hasn't. 26 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 77, 339 for 3. And we're going to have some drinks.
Yeah, there was a time with Mornay Morkel when he was at Surrey that, you were a long way back and they were flying towards you. Boyd Rankin again at Warwickshire. You're a long way back there. Keith Barker, you were up a little bit more, but obviously he had that zip and good movement, so yeah, they were always hitting you quite hard. But I think as a bowler, if you see the guys warming up and practicing on the morning of a game and the day before a game, taking their catches and not so much ticking the boxes, but doing the right thing to give themselves the best opportunity to succeed in the game, and a catch goes down, you can't really complain. It's when you see someone, go grab a cup of tea and a newspaper and put their feet up and warm up and haven't taken the catches, and then it goes down. That's when I think people get a little bit sort of upset and not too happy with it. So
before a day's play, Ricky, if you were at Warwickshire or Surrey, wherever you were, or even with England, and there's the pre-match warm-up. We sit here and we watch players warming up and we think, they're warming up, but that's a serious warm-up, isn't it? I mean, that's preparation for what's going to happen that day.
Yeah, I think as the years have gone on, people warm up differently. Some people do all their stuff and skills the day before, and they just want very sort of light stuff the morning of a game or during a game. For me, it was all about my time management. How can I, as an all-rounder particularly, how can I make sure on the day of a game I get my batting done, I get my bowling done, my fielding, catching, everything, the whole aspect of it. So it was always important for me that I was always at a ground very early. I'll get there extremely early and I'll get my sort of 10-15 minute bat nice and early in the morning. I can then come back in the changing room. I can then put my bowling boots on, go and have a bowl, get my bowling done. Then it would be a case of team time where you're all together, and then within that you can get your warm up and slip catching and fielding done. So it's always important to get the time management right to make sure you've prepared yourself the best you can. And that came later on in my career, if I'm honest, to sort of understand what I needed to do. Probably the last sort of 10 years of my career, I sort of realised that if only I'd realised that maybe a little bit sooner, I might have been a little bit more successful.
Right. Well, you were pretty successful, Ricky. I mean, so if you were here this morning, what would you be here, sort of an hour and a half before the game, or?
Yeah, so I reckon normally team times are about 10 o'clock, so I would probably be going out for a hit about 8:30 to 8:45.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
And that sort of started at Warwickshire. Actually, Giles sort of grabbed me and said, let's have have your sort of time management plan and get your batting done nice and early. I remember there was one time where I was sat having breakfast in the new pavilion at Warwickshire, and he come storming through the door and said, "What are you doing?" I said, "I'm having breakfast." He said, "What's the time?" And I said, "Oh, 10 to 9. He said, "Well, you meant to be half an hour ago," sort of thing. I was like, nowhere. He's like, "No, we said." So it was brilliant for me, because that just gave me a structure, and I've always been someone who just likes a good structure, but obviously on that particular day I wanted breakfast.
You said about Chris Wright, and he is back into the attack. And the new ball, whether it has, I didn't see the umpire signal, we were busy chatting, but if it hasn't been taken, it will be very, very soon, I'm sure. I'm never quite sure whether bowlers these days really fancy a loosening with the old ball when it's straight in with the new one.
I think the sound effects mic here might just get a very disgruntled groan from this delivery. I think this could be a very sort of stiff loosener, but hopefully he can get inroads with this new ball for Leicestershire.
Let's see what happens. In comes Chris Wright over the wicket, bowls and also drives slightly upwardly through the covers. He's picked up one. That looks like a newish ball to me. We shall see in a minute. Tom Alsop picks up 2. He goes to 129. Difficult to tell, Ricky, isn't it, from here?
Yes, I think it's a new ball.
I think it's a new ball.
Yeah.
It hasn't been taken. But let's see a backroom start, which is actually walked right behind the bowler's arm.
Trying any tactic at the moment.
There's Wright runs away from us. He's in and bowls, and also setting up and go outside of the off stump. Yeah, and I'm not saying, I mean, you played the game for a number of years, Ricky. As your career progressed, did you think that the game itself and the participants became more professional in their participation? Yeah,
definitely. I think, when I first started, you'd meet up, and literally on the 1st of April, you'd have, particularly when I was at Surrey, 1st of April, you'd have a couple of laps around Kennington Park and stuff. You'd play a little bit of football and get into the nets, where, sides now are back in early November.
Comes Wright, bowls, and also defends into the offside. There is no run.
Yeah, back in early November, working on the fitness, working on their strength, working on the skills, and it's definitely a lot more professional. And after a day's play, you see these guys where they'll be having protein shakes and making sure they're getting their recovery right. Where back in the day it was a few pints, and that would the way of getting yourself hydrated again. So.
You weren't one for an ice bath then, Ricky?
No, definitely not. Hot bath, I don't mind a hot bath, but ice bath, wasn't for me.
Wheels around in front of us, just Chris Wright runs away from us, coming into bowl the left-handed. Tom Alsop is in and bowls, and Alsop is forward and plays defensively out into the offside. There is no run. Sussex were lucky enough for several seasons to have Chris Jordan down here, who always seemed like he was the consummate professional in terms of preparation and looking after himself.
Yeah, I think it just prepares you for the game. You're not going to succeed every time, and majority of the time, you'll probably fail more times than you succeed. But it's just a good way of having a structure to your plan of what you want to do when you go into a game and get yourself prepared.
Comes a right and bowls and also drives firmly down the ground, fielded at mid-off by Parkinson, and there is no run. And there must be a few tales, of players having a couple of beers after a game or whatever. You listen to all these old pros when they do tours. You're not going to tell us all that, and I wouldn't expect you to, but you must have had a few funny times in your career, Ricky.
Well, it was one with myself, in fairness. That we were Warwickshire playing down at Hampshire, and we had a similar day to this in the field. And the next day we've gone for a warm-up, and we were staying in the Hilton at the end of the ground at the GS Bowl.
In comes Wright, running in and bowls, and also drives nicely. Good bit of fielding by Wright off his own bowling. Got a big right hand down and prevented a single. There is no run. End of the over. 343 for 3. 341 for 3. Just the 2 runs off the over. Also 131. Carter on 23.
Yeah, and I remember we had a very similar sort of day. To this now, with not many wickets and lots of runs scored from Hampshire, and the next day we've rocked up and Chris Wright's literally standing there going through his run up. He's just literally walking a couple of paces, bowling the ball, and lots of like sort of achy, grunty noises sort of thing. And Keith Barker's done the same. And I've trotted in off about 12 yards and bowled this ball, and they're like, "How have you done that?" And I said, "Oh, I had 5 pints of cider last night, and I feel loose as a goose." So it was, sometimes it was always nice just to take the aches and pains away, just to sit with the coaches and talk cricket, which I think is it's an important part of the game.
No, for sure.
Sometimes where you can sit in the hotel and talk cricket and learn cricket sometimes, and obviously with a little drink every now and then.
I'm sure it doesn't hurt. It's going to be Mulder who's back. It's going to be Ed Barnes, actually, who's going to be running in from the Cromwell Road end of the ground. 8 overs, 0 for 41. Goes running in bowls to Ollie Carter, and it's clipped by Carter down to fine leg. Fielded by Azad. Picks up another single to Carter. Goes to 24, 342 for 3. I wonder if it was more fun in those days, Ricky. I mean, you see these sort of after-dinner speakers and old pros, and it's not just cricket, is it? It's football, it's rugby, and they all tell tales of people having a couple of beers, and it seemed to didn't affect their performance. But it's I don't know. You do hear a lot of the old pros talking about the old days. It's all a lot more professional now. Barnes waits at the end of his run. 2 slips, gully, sweeper on the cover boundary, short extra, mid off, mid on, 2 men back on the leg side.
Seagull in a dangerous position here at third slip as well.
Very dangerous. In comes Barnes and bowls to Allsop, and he's just trying.
They're just going to move it.
Harry Swindle's just came running across to scare that Seagull away. I don't know, just looking from afar, Alex Stewart looked like the sort of person who would prepare properly for a game.
Very, very sort of prim and proper.
Was he?
Immaculate kit, always tidy, folded his shirts, had them on hangers and stuff like that. Is definitely the sort of model pro, and looked after himself well, and still does now, in fairness. Yeah.
In comes Barnes over to look at bowls, and Allsop defends, plays it straight back down the track, and there is no run. 42 for 3 here on BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Radio Leicestershire. Adrian Harms and Ricky Clark with you on commentary. Ariana Dowse will be joining us later as well, together with Richard Ray. 14 overs in the day. I guess from a Leicestershire point of view here, I mean, they've been on the back foot pretty much all day. Richard on what looks like Ricky looks like a good track as Barnes is in down the hill bowls. Also drives uppish lead, but it's going to be 4 runs. No, it's not. Well fielded on the cover boundary. I'm sure it's that Ben Mike out there. That's a good bit of fielding late in the day. Also gets a couple of runs. He goes to 133 to 344 for 3. But I guess what I was going to say, and you picked, very unfortunate with Tom Haynes with his injury, but I guess from a Leicestershire point of view, they may think, well, if they get a couple of wickets here with the new ball, it could have been worse, sort of thing.
100%. It's changing your day. I think they've got to look at it. It's been a tough day. It's been warm, a flat pitch, but there's 14 overs left, and they'll be looking to try and get some wickets.
Barnes in bowls to Allsop, who just eases that onto the onside, picks up a single. It's just an observation. It's not being critical of the Leicestershire field placing there, but I just wonder with a new ball, you're only get one chance with this new ball, and that was a comfortable single taken by Tom Allsop. He goes to 135. I guess the only thing he does do is bring Ollie Carter on strike, who's the newer of the 2 batsmen, but he's still faced 57 deliveries.
Yeah, again, with that though, I think the interesting one there is that there's a ball left, and they've brought the field up to keep him on strike. If anything, now you try and drop the field back and give him a single, so you can have 6 balls at him the next over, and try and get that situation. God, there's a lot of seagulls on the field now.
Yeah, what are they all doing? It's like an invasion of seagulls. Look at them all. Where have they all come from? There's 100 of them. There's a pitch invasion. In comes Barnes, bowls to Carter, and that's a no ball, and it struck Ollie Carter, I think, round about the thigh pad. Bounced out into the outside. That's extraordinary. All of a sudden, we're surrounded by seagulls.
I reckon there's a good 40 or 50 of them.
Isn't there?
Oh, they're getting vocal as well. There's loads over there as well.
Yeah, all of a sudden we've got a flock of seagulls have descended on Hove.
There's something on the ground.
There is definitely something. So I thought some might have some fish and chips or something they were after. But anyway, in comes Barnes racing in down the hill, bowls to Carter, short pulled away, 4 runs. Has it gone for 6? No, 4. All thumped into the advertising. But now the seagulls are all flying away across the grounds. They're scared away by that shot from Ollie Carter. Good shot by Carter. Give him a lot of credit. He goes to 28, but not a great ball, really, Ricky.
It wasn't a great ball, but again, just alluded to that point that, you know, if you dropped your deep square out and try and give him one, even with that shot, that probably just would have been a single and gets him on strike and gets the experience of Chris Wright bowling at him a little bit more. So, you know, I think that's the situation there, is you want to try and get Allsop away from the strike, try and get Carter out, and give yourself a good opportunity of trying to get, you know, ideally 2 or 3 wickets tonight, just to make that day a little bit better after losing the toss, and also when you come back tomorrow morning, makes it a lot easier rather than still needing sort of 6 wickets tomorrow. So it's just all about being smart here. I think you've seen Chris Wright here. He's got his deep point and his deep square out. Hopefully he's thinking, God, there's definitely a lot of seagulls.
Do you know what, Ricky?
I've never seen this before, I hope.
Well, nor have I, and I've commentated here for a number of years, and I've never seen as many seagulls. This is crazy. He comes right and bowls it also. He drives down the ground. Parkinson's across and fields well at mid-off, and there is no... Ricky's right. I reckon there's probably not far short of 100 seagulls, either on the ground or flying around. So I'm not sure what's attracted them. But they're not going anywhere. In fact, a few of them are starting to fly off. I think the players have noticed it as well, you know.
Yeah. Many years I've played here, I've never seen this many.
Right, wait. You just look at the ball there, Chris White. I wonder whether you might be going to inquire as to whether it's... surely it hasn't gone out of shape already. In comes Wright bowls, let go outside the off stump, taken by Swindles. And there is no run. So much talk about these Duke balls this year, Ricky. I don't know whether you've been sort of privy to some of those conversations, but it just seems they're going out of shape. And I mean, there we are.
They're having a look now. Yeah.
I thought at the beginning of that over, I thought Wright was having a look. I mean, this ball is 2 overs old. I mean, this is ridiculous. If they're going to change a ball now, well, I'm not saying there's nothing wrong with it, but it's been a real problem.
Just looking at it now, I don't know if they're. He's got the gauge on it to see if it goes through, or if he's trying to snip a bit of the seam away like he did earlier on as well. I don't know. Okay. Yeah, he had the scissors out a little bit earlier on. It looks like he's got the gauge there to see if it goes through. Is it?
Is he? He's not made of it. Oh, he has got the ball back. So
he's got the ball back.
I just wonder.
Scissors, definitely scissors.
Right. Okay.
There's a little bit come off, and he's had a little bit off the seam, and just. Right. But again, as you say, 2 overs in, that shouldn't really be happening on a ball. So
no, crazy. In comes Wright, running away from us, bowls, and Allsop's beaten outside the off stump. Good delivery by Wright. Through to keep the Swindles, there is no run. And cricket balls aren't cheap. I know you're involved in a bit of club cricket now, Ricky, and that's the sort of thing where clubs are really careful. I mean, cricket balls are expensive.
Yeah, they are. I think the balls that get used in the county championship, I think they're £85 a ball, I think. So, you look at that, there's been 2 balls lost, that's £170 straight away today, yeah. So that would be coming out of Ollie Orr's salary probably, yeah, just for losing those 2.
2 slips in place. Wright's coming around the wicket now to the left-handed Allsop as he comes in and bowls, and Allsop is up on his toes and plays that firmly into the covers, fully by Mike, and there is no run. What the rationale behind Chris Wright coming around the wicket here, Ricky?
I think this would be just trying to bring the stumps into play a little bit more. He's obviously got the new ball in his hand. He's obviously tried to see if it's going to swing. There obviously wasn't a lot there. He's only got a couple of slips as well, so this would be just trying to maybe still angle it in, but to go away to bring the slips in, but also trying to bring those stumps into play a little bit more, and also gives you a good opportunity to try and get him trapped in the crease for LBW as well if it's full enough.
In comes Wright, bowls, Allsop drives, he's going to get runs here down to third man. I'm not quite sure it's where he intended it to go, but nonetheless he picks up a single, does Tom Allsop. He goes to 135 and Sussex to 352 for 3. I'm not sure whether we've got an update to our listeners. They've had some problems in the studio today, so I'll just check Ricky to see whether we're going to have an update. Doesn't look as if we're going to, so we'll keep nattering away and then bring Richard in and Ariara in a few moments' time. Just the two slips in place. I guess to a certain extent, whilst look at all these seagulls now. I mean, there's even more. It's like
Leicestershire tactic. They've got more fielders on there trying to.
Well, we've just got a
about 20 behind square down there. That'd be a no ball.
That's just a ridiculous amount of seagulls on the ground. Just crazy. In comes Wright, bowls, caster is forward, plays into the offside, and there is no run. It always warrants a photograph, I think. I probably won't show quite how many are out there. End of Chris Wright's over, who's bowled 16 overs, 2 maidens, no wicket for 49. And I know he's a good friend of yours, Chris Wright. I mean, he's running hard today, and a bit more work to do as well.
Yeah, he always does. Wholehearted, gives everything he's got day in, day out. Obviously, bags of experience now, and as you see, his figures have been quite tidy. Just bashing at an area, really. That's all you have to do sometimes. Nice and patient, and try and get the mistakes from the batters, particularly when you've got pitches that are as good as this and a fast outfield. Is just trying to build that pressure. He's just not really had anyone go with him today so much from the seam department. Hopefully they can get a couple of wickets from a lesser point of view.
Ed Barnes in, bowls to Tom Alsop. That's a lovely shot by Tom Alsop. It was Jaderin down the next side. It's clipped away by Tom Alsop, very fine, races away for 4 runs. He goes to 139 and Sussex to 356 for 3.
I think that there just, alluded to there's been too many bad balls and over, unfortunately, from Leicestershire's point of view, and particularly from Sussex point of view, they've pounced on them very, very quickly and made sure they've not missed out on them.
Who was the big influence in terms of your bowling career initially at Surrey? Was that sort of Jeff Arnold?
Jeff Arnold, mainly, from the Surrey point of view, but realistically, Graham Welsh, who's at Hampshire now, he was the one that really turned me around massively.
Here comes Barnes bowls, all sort of drives into the offside. There is no run. What did he do, Ricky? Was it in terms of just your action or? Action.
He was happy with my action. I'll probably say that I was renowned of being someone very quick, but also erratic. So I was more a strike bowler, where I'd get my wickets, but I'd get them at an expensive rate. And I just said, look, I want to bowl more. And he said, well, the way you bowl more is by being more economical and bowling more dots. And basically we got out there for half an hour before, again, back to that time management, half an hour before a day's play. Barnes in bowls, off on his toes is all sort of drives to mid-off, no run. Yeah, half an hour before a day's play, nice and early in the morning, and I'd literally put a target down and some cones on the floor and just run in and bowl and just try and hit it constantly, and he'd be taking the mitt. And that was half an hour every day, literally again, like a 8:15, 8:30. Nice and early in the morning, and I'll do that every day. And then when I got my opportunity in a game a bit more, I'll just do exactly the same. It just sort of stemmed from there, and then that sort of really turned me around to be a lot more consistent with the ball. I got my wickets at a better average, and my economy came down. So it was a real credit to him for grabbing me. Here comes Barnes, bowls, and also again defends down the onside of the track, and there is no run. Yeah, for him grabbing me and turning me into that more consistent bowler. Yeah. Was there any grounds, particularly as a quick bowler, you would turn up and think, oh no, this is going to be a dead track, and you used to dread going and playing it? Not so much a dead track, but Old Trafford. Right. Their wickets are rock solid, and you're coming away with like achy shins, ankles, knees. It was just hard work. Barnes in bowls, let go outside. A big grunt there from Ed Barnes. He delivered that ball, taken by Swindles. There is no run. Yeah, it's how Jimmy Anderson and the likes of Glenn Chappell, people like that, have done it for so long when they were at Lancashire. It's honestly like bowling on concrete. Right. You go there with the full long spikes, and then by the time you've finished, they've shaved right down because the wickets were that hard. These seagulls are continuing to. I mean, they're probably. Well, more than 100 on the outfield now. I mean, they're everywhere. They've got mobile phones. They're calling in their mates. So. He comes Barnes and bowls, and Alsop cuts that away, and it's gone for 4 runs. Too short for it. I thought for a moment that was in the air for a little bit too long, Ricky. There is a sweeper out on that cover boundary. Who's a Zad? He couldn't stop the ball. Alsop picks up another boundary. He goes to 143, and Sussex to 360 for 3 with 12 overs remaining in the day. Yeah, he got onto that very quickly, in fairness. It was dug in by Ed Barnes, and quickly onto it, and obviously when you're nearly on 150, he's seeing it pretty well, and smacked it to the rope.
Well, we do one more over, and we'll bring Ariana back in for a little bit of commentary. That's right, he's going to carry on from this, the C end of the ground. Just looking at some of your former counties today, Ricky. Let's see how they're getting on. Warwickshire 217 all out, just down the road of the Aegeus Bowl. And Keith Barker plays for Hampshire now, doesn't he? So I don't know how many wickets he picked up today. Let's have a little look. 2. 14 overs, 2 for 59. Kyle Abbott picking up the majority, 5 for 45. She's second in the county championship, as in comes Chris Wright bowls, and Carter edges to second slip all the way along the ground, and there is no run. Strange, actually. I was talking to the other day about the county championship, and Surrey and Hampshire sort of at the top of the table, but it's one of the quirks of the championship, and I think it's one of the faults of the championship. They're only playing each other once.
Yeah, it's a strange sort of format, really. I think you've got to be playing each team that you play against home and away.
Oh, definitely.
Personally, they're still not quite getting it right.
So I was saying, in fact, Ollie Carter's been distracted, I think, by the amount of seagulls. We could be here a long time. In fact, no, I think he's waving at. There's a gentleman in a red shirt who's standing right behind the bowler's arms. So that's not great. So
surely the least of his worries, he's got literally 50 seagulls behind the bowler's arm, putting him off, and a guy peeking behind the wall was putting him off.
Yeah. Right. Comes into bowl to the right. Andy Carter, he's in and bowls, and Carter leans forward and plays that to the offside. There is no. Yeah, I mean, I'd have thought that would be a terrific game. Hampshire, Surrey at the Aegeus. You've got the two top sides. It's a bit like the Premier League and Liverpool and Man City playing each other once. I mean, it's not great.
Yeah, they're not quite just getting it right, in my opinion.
No, I
hopefully
agree.
they get there in the end. But to not have games home and away in the championship is scandalous, in my opinion.
In comes Wright bowls, and Carter is forward, plays it into the offside. There is no run. He's bending his back here. Is Chris Wright? It is 17th over, figures of 0 for 49. 11 overs left in the day. We thought we were going to be finishing here about 7 o'clock tonight, but actually I reckon we're looking probably about 6:15, something like that. So not too bad at all. Leicestershire have certainly upped the ante. The spinners have bowled a lot of overs, though, to be fair.
Potentially see the spinners coming again after this spell of the seamers, just with a harder ball to bowl some spin.
In comes Wright bowls and beats Carter outside the offside. It's a no ball, actually. Does that maybe giving an indication that Chris Wright he's racing in here, Ricky?
Yeah, I think it's difficult that sometimes when you've got a bit of a slope, when you come down the hill, you sort of overstride and get there too early and you can bowl no balls. But it's similar when you're going uphill. If the body's tired and the legs aren't working how you want them to, you sort of overstride trying to get up the hill and you overstride the other way. So it's quite difficult.
In comes Wright bowls. Carter is forward, plays into the offside, and there is no run. We've got plenty of time to chat over the next few days, but who's the quickest you've ever faced, Ricky?
Oh, Shoaib Akhtar.
Really?
Yeah.
You said that without hesitation?
Yeah. Still haunts me now.
Where was that?
That was at Sapphire Gardens in an ODI, and Ian Bell was at the other end, literally just playing him like a spinner. He was steaming in, and at Sapphire Garden there's a long old run up, and you're just standing there going, what's going to happen here? And it was just rapid.
In comes Wright and bowls, and forward comes Carter, plays it into the offside, and there is no run. In that situation, you're a professional, cricket professional. Are you're not frightened? Do you just think, what's your emotions as you're facing him? Is it?
Well, I suppose from my point of view, you're only frightened when you see it. Yeah. I suppose I couldn't see it, so I had nothing to be frightened of. I could hear it. At the same point, it was very, very quick. It wasn't a case of being frightened. It was just a case of trying to get in good positions. But that was
not much time to do that.
No.
In comes Wright, bowls, Carter forward, plays that to backward point, and there is no run. But you say Ian Bell playing it like a spinner. From what you're saying, he's obviously one of the quality players you played with.
Yeah, from my point of view, just ooze class, just had so much time, just the way he went about his business batting is just a pleasure to watch and just very pleasing on the eye. And yeah, just as I said, a class act all round.
362 for 3. Carter is on 28. Allsop is on 143. I'm going to leave with Richard. We'll let Ricky do a couple more overs, then we'll bring Ariana in for a good chunk towards the commentary towards the end of the day.
Ed Barnes continuing, coming down the hill. Comes into Allsop. Short ball, pulled away from Allsop. Deep square leg. Hill does the fielding. Throw into the keeper Swindle.
I'm not sure I've ever seen so many seagulls on a ground.
It's incredible, isn't it?
What, 300 something?
There's more arriving.
I'd be slightly nervous.
Yeah.
The big beasts, aren't they? Big beaks on the big beasts.
There's lots of them. Mulder trying to get rid of them there, pretending to be a seagull himself there.
I've played in a few places where there's been some interesting wildlife, I would imagine.
Yeah, Dan Buller in Sri Lanka was an interesting one, and a bit of Bangladesh and snakes and stuff. And yeah, it was. I've never seen this many seagulls. As in come Ed Barnes again, down the slope, nicely outside the off stump, left alone by Carter through to Swindles. Crucial part of the game, I feel here, Richard.
Yeah,
That, you know, for Sussex, it'll be a case of just trying to get through to the close of play unscathed, and for Leicestershire's point of view, just kind of nip one or two out. You know, if they can get a quick wicket in the next couple of overs, you know, there's every chance a night watchman will come in and just makes it a lot easier on that scorecard when you come back tomorrow morning. As in comes Ed Barnes again down the slope. Nice line and length forward from Carter. No run scored.
Sussex's problem, as I understand it this season, a little like Leicestershire's, has been bowling sides out twice. So they'll want to sort of give themselves time. So, but I mean, the scoring rate is so good that they kind of have done that. If they can get to it, they'll be thinking 550 by, you know, sort of an hour after lunch tomorrow. Pull out then, or be bowled out then, and see if we can bowl Leicestershire out twice.
In comes Barnes again down the slope. A little bit fuller forward from Carter. Nice shot through the extra cover region. Turns for 2. Potentially coming back for 3. Turns for 3. Lovely. He's impressed me, Carter, the way he's come in. Been very proactive. Waited for the ball to come to him. Nice shot for extra cover for 3 runs. Yeah, but it's important here for Sussex. As you said, you got 10 overs left after this over. I'd imagine Leicestershire will turn to spin of Parkinson again, just with that harder ball, just to see if it gets a little bit of bounce and turn.
Should be a bit of seam on it to grip as well.
Exactly, yeah. Just to, you know, as the day's gone on, we've seen the odd ball sort of hold and turn, so potentially looking for that. As in comes Barnes again into Allsop, pushed into the offside into the cover region. No run scored.
He's a grunter, Barnes, as he delivers. Is that, you've played against one or two? Does it put you off at all? Or?
I'll tell you what's interesting about Ed Barnes. I've never noticed. We played against him last year, and it's not so much the grunting; it's the face he pulls as he gets into his load up. It's actually quite amusing, and it sort of puts you off. It's, I don't think he realised he's doing it, but
no, he's the nicest sort of.
It's a proper like a shocked face as he's running into bowl, and in he comes again. Into Allsop, good line and length, just on the leg side, tucked away from Allsop into the mid-wicket region. Touches and goes for an easy 2. Moves his score on to 146. End of the over, Sussex are 368 for a 3, Carter 31, Allsop 146.
A bit off-putting for him, just if you start laughing as he comes into bowl, wouldn't it? But
I actually think I did. That's the thing. So it was just, it gave me a little bit of a chuckle, and obviously I know Chris Wright really well. I was like, "What are you laughing at?" And I was like, his face when he sort of pulls when he goes into his load up.
Oh, bless him.
But no, he's a good bowler, wholehearted, runs in, gives it his all. Right, saying it was at Yorkshire?
He was, yeah, Nesborough born, sort of up in North Yorkshire, and he started there, and then went to Derbyshire, and picked up by Leicestershire now. Massive Leeds United supporter.
Was he? Okay. So he'd be happy that they stayed up.
Relieved.
Relieved.
I think. Yeah, he's still in mourning for Marcelo Bielsa. But
a lot of them are. Yeah, there's an S&C at Surrey who's watching them potentially go down, but still wanted to keep the manager. As in comes Chris Wright up the hill. Clipped away down the leg side, a fine leg from Carter. Turns and comes back for an easy 2. And the Seagulls are getting more and more on this field. It's quite interesting. There's something on this outfield, definitely, that they're all having a little pick at.
They're not aggressive, but there's so many of them.
There's lots of them, yeah. I've just never seen it before. In comes Chris Wright again to Carter. Good ball outside the off stump. Carter lets it through to Swindles, the keeper. No run scored. Sussex moved on to 370 for free. 9 overs remaining in the day left. Sussex have played incredibly well. I think Leicestershire have done everything they can. They might have felt they could have tightened up a little bit in areas with the no balls particularly, but it's been a tough day for all involved. As in comes Chris Wright again up the hill. Ooh. Just going down the leg side. Hit Carter quite high. Stifled appeal, no run scored as Chris Wright picks the ball up and walks back to his mark.
17, I think, no balls now.
Yeah.
They let them get off to a bit of a flyer. And over the morning session, one way or another, there was enough loose stuff to get away, and never seemed to quite be able to drag it back thereafter.
I think we alluded to the bowling in partnerships. You had Chris Wright from this C end, bowling economically, and it just wasn't really going for the bowlers at the far end to bowl in partnerships. As in comes Chris Wright again up the hill. Short ball pulled away from Carter. Didn't quite get all of it. Goes through mid-wicket. Mulder comes round, picks up one-handed. Bit of a stiff sort of looking throw back into Swindles, the keeper. 2 runs to the score to Carter. Moves on to 35. Sussex 372 for free.
When all the goals go up, it's like that scene in Indiana Jones and the Last Crusade when Sean Connery's running on the beach with the umbrella. He gets all the seagulls to go up into the engine of the plane.
I don't know if it's the same with seagulls, but at the Oval you used to get a lot of pigeons. Yeah. You used to have to throw your cap up, and the pigeons thought it was a bigger bird, and they'd all just fly off. So I don't know if they've done that. As in comes Chris Wright again. Forward comes Carter, pushed to mid-off, no run scored. Yes, and you used to throw your cap up, and the pigeons just all fly off in all different directions. Where potentially, with the size of these seagulls, you might throw your cap up and they might nick it. Just fly off with it.
Heading off across the flats.
Yeah. There's a couple of big ones out there. In comes Chris Wright again up the hill. Thought a seagull was going to go straight across the wicket then, and it just sort of dived and went up. It was just outside the off stump of Carter, left it alone. No runs scored.
They are fearless things, aren't they? They don't move that fast. You would have thought if a ball is hit crisply enough, one of them may suffer, but touch wood, they're all right at the moment. And that's Eddie Barnes' work done for the time being. Who's going to replace him? I'm looking at his face now. I'm fascinated with his facial expressions. We'll watch him carefully as Rick heads off for now. Bring Ariana back alongside. It's a weary face, I think, Eddie Barnes is at the moment, and it's a slightly pink one. He's been plastered in sun cream, but being a Yorkshireman, he's fairly pale, but he's blotchy at the moment. He's actually got the Australian sort of zinc cream on his lips as well. very much looking the part as round the wicket comes Mulder and bowls to Allsop. Like just to move back into him a bit. He's looking to force the slightly short ball away through the offside. Ends up rather punching it out towards mid-on instead and wanders across towards short leg.
Some of the girls get the coloured sticks for their face and do lots of funky patterns in the women's game.
Okay. Oh, cool. But they know what they're doing on that. I think Eddie Barnes probably doesn't really. He's got the old short back and sides though. As in goes Mulder and bowls. Fuller this time waits for it. Allsop and clips it away perfectly deliberately through mid-wicket this time. Parkinson, seagulls scattering as he runs through them. Gets to the ball about 10 yards inside the ropes at deep mid-wicket. Throws back to Ben Mike. 2 taken. I've nightmares about that. I've just seen a picture of Eddie at the point of delivery when he was delivering a ball for Yorkshire, and it is a bit disconcerting. Probably against the rules somewhere. In goes Mulder and bowls outside off stump and allowed to go through to Swindles by Tom Allsop. 2 slips in. Louis Kimber, for whom every Allsop run should be something of a dagger to the heart, and Ackerman next to him, but I'm sure Louis is professionally inured to that. He didn't do it on purpose. I wonder what the Gulls want, because there's nothing out there for them, you wouldn't have thought. As in goes Mulder, and a bowls driving hard back to him is Allsop. Mulder takes it in his follow through, makes as though to hurl the ball at the stumps. Allsop's back foot was anchored and he was going nowhere. That was one of the offences that indirectly caused Leicestershire to be to lose 2 points in the T20 in the last season, or in the Bob Willis Trophy. Dieter Klein hurled the ball back at the stumps with Danny Lamb in front of them and hit Lamb on the foot. He had slightly hopped out of his ground, but he was reported for a level 1 offence. In goes Mulder and bowls, defended on the back foot by Allsop, and then he sees it's going into the gap at mid-wicket, calls Carter through for a comfortable single.
It's quite satisfying watching the ball go towards all the seagulls and them scattering away.
You can't help feeling in the end one of them will wear one, as they say. $375 now for 3. And Leicestershire beginning to look a fraction weary as Mulder is into Carter, gets a delivery on the legs. He goes back and turns it calmly out towards deep backwards square. Takes his run. They've accumulated nicely, these two, since tea. They haven't really taken any risk, done anything too silly. Picked up the 1s and the 2s, the occasional boundary, but that's all that they've needed to do, because they had made such a good start. So 375 for 3. How many overs have we got to go now? Still 8 overs, goodness. So they could still pick up another 30 runs. Should be past 400, and 400 for 3 is a good day by anybody's standards. You go back to the spinners at this stage, maybe.
It's a possibility. It depends how the seamers are doing with a long, hard day in the field after their first opening spells.
They need a wicket. Leicestershire. In goes Chris Wright looking for it, but not going to get it there as Carter turns the delivery off Midland leg down towards deep backwards square. A lot of running for Lewis Hill to do out there. Consequently, 2 comfortable runs for Ollie Carter. The scoreboard continues to tick round.
Though when they brought on spin earlier, it did change the course of the game massively, bringing out the LBWs for 2 of the batsmen for Sussex. So
the one time that Leicestershire sort of had any real control, when brief period before tea, when they picked up a couple of wickets and Ackerman and Parkinson were bowling in tandem forward. Defensively goes Carter to that line and length delivery from the persevering Chris Wright. Mops his brow, having fielded the ball in his follow through.
I'm sure even with a cloud cover, it's very hot out there still for the fielders.
Just heard the BBC Radio Leicester forecaster say it could hit 40 degrees for the first time ever in the UK next weekend. So it should be okay for the next few days, sort of mid-20s, but and then it all goes haywire. Down the leg side, that one from Wright. Doesn't get anything on it. Carter tried to help it on its way, taken by Swindles.
40 degrees, wow.
That's, their genuine concern.
It's a great week to play cricket next week then.
40 is hot. I would imagine Rick will have played in some brutal, humid conditions in certain places like Sri Lanka. Humidity kills, doesn't it? Dry heat he can usually survive just about, but in goes Wright and bowls outside off stump and allowed to go through by Carter, who stepped forward, lifted his bat over the line of the ball. Gone past, I think, 400 runs in the championship now this season. Ollie Carter. In this innings. I beg your pardon, 500 runs, 471 he was on when he came into the match. So yes, past 500 now. Waits with bat raised and then leaves it raised, having stepped forward to that delivery outside off stump. Looked as though it might have just have held its own a bit from Chris Wright. Might just be getting it to move away a fraction. The ball should be pretty much at it, close to its best really now. Lacquer will have come off to a certain extent. So only sort of coming up to 9 overs old, so should be about perfect for the seamers. Unfortunately, when you bowl 20 odd overs or 19, you're not quite at your best yourself, as he bowls straight this time to Carter, who on the back foot turns it out towards mid wicket, and it's the end of the over.
Carl's looking quite comfortable there with a few leaves and only having to play at that last one there. I think helmet's off, needed that in between the overs there.
Yeah, Brown was being very much mocked. I don't think of the longest spell I bowled in club. I once bowled 23 overs on the bounce in club cricket, but that was not at anything like the pace that Chris Wright bowls. I admit. Over from me as in goes Mulder and bowls, looking to drive. Not great foot movement from Tom Alsop. Flashing blade nonetheless, but he hit it hard down into the ground, and Ben Mike moved athletically to his left in the covers to stop.
Still 23 overs is very impressive on the trot, even in a club game.
Yeah, a long time ago. Long time ago. I think we must have been short that day. Mulder is in and bowling, just tucks up, Alsop a little bit, defends on the off stump, and then hops forward and does so again, inviting Carter to think about the single. An invitation rather than a command is almost certainly means that there isn't a single to be had, and they both stay at their respective ends.
Would the 150 be on Alsop's mind, or is this quite comfortable for him?
Could be. I don't know what his best score is actually. Adrian might know his first class best outside off stump, and he lets that one go. I'll reach for my who's who in a second, and it would be in there.
150.
Ah, well, I would imagine that 150 is very much on his mind then, as Ariana said, because 149, 150 would be both just a landmark and a personal best. So the drinks could be about to be on him tonight. He's waiting as in goes Malden bowls to him, and he drives pleasantly out to the cover boundary. Good work out there, really good work out there to save 3, but it is a single for Allsop, and that is his 150. The gulls rise in tribute, like a scene from a Hitchcock film out there at the moment. That's really startled them. Oh, that round of applause. They're circling the ground at the moment.
Easy opponents.
Well, he's on the threshold of a first-class career best, but he's leaning on his bat now. Well played, Tom Allsop, as that goal bombs. Rhian Mulder, who ducks and turns and abandons his run through. He has a reasonable excuse to have abandoned his run in there.
Oh, that was very good reactions from him there.
He looked a worried man, didn't he, there, as he ducked away from the goal. Headed in the opposite direction. He's into Carter, who is having a short delivery from outside off stump out towards point. Mike moves across from the covers to field, but again a comfortable single, and Mulder looks a little despondent there. They've probably not really got the fields right most of the day, one way or another. It hasn't just been bad bowling. They've been very good batting as well, but they've found the gaps with a disconcerting degree of ease as far as Leicestershire are concerned. The Sussex batsman Mulder is round the wicket and in, pulled or attempted to be pulled in the air by Allsop, and it's caught. Simple as that. Top edge. So he didn't get his first class career best. Mulder has his wicket, and it went straight to mid on.
Yes, it did.
And it all seemed very quiet. There's no great celebrations from Leicestershire. Looped up towards mid-on and comfortable catch in the end. So Tom Allsop very well batted, but he's equalled rather than beaten his career best.
All that talk about career best and 150 then must have been on Allsop's mind there as he walks off the field to a round of applause, finishing on 150.
Well, terrific ovation, wasn't it? Ariana, he makes his way off. It was short, he was looking to pull it through this leg side. He's got a huge top edge, and the ball just ballooned to mid-on, where a comfortable catch was taken. It was almost in slow motion, really.
Yeah, so it was looping towards the fielder quite comfortably, standing there waiting for it.
Well, we were saying a little earlier on, it's been Sussex's day, there's absolutely no question about that whatsoever. But we have to, with the unfortunate injury to Tom Haynes, Sussex are effectively 5 down. And what Sussex won't want to do here is to lose a couple. It's a desperately difficult time for Delray Rawlins to come in, just 6 overs left in the day. You're almost on a hiding to nothing, really. Nonetheless, that's what's going to happen. Rawlins coming in, he's having a natter away there to Ollie Carter, and I'm sure Chris Wright will enjoy bowling the new batsman. So wonderful innings by Tom Allsop, but he's no gone. Would you like to commentate on this over, Ariana? Would you like to do an over?
I'm okay, thank you very much.
You sure you don't want to? Okay, that's fine. Okay, but it is going to be Chris Wright. Oh no, it's not actually. It's going to be a change of bowling. It's going to be Ben Mike, who's going to be bowling 8 overs. Sorry, 6 overs. No, is that right? That can't be his figures, surely. Let me just. I'm sure those figures can't be right on the scoreboard. Well, they are actually 6 overs, no maidens, 0 for 57. Crumbs almighty, I was looking at that thinking, that can't be right. But they are, so he's going at 10 and over. That must have been when we were over interviewing the school children this morning. That was happening. My word. So, it is going to be Ben Mike who'll be looking to improve on those figures. Going at 10 and over. He's going to be bowling from the C end, bowling to Ollie Carter. 2 slips in place. Backward point, extra cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a fine leg. So quite an orthodox field here for Mike, who runs away from us, running into bowl to Ollie Carter. He's in and bowls, and Carter is forward and steers that to mid-wicket. And there is no run. So 5 overs left in the day after this one.
I'm sure this is a much better situation to come back on bowling for his figures.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, well, I didn't realise that his bowling analysis was quite as bad as that, to be honest. So that partnership between Alsop and Carter was worth 96. Tom Alsop eventually out for 150 as Mike runs away from us. Comes running into bowl to Ollie Carter's in and bowls, and Carter works that one to backward point, and there is no run. I'll finish this over off and I'll hand back over to Richard for the last few overs of the day. Mike's kicking away at the crease. Look at him.
Puff of dust coming up.
Yeah, plumes of dust and all sorts coming up. Parkinson is making a signal, I think, towards the slip corner. I don't know if he's thinking perhaps they should be closer together, or Ricky's really trying to ask about fielding in that slip cordon as Ben Mike turns in front of us and is on his way. Runs in bowls to Carter, and Carter is backing across and just plays that down the track on the offside, and there is no run. So Sussex needing another, is that 386 or 380?
380.
Is it? Yeah, your eyes are better than mine. I keep blaming it, Ariana, on the sun shining on the scoreboard, but I think I do need to pay a visit to the optician. So Sussex need another 20 runs to pick up their full allocation of batting bonus points.
Must admit, I am looking at the screen right in front of me, so it's a bit closer.
Oh, right, okay. Yeah, Mike. Up the hill, bowl, and Carter. That's a nice shot by Ollie Carter. Just outside the off stump, he just steered that one beautifully away through backward point for 4 runs. Classy shot by Carter, who goes to 43. Is that correct? Yes.
Yes.
And Sussex to 384 for 4. Lovely shot by Ollie Carter.
Just picked the gap. It wasn't a terrible ball, but he just picked the gap, and that shorter boundary just went for 4.
Is that something you talk about when you're practicing, when you're, with Hampshire, when you're playing, tomorrow is picking the gap and not hitting the fielder?
Yeah, definitely. Finding the gap is always one of those that gets said. If you're not looking for the boundary, rotating the strike, finding the fielder isn't easy. Isn't all that you want to do. You want to find the gap. Mike
runs away from us, comes into bowl to Carter's in and bowls, and Carter just covers up and plays down the onside, fielded there by a weary-looking Parkinson, who's done his fair share of work today. 26 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 77. Been 42 overs of spin from Leicestershire today. The other 16 bowled by Colin Ackman. 16 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 48. So actually the economy of the spinners has been very good for Leicestershire today, as indeed Chris Wright, 19 overs for 57. And in comes Mike, bowls again, and Carter is defensively playing the offside, and but Mike bowls another no ball. And there's been a lot of no balls today. I make that the 18th no ball. We've already had 18. I think that's the 19th no ball of the day. So no wonder we're running a bit over time, to be honest. We've got 3 extra overs.
Adds up in the end, doesn't it?
Yeah. Well, Ricky was talking about sometimes the difficulty of a ground with a slope, and perhaps bowlers who haven't bowled here before, but that's a lot of no balls. Mike in again, bowl short, and Carter pulls that one away down to fine leg and picks up another single. Does Ollie Carter? He goes to 44. And Sussex to 387 for 4 at the end of the over. So 5 overs remaining in the day here on BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Radio Leicester. Adrian Harms, Ariana Dowse, Ricky Clark and Richard Ray, your commentary team here today. So 5 overs to go. We wonder whether we might get some spin. Are we going to, or no, we're not. I think we're going to carry on as we were. So I think it is going to be Mulder who's going to carry on from the Cromwell Road end of the ground. Just looking around the commentary box, I don't know whether you want to do a couple more overs before the close, Rich, or Ricky, bring in for a couple of overs. Do you want to do a commentary for a couple of overs, Ricky, and then just to see us? Well, you stay where you are, Ariana, for a minute. Natural way. You do a couple of overs commentary, Ricky.
In comes Mulder again, down the slope, clipped away beautifully there from Carter. Just back with a square leg for 4 runs.
Clever batting from Carter.
He's been pretty impressive since coming in. First time I've seen him. Moves on to 48. Looks very comfortable and assured. Simple technique and just letting the ball come to him. Very impressive.
Definitely, and he's done the job of protecting the new batsman, stealing the strike, keeping on strike. Might be a fault of the bowling side, but clever batting.
As in comes Mulder again down the hill, back of a length, tucked into backward point for an easy single. Then Mike comes round from cover, collect it. 1 run scored brings Delray Rawlins onto strike to face his first ball. Leicestershire will be trying their best to try and get another couple of wickets just before the close of play, just to make it a lot easier when they come back tomorrow morning. It's been a very hot day here at Hove. A few seagulls have left the ground, gone home for their dinner. So I'm staying to watch the remaining few overs of play today.
Could say the same about the crowd.
Yeah, true, very true. There'll be some burnt bodies. As in comes Mulder again, down the hill. Oh, good carry there. Good energy from Mulder. Back of a length delivery, left alone by Rawlins, just outside off stump. Through to Swindles.
Seemed to be a bit more of an effort ball, that one.
It did, didn't it? He just had a bit more rhythm, a bit more effort, and bashed away at that line and length, and good carry through Swindles, wicketkeeper. It'll be interesting to see how Delray Rawlins plays here. Naturally a very aggressive player, likes to field bat on ball. As in comes Mulder again, tucked into the leg side from Rawlins. He's off the mark. Fielded by Ben Mike, coming round from mid wicket. 1 run scored. Be interesting to see. So we've got 4 overs left after this. If there is a couple of overs from that far end, particularly from Callum Parkinson. As we've said, spins played a massive part today, being economical, picked up the wickets. Just to see what Leicestershire are thinking on that front. As in comes Mulder again. Short ball, just almost looped. The one for the over. As Carter got underneath it quite comfortably.
Didn't have to squat too far there, did he?
It was an interesting delivery, banged it right in. It sort of looped over his head and almost went through to Swindles at ankle high in the end, ankle height. So, as you can hear the seagulls in our effects mic, getting quite vocal. As in comes Mulder again, down the hill. Always well bowled. Nipped in a little bit there as the ball goes through. The fine leg from the inside edge of the full defensive, and that is Carter's 50. Been very impressive. Has stayed in a very tight bubble and goes through a lovely 50 with 5 fours of 95 balls. Been quite impressive, Ariana.
Yeah, very solid, very no rushing. They don't need to at this point in the game either, with the start they got and how close we are to finishing the day. We don't want to see any more wickets fall, and he was just very patient with that 50, I'd say.
Yeah, it's been first time I've seen him. As I said, looks very assured with how he goes about his business, lets the ball come to him, plays the ball under his eyes, and been very proactive since he's come to the crease. So he's moved along to a very impressive 50. Sussex move on to 394 for 4. 4 overs remaining in the day. As in comes Ben Mike again up the hill. Lovely rhythm, striding, short ball down the leg side. Nicely taken from Swindles, moving away to his left.
Nice diving stop.
It was, yeah. It looked a very sort of laboured stop, that one. There's like a wicketkeeper that's done a lot of crouching today in heat.
92 overs of them.
Exactly. A very sort of tough day for the fielders. They're looking forward to getting off the field very soon, but can they get a couple more wickets just to make it a better day for Leicestershire? Sussex will try and stop them doing that. As in comes Ben Mike again up the hill, back of a length, tucked off the hip from Carter. Again he's scampering and back he comes for an easy 2. Mulder jogs after it, throws it back into Swindles, the wicketkeeper. 2 runs scored.
A few more jogging rather than sprinting down the field, I'd say.
I'd imagine there's going to be some very tired bodies tonight.
Definitely.
Not sure what hotel they're staying at, but they'll need to hydrate with days like this where cramping could be a strong possibility being out in the field for that long. As in comes Ben Mike again up the hill, back of a length again down the leg side. Again Carter Scampi any touches. He wanted to. Delray Rawlins was having none of it. And a leg by is scored. Moving Sussex on to 397 for 4. 3 balls left of this over. As Ben Mike will be charging again from this C end. Just changing his field a little bit here. Rishi Patel coming across from just a backward square leg going into third slip and fourth slip. So yeah, so he's going to try and push it across him, looking for wickets. As in come Ben Mike again. Nice delivery, well left alone by Delray Rawlins. No run scored.
Definitely from Delroy there.
It's definitely a situation where he would want to be here tomorrow. Side's in a very, very good position. He want to sort of capitalise on tired bodies potentially tomorrow. Strikes a very good clean ball. Very aggressive player. Just watching it carefully here. As in comes Ben Mike again. Again, just outside off stump, well bowled through to keeper Swindles. No run scored. Delray Rawlins leaves it alone, just outside his off stump. Leicestershire would just be trying to entice him into a shot here, I think.
Definitely.
As deep point goes back. And a change of angle for Ben Mike as he looks to come round the wicket. Has a fine leg and a deep square leg. 3 slips, cover, mid off, mid on. A deep point as in he comes again. Quite 4 and again another no ball. We'd be disappointed with that. 20 no balls, moving the extras onto 44 today.
More importantly, another ball to bowl.
Yeah.
Some tired bodies out
20,
there.
Yeah, going close to another 4 overs bowled, which is not ideal.
No.
In this heat, having to bowl extra balls. I'm sure they're not meaning to. It can be quite difficult when you've got the slopes going uphill and downhill just to get your stride patterns right. But it's not ideal from a Leicestershire point of view. As in comes Ben Mike again. Back of a length tucked into the leg side. Chris Wright slowly moves round. No run scored.
Nice loud call from Delroy there as well.
Yeah. Over to you, Mr. Carter. The less balls I have to face tonight, the better.
Definitely going through his thought process there.
He was. It's still going to be Mulder from that far end coming down the hill. Doesn't look like we're going to see any spin.
Yeah.
Which is interesting.
What would you have done? Would you have put spin on?
Yeah, I would have gone to Callum Parkinson from that far end before Mulder. I think you know, obviously Mulder got the wicket of Allsop, so potentially one more after that. But I think I would have looked at Callum Parkinson coming on that far end. Has bowled nicely throughout the day. He's your leading spinner. I would have looked to go to him, but in comes Mulder again down the hill, just tucked off the hip from Carter to a deep backward square leg, and Sussex move on to 400 for 4 in the 94th over. It's been a very impressive display from them today, having won the toss. There's always that sort of pressure to put runs on the board on a very good wicket, but they've done that definitely today.
Sussex got off to a flyer with the bat with Ali Orr, getting 70 off 80 odd balls.
He was impressive, wasn't he? Yeah,
Very.
it's just some of the shots he played is reminiscent of T20 stuff. As in comes Mulder round the wicket again down the hill, left outside the off stump from Delray Rawlins as it goes through to Swindles, the wicket keeper.
It might have been tactical to keep pace on with Delroy batting, though. As you said, he likes to feel the bat on ball, so maybe making him leave a few more.
Yeah, true. I think sometimes, it'd be interesting just to chuck off a few spinners and say, look, here you go, do you fancy a little bit of this, and just try and entice him a little bit. As in comes Mulder again, round the wicket. Straighter this time, tucked into the leg side, no run scored. As Ben Mike does the fielding, shines the ball up.
The Seagulls are getting a bit closer to the pitch there.
There are, yeah. There's a couple of Seagulls on a straight drive. 3 have gone round to extra cover. We've got about 5 down at third man, so they're covering all fielding positions here. As one moves towards Mulder, which potentially going to put him off. No, he continues his run onto leg side, tucked down to fine leg as Ed Barnes comes around from fine leg, pits it up. Good fielding, keeps it just to 1 run. To the Sussex total as they move on to 401 for 4.
Did you ever play in a situation where birds were taking over the field then?
Not so much. At the Oval, we always had a situation where the pigeons would come down and munch away at the seeds that the groundsmen have put down and stuff like that. And it was just a straightforward cap in the air and off they flew. I'm not sure the size of these seagulls would be bothered by a cap being thrown in the air. As in comes Mulder again, back of a length, tucked in to the leg side again from Carter. He's been incredibly impressive since he's come to the crease. Just very composed and just gone about his business and kept the good balls out and just ticked away with the bad balls as well. And he'll be looking to try and get through today unscathed so he can continue tomorrow.
Yeah, I'm sure he'll capitalise tomorrow if he's still in by the end of the day, with only 2 overs after this one.
1 ball left in the over, 3 runs scored off it so far. Again, the Seagulls getting in the way of Mulder.
Having chased away a few there.
Chasing a few away. I was about to say he's done incredibly well there, Delroy Rawlins. The Seagull has gone straight across the wicket. Eye level, just as Mulder was about to release the ball from around the wicket, and luckily Delroy saw that in time and pulled away. Surprised that's not happened a few more times really, with how many Seagulls are out there. There's another couple threatening to do the same. Here comes one from mid wicket, but in comes Mulder again to Delroy Rawlins, round the wicket, back of a length, tucked into mid on. As Parkinson comes around the field, 1 run scored, and that is the over. Sussex move on to 403 for 4, and there's 2 overs remaining of today's play, and we might see an over a spin.
Woo. I'm sure Sussex are a bit more used to the Seagulls, but even then,
yeah, I've played here many times, and there's been the odd Seagull, but never seen as many as we've seen in this last hour of play. It's been incredible, really, and the players just getting on with it. There's second slip. I'm not sure who that is. A second slip. If it's Ackerman, I think it is. He's got about 8 or 9 Seagulls around him, and he's just standing there and continue as normal. So it put me off. But in comes Ben Mike. Up the hill, round the wicket, driven by Delroy Rawlins. No run scored up to mid-off. We've seen the helmets come out, so it looks like it might be 1 over at that far end of spin.
Parkinson's warming up a little bit.
Warming up as captain. He's going to give himself 6 balls towards the end. Personally, thinks he should have had a few more, but he's going to have a look for 6 balls at that far end potentially. As in comes Ben Mike again from the sea and up the hill, tucked off the hip. That's nicely timed through square leg. That'll be 4 runs. Nicely played from Delroy Rawlins. It just angled in a little bit onto the hip from Ben Mike. Just got a little bit too straight on him, and it's just tucked off his hip from Delroy Rawlins, and a short boundary out there made it easy pickings. And I think that was a sad there. Just couldn't quite get round and stop it. And there's 4 runs, and Delroy Rawlins moves on to 7 off 12. Sussex move on to 407 for 4. In comes Ben Mike again. He's gone short. Oh, didn't quite get up there. Delray Rollins has gone down and left it alone. Swayed. At one stage, it was dug in from Ben Mike from around the wicket. It didn't quite get up, but Delray Rollins watched it well enough to just move his head out of the way, and it went through to keeper Swindles as mid-wicket now goes back to deep square.
Didn't quite bounce as much as the previous one.
It didn't, no. He dug it in. He's going to have to be in front of deep square there, 'cause there's a leg gully in as well. As in comes Ben Mike. This might be another short ball. It is. And Delray Rawlins bends the knees and almost sways like he's going under a limbo pole there as it goes through to Harry Swindles at the keeper for Leicester. And it's not been Ben Mike's day, but he's coming up to the end of his ninth over. He's none for 72, but he is still running in incredible athlete, and still trying to do the best he can with these last remaining balls of his spell today, trying to get Leicestershire a wicket. As in he comes again another short ball just down the leg side. No run scored, taken by Harry Swindles, the wicket-keeper, and he's kicking away again at the footholes. And I don't know what I've noticed today actually with the footholes. They've been quite dark and dusty, very dry, and potentially an indication that as the game goes on there might be a little bit more turn.
Good news for the spinners.
Good news for the spinners.
Yeah.
Potentially not for Leicestershire, as they're at this moment staring down the barrel of a big score here, but a couple of wickets can change that. As in comes Ben Mike again, pitches out this time, well left from Delray Rawlins outside the off stump, no run scored. And that has been a difficult day for Ben Mike, but he's come in and tried his hardest, and wholehearted effort, and he will come back tomorrow and hopefully will be a different day for him. As Sussex move on to 407 for 4, Carter 54 of 100 deliveries, Delray Rawlins 7 off 16, and we will see an over of spin from Captain.
Well, I've just jumped in with the last over just to sort of thank everyone for their efforts, really. So to Ariana, so good luck tomorrow, Ariana, who's off to Oxford to play a couple of T20 games. So we very much enjoyed having her on commentary today. So safe journey up to Oxford, and 2 T20s in a day, Ricky. Did you ever do that?
I didn't, no. I played one.
Right.
We used to do sometimes where we'd, before a T20 blast or campaign, we'd try and get a couple of T20 games in.
Yeah.
So yeah, you'd have a squad that would do one in the morning and one in the afternoon. Some would play both. But in comes Parkinson. As we said, it's going to be an over spin. He's got a leg slip in with a short leg. A slip, a man on the drive, Ringfield on the offside. He's enticing a sweep if Carter wants it. There's no one out there with a mid-wicket. I feel he should have bowled a little bit more in this evening session, but in he comes again down the hill. A little bit too straight there as Carter.
Just perhaps gives the batsman something else to think about, Ricky, last over of the day?
It does, yeah, but I just think he's bowled beautifully today, really, and you've seen spin been taking a major part of the game and the wickets, and he comes again down the hill. Just a little bit too short there as Carter comes forward. Delray Rawlins is about to undo the Velcro. It is at the far end there, I reckon. He sees that Carter's not in any rush and happy to sort of block out these remaining balls. But I think he's bowled nicely as he comes in again, the captain. Oh, just outside of stump, left alone by Carter. No run scored. Bowl's taken off by keeper Swindles, hoping for a little bit of a dragged foot or a raised foot. Not this time. So we go 2 balls left of the day, which has been a very tough day for Leicestershire, having lost the toss. As he comes again a little bit quicker, pushed into the offside, fumbled by Rashi Patel at Silly Point, who's hoping to try and grab one there for Leicestershire. As in comes Callum Parkinson again for the last ball of today. Tosses it up a little bit, played nicely from Carter. Plays it back to Callum Parkinson, and that is the close of play, where we see Sussex, having won the toss this morning, they'll be very happy. They've moved on to 407 for 4. Carter on 54 from 106, and Dore Rawlins 7 from 16.